but there we are live now. Hopefully that still transitions our thumbnail and metadata over to it. And yes, I decided to do a new thing, guys. I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun here. I'm going to make my titles fun. I'm going to make my life fun. I'm going to make our polls fun. And how long is forever with Iran? Okay? We got 60 days tops. Okay? Hello, Michael Olsen. Welcome back. Welcome back, my guy. I missed y'all. We're gonna be here tonight. We're gonna be live tonight. 60 days tops. We got, let's say, by Christmas night. Let's say 2029 and never. No, not never. 2050. 2050. All right, there you guys go. There are your options for tonight's first poll. How long will the Iran war last? How long is forever with Iran? 60 days tops, by Christmas night, 2029, or 2050. 2050. With that said, let's mute that down. Let's pull up our first clips of the day. Let's start having some fun tonight, guys. I'm excited to be here with y'all. I'm excited to be back doing this. My dog is even excited that I'm just chilling on this couch with this, doing this with y'all. But I have forgotten how to do this, so it's taken me a minute. But also tonight, we are trying a new format. We're going to try the lower end for our speeches and our visuals, because in the middle of the center of the frame, obviously, is the thing that you stick with when you're swiping. And I don't want anybody be swiping, no swiping. Swiping, no swiping, man, okay? When it comes to this shit. Well, let's start today with our news conferences. Trump admin officials speak. Oh, wait, let's see if Mr. Trump Daddy spoke, though. Vice President Vance speaks to reporters on Iran. Trump speaks with reporters aboard Air Force One. All right. Here we go. Oh, no, that has not happened yet. Okay. Trump speaks to reporters. All right. Here we go. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm going to pull up my handy-dandy little chat. I haven't pulled it up yet. I haven't even pulled you guys up yet. I don't even know how many of you are in here. 21 of you are in here. What is going on? 21 of y'all are in here. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Get ready. Tonight's the night, guys. And make sure to vote in our poll. How long is forever with Iran? You get to decide. Or maybe don't decide. Be like, I hate everything. But here we are. Mr. Trump Daddy and his first comments of the day.
Situation in Iran is going very well. A lot of big hits today, a lot of big wins today, as you probably have heard militarily. And I think it's going very well and very good control. We'll see what's happening with the Straits. They continue to try and sabotage their own country in the Middle East, but
man, why they got such shit? Why they got such shit audio for this kind of thing, man?
Strong militarily. Well, I think your gas prices, as soon as that's over, are going to come tumbling down along with everything else. I think it's going to be, you're going to see a very big decrease in the price of gasoline, gas, anything having to do with energy. As soon as
we'll get to better comments later, but
we had to end
Right,
the
now we go.
nuclear threat in the Middle East and throughout the world. And we will have done that.
Mr. President.
Still expect unconditional surrender, and what does that mean?
Well, to me, it means very simply that we are in a position of dominance that nobody's ever seen before. And
Going well?
they're able to-
Absolutely, Levy. We're chatting. We're having a good night. We're going to be watching all of the news raw as we do every night. And it's going to be mega edition. I'm going to go back a few days maybe even because I haven't been here for a few days. But what I'm realizing is we basically let Iran get all the oil now. And we're pretty much okay with it forever war.
say the words
So news to me. News to me. But here we are.
and
Hit
whether
that
or
like
not
button.
they're
Spawn
able to
somebody in
fight.
the chat for
Their
our
Navy is
poll
gone,
of the
their Air
day.
Force is gone.
How long do you think
Most of
Iran
their
really going to
military
be?
is gone. Their big threat is gone in every way. But they have no radar. They have no anti-aircraft weapons. For the most part, weapons, and for indefinitely, they have no way of determining what they call visibility. So just about everything is gone, and you'll see that. But today we've had some very, very big hits, very powerful hits.
Mr. President, when will the Navy start escorting tankers to the Straits of
It'll
Hormuz?
happen soon.
Mr. President.
I have, and we're discussing a couple of
This is the problem. Is like when he lies, like then like everything, like shit drops even further down. Shit gets even worse, guys. Complete idiot. Jim Jensen, I'm starting to believe you. I'm not on the Trump train today. I'm not having it.
To either nuke the
I'm not feeling
filibuster,
good about it. He's trying to just make things happen that don't exist. It's not good. Not good. No good.
The government
No
has
good.
to see a SAVE Act or somehow
It's not called the SAVE Act. It's called the
Save America Act. You're right, sir. Do you
It's not called the SAVE Act. It's called the Save America Act.
think if Leader Thune can't accomplish that, do you think Senate needs
Come on.
a new leader?
Well, it's certainly a very popular thing. I don't think there's ever been a bill that's more popular than the Save America Act. It's voter ID. It's proof of citizenship. It's things that are so popular.
I'll tell you a bill that would be popular than the Save America Act. Any bill in which we just stop insider trading by our senators, which every senator, all 100 of them, plus every person in the House, all stood up at your State of the Union where you addressed and said insider trading should stop. So why don't we all just get on board for just one day out of the year, I say tomorrow, and we write a bill up that just says no more insider trading, and we pass it unanimously. You get to brag for eternity that you're the only president to get the most unanimous bill of all time. Just a simple one-sheet piece of paper that just says, do not allow insider trading to a senator. The end. The end. It's really that simple. Guys, if you're just joining us, make sure you double tap that screen, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I'm here most nights, every night. I'm here tonight, all night long. We're going to be doing this poll until 11 p.m., so for 2 hours, and then we're going to be doing another poll in 2 more hours, and we're going to be continuing the raw news, all unfiltered, all from today, all the press materials at our disposal for like 7 hours tonight. So buckle in. It's time for the news of the news. No news is news. This is no news is news.
No men and women's sports. No transgender mutilization of our children.
Bro, you're in a war.
So many different things. It's so good.
It's weird to have campaign slogans about transgender issues during a war. Every issue is just bomb Iran or don't.
No running around with the mail-in ballot nonsense that's gone on for so long that no other country does. No other country. We're going to clean up our elections. I don't think I've ever been involved in anything that's had the support of the Save America Act. So we'll see what happens.
How regularly are you speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and are your objectives the same in terms of...
If you can't for your country at 18, but can't for a beer until 21, let's change that. I feel you on that, but also like all of that shit aside, like we're not like that's not what's gonna happen here. These are, I mean, there are some pilots, some specialty pilots. There are gonna be some deaths here now, but the thing is that at the end of the day, uh, most of the action that's going to be happening on the ground is just the remote control. It's just a PlayStation controller. It's just a droid. It's just a animatronic. Frankly, the best thing that President Trump could write down on a piece of paper, I quit. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, less than like what, 2 weeks ago, I was totally on board after the State of the Union. I mean, I had a good full week and a half where I was all right with it. I'm starting to turn right now. I said I'd give him at least 60 days, but he's already starting to turn this into way more than 60 days. And if we start naturalizing this and making this a thing where it's just okay to have news about Iran every day in the background, that's fucking insane. We need to not do that. Let's not do another Iraq, please. Let's
They
not,
might be a little
please.
different, I guess. You know, they're a different country than we are. But he will tell you there's never been a power like the power of the United States. I built our military in my first term, continue to do so, but I built our military and rebuilt it. It was in bad shape, just like the wall, just like the border, just like everything else in our country. It was all in bad shape, but I rebuilt the military in my first term, and we're using it in this term to, really for the sake of good, for the sake of peace.
Check out Cyber Attack on Striker. I normally don't cover like shooting events the way that normal news does. We usually just watch the actual press briefings of what happened by the state officials after the event instead of, perpetuating guess who games on the ground. Um, Iran might be winning this anti Semitic war, hitting billions of dollars. Well, first you gotta spell Iran right, bro. Yeah, it starts with an I first. Gotta start there.
I speak to him a lot.
How long now do you think the war is likely to last?
I can't tell you that. I mean, I have my own idea.
I can Right, that's the problem. This started with day one and day two saying it's over, to day five, day six saying a week to 2 weeks tops, and that's when I started saying 60 days, 60 days, 60 days. To now we're less than 2 weeks. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks, people. And the President of the United States is saying, I can't tell you that. And also, we saw him on multiple different press briefings earlier on this week, evading questions about it, being upset that people aren't staying on topic and wanting to talk about the war instead. It's crazy. Like, we don't, no, this, you don't get a George W. Bush. You don't get to normalize this shit and run off with it for 8 years. Not again. No, no, no. That we will not repeat ourselves. You get 60 days, sir. So buckle up. It's time to start putting the fucking pressure on.
It'll be as long as it's necessary. They've been decimated. Their country's in bad shape. The whole thing is collapsing. If you read some of the fake news, it's like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're not doing wonderfully. They're doing the opposite. They're doing as bad as you can have. I would say this. I won't give you time, but we're way ahead of schedule.
And can you comment on
Militarily, we're way ahead.
But this is what you do, and then you have like the bigger problem was like the Treasury Secretary actually reporting that the Hormuz channels had been opened up, and they had not been, and then he removed that tweet. Like, these are actual officials doing like guess who games about the Middle East. It's making everything much more fragile. You going overseas to fight for Israel? No, I'm going overseas to fight for fucking Lebanon in the dick eating contest of Elliot's dick. He already said it would be over. That is true. That's what I'm saying. Like, the first 2 days, he was saying it would be over. First 2 weeks, he was saying like, we're wrapping it up. Now all of a sudden, he's I don't know. No. You don't get to. No, sir. If he was a Democrat, he would tell you them folks get ESP. What's that mean? LOL. I don't know. I think that Donald Trump is fucking up by making these comments or strategizing that he can withstand a forever war. He's Donald Trump. Executing an operation and an action is one thing. Running an actual war, that takes skill. Have you seen the George W. Bush doing golf and dodging the shoe? You really think this man can do that? You think he can fly under the radar and just, let a perpetual war happen by his vice president for 8 years? No. There's no way. Shit happens
Sir, you made
100%.
a post about Claudia Sheinbaum refusing your help in Mexico. What's your plan with Mexico?
Well, she should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels in Mexico, and for some reason she doesn't want to do that. I like her very much, but she should get rid of the cartels because the cartels are, whether we like it or not, the cartels are running Mexico. We can't have that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Things getting worse now. He wants boots on the ground. God bless America. I'm done. Boots on the ground does not matter. None of this shit matters. It's the extension of the war that does matter. But this war is an AI operated war. There will be pilot deaths. These are highly skilled workers that accept these roles. These are not boots on the ground 18-year-old don't make the straw man arguments. Don't make them because there is valid arguments here to. He's perpetuating a forever war. That's pretty fucking insane. I never thought I'd see Donald Trump perpetuating a forever war, but yes, we are here. Yes, this did happen. What the fuck is the 11th hour? What the fuck is this? At the 2026 New Orleans Book Festival, best-selling author discusses his book The 11th Hour, where he describes the end of life through the lens of 5 stories that take place across 3 countries. God damn, bro. No. Alright, Video Magazine, New Orleans Book Festival. No, thank you. Julian Stratton campaigns with Senator Elizabeth Warren in Chicago. Oh, please, are you telling me my home state, Elizabeth Warren, is up here straddle-assing some black lady? Here we go. Let's do it.
I'm a retired.
Give me this fucking Elizabeth Warren supporting bullshit in my home state of Illinois. This is the lady that said, fuck Donald Trump as an advertisement. She had a full-on advertisement that was just like, fuck Donald Trump. And then at the end, her and the governor were standing there being like, we didn't say it, they said it. It was the tackiest, goofiest, stupidest thing I've seen in probably 15 years. And the worst thing I've seen since the circles in the campaign. Remember when Joe Biden did a campaign rally during COVID and he had circles spray painted around the seats of where people were sitting? That was probably the worst thing I had seen until I saw that thing.
Democratic Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton is campaigning
here
to win
she
the
is.
seat of retiring Senator Dick Durbin.
Battle fatigue took those 2 refueling pilots and a crew. You know what? Let's get into political bullshit later. Let's see if I can get anything else that's going on with the war here. Former CIA director on American foreign policy. Vice President Vance delivers remarks on economic Rocky Mountain, North Carolina trail. All right, Mr. Vance. It seems like they're already pitching this motherfucker. Like, is Donald Trump going to just retire? Is he going to retire? Pull a strategic Joe Biden? Things get battle fatigue. It took those 2 refueled pilots and crew. Cook County, Illinois. Wow. Yeah. We will get back to that eventually, but right now we are going to try to stay on anything war related if we can first. Let's see if we can get anything. Juicy this Friday.
As the president has said repeatedly, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. That is a simple principle and standard. Frankly, every president has taken affirmative steps to ensure that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, but we also know that there are a lot of people from the state of North Carolina who are in harm's way right now. And so I want all of us, when we go home, when we leave this event, I want all of us to say a prayer, not just for the North Carolinians, but for the people of all of our 50 states who put on the uniform and are willing to sacrifice for the safety and security and freedom of the United States of America. I want every single person, I want you to tell every single person who is serving overseas in harm's way that this crowd in North Carolina has their back. Thank you all. So with that, let me take a few questions from our media, and then I'll have to hit the road here. I'd like to start with the local reporters. We'll get time to the national folks if we got it.
Oh yeah, see, this is what I mean. This is the shit that I don't like. I don't like this shit. Why did it go? Oh, so he did a 30-minute speech there, but I don't care.
Well, Bill, I appreciate the question. I know you guys have to ask it, but imagine the situation. We're in the situation room where you can't even take your iPod in there, or your AirPods, I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there because it is the most classified space anywhere in the world. And I sit there with Pete Hegseth and General Kane and Marco Rubio and the entire White House team. And the president and I and the entire senior team are talking about the options and about what we need to do and about how we must best protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to
probably the best way that I've ever
be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media.
It's a circus! Welcome to the circus!
Thank you all. Now that said, one thing I can promise you is that Chris Wright, our great Secretary of Energy, and Scott Bessent, our Secretary of the Treasury, have been running the administration's response to the economic element of this. Because we know, obviously, when the president takes action to make sure the American people are safe, we've got to do everything that we can to deal with the consequences of that economically. And it's not just oil. There's a whole host of things that we're focused on in the administration to try to ensure that we do the
Yo, if you're just dropping in, make sure that you double tap that phone or hit that like button, however you do it. When you do that, you spawn people in of your different political persuasions into the chat for our poll. Our first poll of the evening. How long is the forever in the Iran war? 60 days tops, 2029 and 2050 all tied right now with 50 votes in. So get your votes in and make sure to double tap that like button. Keep the show moving. Here we
right thing by the American people. What the president has said very clearly is that he does not like higher oil prices, and neither do I.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk to Vladimir Putin. We're gonna win a hockey medal, and then we're gonna talk to Vladimir Putin. I mean, I can't, y'all. I can't support it.
But he also believes that we're going to make the American people safer and that we're going to bring those prices at the pump back down to the levels they need to be for the American people. Now, here's the interesting thing. All this conversation happens where Joe Biden left us in a terrible situation, and the reason
No. We're already a year in. We're done with this. This is crazy. I thought this was supposed to be the logical side of Mr. Donald Trump. And here he is. Oh man, this is not a good. No, I kind of like that I was away from the news for a bit. Wow.
The reason why gas prices are where they are today is because of Donald Trump's work to get them lower, because in the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration.
I understand that, but you're not supposed to be comparing yourself to a lifelong Democrat. God, dude, the guy was like the lobbyist of all lobbyist Democrats. The worst thing Joe Biden did was
up for
gas
energy
prices.
dominance. And one of the lessons we all have to take away, frankly, every time we get involved in anything overseas, whether it's in the Middle East or anywhere else, the thing we got to take away from it is energy dominance and energy independence. Rely on our own.
They keep
people,
gaslighting
rely
terrible
on our own
failure.
energy.
Liar. Okay.
President, thank you. I'm Dina with CBS 17 right over in Raleigh. Eastern North Carolina, Western North Carolina, two communities that have been really, really impacted by disasters.
Sure.
Hurricanes over in Eastern North Carolina, they happened a decade ago. Western North Carolina still dealing with Hurricane Helene recovery. We heard from Governor Josh Stein several times that North Carolina has only gotten a fraction of what other states have gotten in federal funding for recovery for both communities. Can you talk a little bit about what your administration is doing to help the people that are still out of their houses, still not having businesses the same?
Yeah. So one of the things I love about Michael Whatley is, look, he obviously is a Republican. He's committed to the conservative agenda. He's a great guy, and obviously I'm aligned with him politically, but he's not afraid to say to me or to the President of the United States or anybody else, we've got to get these resources out faster to protect the people of North Carolina. So I actually, before you asked that question, I heard that from Michael Whatley, and I actually talked to the Secretary of the Treasury because I knew Michael was going to ask me about it again when I saw him here today. The simple fact is we have made this a priority. We are going to get the resources to the people of North Carolina that are necessary. We recognize that frankly, that we needed the new leadership to hasten that delivery of resources to the people of North Carolina. A lot of people in the media have said that, the reason why we made a change at DHS is because the Trump administration is backing off of its illegal immigration enforcement policy. That couldn't be further from the truth. The reason that we're making this change is because Kristi Noem has a great opportunity to serve in this new Shield of the Americas position. I think she's going to do it.
No. JD Vance, toast. If I see Marco Rubio go and do this bullshit, he's toast too. Cinnamon fucking toast. Cinnamon fucking toast crunch. Crunching the lies. No. It was a raise. She's in this beautiful new position that we've created just yesterday. No.
Do a great job. And on the other hand,
shame, JD. Shame.
We think it's useful to have somebody come in and focus on some of this disaster relief and recovery stuff, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But I appreciate Michael bringing that to my attention, and I appreciate all the great people that represent North Carolina, even many Republicans, okay, who you might think, just because they're politically aligned, trust me, to all the people, I want them to know that even, maybe especially the people who are politically aligned, are more willing to be independent and more willing to tell us we got to quicken those resources to the people of North Carolina. I admire them for their courage, and it's going to mean better results for the people in this district. Thank you. Why don't we take one more question?
Mr. Vice President, Preston Mizell with Fox News Digital. I want to ask you real quick.
Yeah, just one last question, because I really fucking sucked at that last answer.
Leading the anti-fraud task force. I wanted to get a quick update on that, maybe some of the findings that you've found in Minnesota, but also you've mentioned before that you're interested in targeting other states as part of that task force. Are there other states that you've looked at, or that you may have flagged for potential fraud?
Well, we know there's a lot of fraud in California, and we're trying to get to the bottom of exactly what it looks like. And what we've done in the Trump administration, and the president has really...
What would you do with $11.3 billion to be America first? I don't understand the logic of the question. Is that how much Israel paid us to be America first? Freckles Demon Rats! Hello, welcome to the chat.
empowered us to do this is to take the first national look at the way the American people have been defrauded over many, many years. And I'll give you a few very concrete examples. So in the state of Minnesota, you asked about Minnesota. We think that there's probably been $19 billion at least of fraud just committed in Minneapolis and the surrounding areas. Let me give you an example of this, because it's not just the American people being defrauded. It's not just your tax dollars that are being stolen out of your wallet and given to fraudsters. It's the fact that the services we need to deliver to needy people are not getting delivered because they're going to fraudsters.
Hey now. Hey now. You see the wording of this, right? You see what he's doing here, right? He's essentially destroying any chance he fucking has at becoming the president of the United States. I'm almost tempted to turn on Nick Fuentes, people, tonight. This is the turn back. That's pissing me the fuck off right now, because what JD Vance is just doing here. Let's pull this back for a second. Pay attention, people.
Example. So in the state of Minnesota, you asked about Minnesota. We think that there's probably been $19 billion at least of fraud just committed.
He is going to explain that we need to make sure to take care of the fraud, because it needs to go to needy families, into the correct places with needy families. What is he referring to? He is not going to mention New Jersey. He is not going to mention Tyler Oliveira. He will not mention these Hasidic communities that have systematically taken over the benefits of the United States government. And honestly, you're already starting to lose people every day with the war, and now here you are refusing to speak about the New Jersey controversy, refusing to speak about the Uptown New York controversy, refusing to speak about the Hasidic controversy, these Orthodox Jewish community controversy, Tyler Oliveira being canceled on the right and the left. Here is JD Vance, the Vice President of the United States, to explain to you that those people in New Jersey that are essentially building their own community to self-isolate themselves from all of us taxpayers, that is what this resource is supposed to be used for. And that people in Minnesota and California, Democrat states, are using these to fraudulently. So we need to make sure we get the fraudsters to make sure that the Orthodox Jewish insular community in New Jersey can continue to steal the tax dollars, because that's where the benefits are supposed to go. God damn it, guys. I'm going to get canceled tonight on YouTube. Hit me. Give me a super chat, please. Somebody. Something. I don't know, but I think this is going to be my last live stream. I have a feeling it's going to be my last live stream, but I'm not going to listen to this bullshit logic where you try to explain away what we all just watched on the internet and you all ignore. You heightened an idiot in Nick Shirley, and then you did nothing. You did nothing for Tyler Oliveira. No comment. Now here you are, illustrating the difference between an insular communities that's systematically stealing from us correctly versus the fraudster of Minnesota and California, the Democrat state.
In Minneapolis and the surrounding areas.
Come on.
Let me give you an example of this. Because it's not just the American people being defrauded. It's not just your tax dollars that are being stolen out of your wallet and given to fraudsters.
It's not just that. We got to remember the victims of this crime. Now, does he illustrate the victim of this crime to be like his mother or like himself or his grandmother or the people back home where he's from, which he could do as a politician very easily? No, he's going to word it carefully so that you can start to build the illustration in your head that I'll let you finish the sentence, Jewish community, as Kanye would say, is the one systematically doing this. And he's going to padded around so that you get to, okay, guys, that's the way you're supposed to do it. Those benefits are supposed to go to them. Not the single mom from back home where I lived. Not my grandmother while she was taking care of me and my mom was on heroin. No. They're supposed to be going to town in New Jersey.
It's the fact that the services we need to deliver to needy people are not getting
Needy people, not that we need to deliver to people like my mother, people like my grandmother, people like the people that I know from back home. Why would the politician not illustrate that point when he's from there? Come on.
delivered because they're going to fraudsters. So, for example,
I know you ain't talking shit on a future legend. He might be a future legend, but today he is sinking on this fucking garbage train. This fucking garbage train. Trying to separate it out. Oh yeah, Kristi Noem got promoted. God damn it, we know. We know. Don't be stupid, JD Vance. You're supposed to give us the Trump gobbledygook in like real form. And now you're not gonna even do that. You're gonna just fucking cover. Like, oh my God. Oh, okay.
there's
fine,
a program
fine.
that we have,
There you go.
and I believe
There
it's
you go,
under
guys.
Medicaid, where we
You
try
want
to
it?
help kids who have
You fucking
you know,
want it?
autism, Asperger's, and so forth. Sometimes they need a little extra help. Sometimes they need somebody to sit with them after school. Sometimes they need somebody to provide transportation to certain places. And we have a program within Medicaid to ensure that these needy kids get the resources that they need. And it's one of the things, by the way, I love about the United States of America. We want everybody to work hard. We want everybody to play by the rules. But if we've got a
Play by the rules. We want everybody to play. I'm sorry. This is not illustrated as single mothers need food stamps. This is illustrated as we need to separate the people doing this correctly and systematically from the people that are doing it wrongly and systematically. No. Let the fucking Somalis have their little fucking cake. If you're going to let the goddamn guys in New Jersey create an entire Jewish town, then you need to let the Somalis have their cake too. Sorry. It's just how it goes. It's America. Fair shot.
needy kid in our community, we're not going to let that person fall down on their own.
Bewildered. Tim Waltz is completely off. Amen. Damn right. Charles Day. Shut up. Stop criticizing his every fucking move.
Americans
Relax.
are going to lift that kid up together. That's an amazing thing.
Are you like? Do you love him? Do you love him? Do you love?
But you know
You
what
love
was happening
Captain
for this
Israel?
program that was meant to help needy kids is you would have Somali fraudsters, many of them illegal immigrants.
Right. Okay. So again, just illustrating my point. Going to call one out. We all saw two. We saw Tyler Oliveira in New Jersey, and we saw Nick Shirley in Minnesota. You're not going to get away with in an internet age, and he already knows this too. He's just coming up here and doing his little better paychecks vice president speech. He knows that if he's on CNN doing an actual interview that people might actually pay attention to, he can't say bullshit remarks like Kristi Noem got promoted and whatever the fuck this is, that Somalis are doing all the daycare crime and no one else. Like, it's just...
Who would go
what
and
are we-
say that
come
they
on.
had an autistic kid even though they didn't. They would collect that money for themselves.
Oh, you're right. But if you're a Jewish Hasidic community and you're isolating all of the taxpayer dollars from the entire state and then forcing everyone else to have lower schools and lower education and lower resources, it's totally fine because the person you claimed on your taxes really had Down syndrome. That was the difference. That was the problem there, guys. The problem was whether the fucking Jewish or Somali guy had Down syndrome. It wasn't an entire community systematically taking from the taxpayer dollar. No. You're right. It was about which one actually had a Down syndrome kid. That's what I cared about. We all care.
You had businesses that were going around and rewarding families for engaging in this fraud. So the businesses were skimming off the top and getting rich in the process. How disgraceful is it that Democrats allowed a program that was meant to help needy American children to go to Somali illegal aliens. The President of the United States stopped it, and there's a lot more fraud beyond that we're going to stop as well.
And we know where that fraud is. We know that the remarks are in New Jersey. Like, that is the next story. And not mentioning it simply puts you as part of the problem. So
the one last point that I'll make here before we have to hit the road is,
I really hate those Hasidic communities as well. What if he did that? What if he just threw it up? He was just like, I really fucking can't stand those Jews. And they're stealing all those fucking schools and ruining towns and shit with their fucking, got to go to church all day and can't actually work. What if he just did that right there? He's like, I got one last thing to say. Tyler Oliveira was right. What if he says that? What if he just fucking haymaker, just fucking left field? That's what I need. JD got frame mocked by Gavin Newsom. It feels like it. What the fuck is going on, people? Temps of the Down syndrome kids?
I hate to say this, and it's been shocking to me as we've gotten in this. And we want to, frankly, we want to arrest the people who engaged in criminal fraud. We want to make sure that the people who did this stuff realize there are serious consequences for it happening. We want to make sure that the needy kids all across our communities get what they need.
No. You're again insinuating that someone did it correctly systematically while the other did it wrong systematically. And there's one difference there. Red state, blue state. And you both leech off of your own government subsidies. Democrats do it with black communities and with Somali communities. Republicans apparently do it with Jewish communities. Because they're too afraid to point it out when it's clear and obvious, and we've all seen both videos. What the fuck? You can't live in an internet that only saw one side. Sorry.
There are so many layers.
And if you're not going to mention one, then don't mention the other. It would be a lot. I would give JD the benefit of the doubt and respect, being like, I don't want to touch the subject matter. If he literally just came out here and he was like, oh, I'm just not going to talk about the Somali crime anymore. But if you're going to bring up Somali crime from now on, I want to fucking hear Lakeway. If you can't talk about Lakeway and you can't sing the song, 1877 cars for kids, 1877 cars for kids, 1877 cars for kids, donate your car today. If you can't do that, then you're not allowed to speak about Somali daycare crime. If you can't sing that jingle, you're not allowed to do the other. Okay? I want only politicians that were never on Epstein's Island can sing 1877 cars for kids and also think Somalis committed daycare fraud. All three. Can we just get one candidate that believes in all three? Can we pay Gavin Newsom enough money to represent these three values? That's what I'm pretty much asking at this point.
To this anti-fraud initiative that the president has directed the administration to focus on. But you know what's so crazy about this? That nobody until Donald J. Trump thought to focus on it. Now, I obviously, I love the president. I admire the president. But this fraud was staring.
Tell that to his face, I dare you. I would. If I could get in one of these fucking press rooms, that was I would get kicked out immediately. And that's what I would say. I would be like, you talk about Somalis, you better talk about 1877 cards for kids. Donate your card today. Lakeway, New Jersey. Connect the fucking dots.
Us in the face.
You got it all wrong, brother. What do I got wrong? We got to get the money. Get the fuck out of the policies.
He was doing anything about it. This is not rocket science.
This is not rocket science. If you talk about Somalis, you must talk about cars for kids.
Have a Somali fraudster come into the United States illegally and then set up a school to collect.
No. Cars for kids.
Collect tax dollars. And the name of the school is the Quality Learning Center.
Yeah, and the name of the organization that we've seen for 20 years now. It's for kids. Look up the About page of Cars for Kids.
Learning Center. But when they put the sign up,
God damn,
they
bro.
take the N out,
Come
so it says
on.
Quality Leering Center.
No. I loved you. This is too much shilling for Israel.
And that group, the Quality Leering Center, I don't know about you, but I don't want to send my kids to a school where they can't spell.
I know that, but I also want to know about Cars for Kids. I want to know about Epstein's Island. I want to know the other 14 names. Come on, man.
Learn. That group was getting millions of dollars.
It's just like you don't hear it right in front of you. I'm like, oh my God, guys, stop doing the Democrat, Republican. Like 95% of them are like corrupt, crazy people that are literally in an actual cult cabal. Like, this is real now. Like, they're just out in the open, and we're still, did you see they couldn't spell right on theirs? And then the other people are like, do you see? They won't talk about it because it's the Jews. And then they just, Democrat, Republican. Meanwhile, this guy's fucking drinking some baby blood juice somewhere.
From the American taxpayer.
You're not even paying attention. He's doing it at a baseball game.
There is so much fraud in our system. There are illegal aliens who shouldn't be here, who are on Medicaid.
Oh, yes. Where are they at?
There are companies that are set up to provide medical devices, knee joints and hip joints and.
How about Cars for Kids? You guys see how it's very easy to just say what's actually happening in the world, but instead he just purposely forgets to speak on one thing and goes over every other issue, every other fraud. He knows every other fraud, but he does not know 877 Cars for Kids.
Other medical devices that are necessary for people's health that have collected hundreds of millions of dollars and have produced precisely 0 medical devices that have helped our people. This stuff has been going on forever, and every single person in.
Okay, all right, yeah, it's been going on forever. It's been going on forever with Cars for our Kids. Cars for Kids. Israel, okay? Right here. Cars for Kids, nonprofit, U.S. Canadian, Israel to fund ORA, a Jewish organization. It was faced scrutiny over the percentage of funds directly used for charitable programs rather than administrative costs, with reports inciting it funds programs for Jewish children in the U.S. and Israel. The purpose of Cars for Kids is to collect your car, sell your car, not give it to an actual mom or a kid. No. Sell the car, collect the money into a Jewish organization pot. They're saying it, not me. Their 501c3 is saying it, not me. And then they use those Jewish organization funds to fund children going to visit Israel. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. The scam has been going on for a while. And I don't know how I know that, but somehow Captain Israel over here, JD Vance, couldn't figure it out. God damn it, guys. That was... I can't. It's just, sometimes it's too fucking much. All right, let's get on to the fucking war, okay? Who the fuck cares about Who the fuck cares about that, dumbass? If you did that intentionally, brilliant. If you didn't, you suck. Cars about it. I cars about it a lot. I would like to know why they're saying they're donating children's cars and they're actually just selling the cars and sending children to Israel. Sounds like they're not advertising correctly. I'm just saying. I don't think anybody thought that that's what was going on there. Out in the open, though. Out in the open. You're right. They're doing it legally, as JD Vance would say. So why point it out? We're only pointing out the fraud. If you actually have 7 Down syndrome children in one household and you're not working as a living adult, that's totally fine. It's just if they don't have Down syndrome, then it's illegal. Then it's wrong. Nothing wrong with cars for kids. They don't need to tell you where they're fucking putting the money.
Staff Chair General Dan Kane are briefing reporters on military operations against Iran. This is live coverage on C-SPAN 2.
Department of War with the bottom line up front for the world to hear and the press to actually admit that the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2.
A face not even a mother could love. Are you talking about Pete Hegseth or are you talking about me? Don't talk about me like that. That's not nice. Inform us, Pete. Pete is gonna inform us by not informing us, because as I have illustrated before, they don't tell us much anymore. Now maybe he will. Maybe he'll tell us something. But they haven't really told us stuff before. And then you go back to like 1991 and they used to inform us of everything. It was pretty simple. They use a lot of big words now. They like use ChatGPT to like explain with like a lot of illustrative words like nothing. So you might do that. They've done that a lot.
That was 10 short days ago. The combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable.
That he had a half chub during this speech. That's why he's rocking back and forth. I mean, that kind of makes sense. He is hard for the war. Look at it. Look at all those American flags. And then he's even got an American flag pocket inside. Like, bro has American flags on his tie. He has American flags inside his top hat American flag pin right there. And then bro has a American flag pocket square to top it all off. Which I'm not sure if that's like a legitimate American flag or if that's like just another fake American flag kind of thing. But he's taken wearing the American flag to whole new levels of illegal. Very much illegal what he's doing. Not that any of us care, but you're not supposed to do that or something. I thought. That's what they said.
Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran.
See what I'm saying? He's literally just going to describe nothing. He's just, as we speak, we are flying, soaring, drifting, nosediving deep in with the dolphins through the deep blue sea and back up again to the desert plains of the Iranian area. Watch, he's just going to keep going.
And Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran
Just a friendly reminder that this man was a TV show host on Fox News before he was a leader of the most powerful military in the world. Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit. Look at how really good the reality TV guy is at being president. Who would have thought reality TV show president would be probably the funnest thing ever? The most entertaining thing that you will ever see. So, like, he's doing a good job of doing exactly what we voted him to do. The downed aircraft had nothing to do with this. Looks like the surface of the moon. Lisrael Synagogue of Satan. Okay, chill out, bro. That's official Secretary of Defense uniform. It's just flags on flags on flags.
Has no air defenses.
You must wear flags on flags on flags.
Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising.
See, they give you nothing. They used to actually tell you what was going on in the war. They would be like, we were here, they were here, we came in here, we did this to these guys here. They don't do that anymore. They literally tell you, as we speak, we continue to choose our targets at our will. Their military is down 95%. It's just as bad as the other side. It's just as bad. It's just as bad as the other side. Like, watch. We're going to go to the other side. If you've been with us on the show, you know what I'm talking about. But watch, here we go. What a joke. Diane says, the liberals are very happy with me today. I am turning today. They're falling apart.
Some of these people, their whole
So here's the Iranian state media.
Points of what has been happening in the region in the past 2 weeks or so. So stay tuned.
They're still way down. Because again, the thing is that for weeks now, for almost a week and a half now, their whole thing, tune into Newsmax, yeah, might as well, right? Their whole thing has been that we're bullying them. Like, and their headline tonight was, Israel did this many missiles on us. Meh. So they clearly suck. They clearly are losing the war. That's true. But we're not really giving much more to our side. We're pretty much just propagandizing our side because they don't know how many missiles the other side has. That's not something you can actually count. And they don't, like, they're not telling us what they actually struck or what they actually did. They're just saying, as we speak, people are doing things. All right, cool. And what are those things they're doing? Well, their missiles are down this many percent. How would you know that, sir? Our intelligence tells us that. The same intelligence that told us Hillary Clinton was definitely going to win the 2016 election? Shut the fuck up!
Sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy,
don't need to worry about it.
disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down.
No, Michael. No, that is not true. We do not say where where, or how for a reason. That is a complete lie. I bring you the proof of the pudding. This is some bullshit that we've been propagandized over the years. This is what we used to do when we did a military press conference about a war. No. It was. There we go. This is what we used to do. This is how we used to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I promised some of you all a few days ago that as soon as the opportunity presented itself, I would give you a complete rundown on what we were doing and, more importantly, why we were doing it, the strategy behind what we were doing. I've been asked by Secretary Cheney to do that this evening, and so if you will bear with me, we're going to go through a briefing. I apologize to the folks over here who won't be able to see the charts, but we're going to go through a complete briefing of the operation.
Okay. Ready? Bullet
This
point
goes back
one.
to 7 August to 17 January. As you recall, we started our deployment on the 7th of August. Basically, what we started out against was a couple of 100,000 Iraqis that were in the Kuwait theater of operation. I don't have to remind you all that we brought over initially defensive forces in the form of the 101st, the 82nd, the 24th Mechanized Infantry Division, the 3rd Armored Cavalry, and in essence we had them arrayed to the south behind the Saudi task force. Also there were Arab forces over here in this area arrayed in defensive positions, and that in essence is the way we started. In the middle of November, the decision was made to increase the force because by that time huge numbers of Iraqi forces had flowed into the area and generally in the disposition.
Telling you exactly on the map where they were, where they are, what they're doing. This is a briefing. This is a briefing. This is what this guy's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be briefing us on the operations so far, the things that have happened so far. And instead, he's doing this fluff.
Down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more.
You sound just like fucking Dick Cheney. You sound just like George W. Bush. You sound like a complete liar with a smirk on his face, and somebody's funding this, and you thought it would be a wild ride. What the fuck is this?
Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers.
And people died, so they stopped that? That's not true. That was an ultimate victory. That was a 4-day Kuwaiti war. That was the Desert Storm, Desert Shield, 1991. Liberation of Kuwait, which was what led to the air base that we had on Kuwait, or the army base that we had on Kuwait, that Iran shot with a missile and killed the first 6 casualties in this war. 31 years later, or 35 years later. The people, Democrats just cry, fucking snowflakes. Yep.
Defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering.
Take every close note of what he says. Close, coming in the weeks, strategic operation, that means indefinitely. Exactly, it's very much that. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is, because again, he's not explaining what they, like, this is supposed to be a briefing of what you've done so far, and instead you're using this time to explain why this will take forever.
That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity, apparently killed.
Okay, so they are doing something here. There is some sort of intelligence operation trying to provoke the new Ayatollah to show his face. So they're trying to figure out something with that.
Killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil
We know that they know that we know that we are not the problem.
regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused and
Oh, shit.
Our response? We will
Welcome
keep
to the
pressing.
forever war.
We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
If you're just joining us, make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, get some YouTube shorts every day spun into your feed. Or just hit that like button, spawn people of the same political persuasion into the live stream for our poll of the day. How long do we think Iran is going to last? Ooh. We will check in at 10 o'clock. So we'll check in 20 minutes, and then we will end that poll in an hour and 20 minutes.
Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions.
Yeah, this is supposed to be after the fact too. This is what this is. This is the same briefing. You're supposed to. So in 1991, they brought out the bulletin board and they showed us what they had done over the last 4 days. Literally, like on day 6, and they for those 4 days they did a war, and then day 6 they came out and they're like, "This is what we did in this operation." Each operation that we've ran in this Iran war, every time they've come out to do a briefing, they do not explain what they've done. They instead provoke the enemy, rally the troops, and propagandize. And that's pretty bad. That's exactly what George Bush and those people did in the fucking Iraqi war. Like, we're right back there again, guys. I wished for 2002, to come back, but I didn't need all of it.
People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business.
God bless America, South America, I mean. Marines are on the way. I hope Marines are on the way. I hope Marines are on the way to West Compton. We need to send the Marines to West Compton. Just thought.
And I know that
we need to send the Marines to Inglewood, Chicago. Inglewood, Chicago.
Everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilians.
Again, just descriptive wordplay. No substance. Why are you doing this? You're the head of the military. Tell us what the fuck either happened or get the fuck off the stage and say you can't talk. This descriptive fucking ChatGPT girly nonsense. There was this article, and in the article, they described it with the big bloody nutter. Shut up, you girl.
Civilian or energy targets.
America. You're wearing this many Americas on your America, and you're going to be this non-America? Shut up.
That Iran has hit because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are.
I'm out of here.
They know it, and so do you. If it
You're kind of dumb, you know that? Yeah,
can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because this doesn't look like literally like the definition of gay guy. Gay guy says, I can't believe that CNN wrote an article about me. You're sitting in the Pentagon, bro. You're sitting in the Pentagon, bro.
Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz.
When?
Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they...
Fascism at home has the same problem. I mean, I saw it a little bit with that JD Vance thing. That was like, come on. Like, from now on, in order to see if fascism is real, I just walk up to somebody and I say, can you speak on 1877 Cars for Kids? Can you donate your car today? And if they don't interact or understand what I'm talking about, then I know they're a fascist and that they are protecting the Jewish state of Israel. That is how we get them now, guys.
They do hold the straight hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that.
Stop! Stop! You're such a girl. You're the head of the fucking military. You changed the name to war. You're the head of war. Oh, CNN says something mad about me. Shut up. Leave that to the blonde girl. That's her problem. That's what she's supposed to do. She's supposed to sit there and yell at CNN and MSNBC and go, they said something bad about Pete Hegseth. Hey, you don't do that. I'm a blonde lady and I say you don't do that. That's what her job is. Your job is to be head of war, not head of complaining about CNN. Dumbass.
It's a fundamentally unserious report.
When I held my gun in the tent, it was scary in the West Virginia. This slippery guy will have this day against 1-800 Cars for Kids. What? You can't see how this forever war. Oh, okay. Yeah, I knew that one. I'm not doing
David
anything.
Ellis.
I'm just saying. That is the barrier of entry now. It's the password. It's like, I'm not here for the anti-Semitism, but I am here to take down 1877 Cars for Kids, because that is fucking too much. That is too much.
And takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday. War widening.
Bro, we don't care. You're the head of the war. You're over here. Head of war does war on headlines. Today at 6. Today at 6, me, Pete Hegseth, does war on headlines. I'm taking your headlines to war. And here's the war. CNN is mad and fake news. Like, he doesn't even do it like Donald Trump. He doesn't, fake news. Blah, 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 blah. No, he's like, can you believe that they said that there was a fucking spaceship in the goddamn thing? Like, shut up.
Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about...
Oh my God, now he's coming up with headlines? Stop. This is not a brainstorming session. Let's get creative. At the Pentagon, in the press room of the Pentagon, as the head of war, let's have a brainstorming session. War is bad. Secretary of War.
Iran shrinking, going underground.
Here's a headline for you. Iran shrinking, going underground. I got that from ChatGPT. Not the pro version. I will not pay for it.
You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable.
Oh, bro. Our will, it is unshakable. Unlike my fucking speech here.
Our options maximized and our capabilities still building. We're going.
This just shows you that rich people are stupid. It shows you that rich people are stupid. Because this man, for the last, 20-something years, literally read things on a teleprompter on television for life. For actual life. And now he is struggling to read the made-up words on a piece of paper as the head of the war during a war. Tomorrow, I suggest you practice.
Going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America
hand firmly on my throttle.
First, peace through strength in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the president demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and
Donald Trump has shown us one thing and one thing alone, which is authenticity is all that matters when speaking in public, especially during the internet age. The fact that these people print up these fucking speeches every day and we go through them and we have to watch these bumbling idiots try to impress us with their fancy words, it's really starting to irritate the fuck out of me. It's like, just talk to me. This is supposed to be a press briefing on the state of the war. And instead, it's this fucking flavored, showman, I don't know what. You think you're going to run for president? I'm telling you, you already lost in the polls. Maybe you're just trying to get a book deal. Maybe that's what this is. He just needs to get a book deal after this is over? What the fuck is going on here? You could just talk as the Secretary of War practically the same way that, I don't know, Mr. Marco Rubio or the guy with brain damage in the Senate called John Fetterman does. Just with a little straight common sense, simple words, simple processing.
Rapid innovation. In fact, today will be.
Let me ask why send the Marines to Inglewood. I say send the Marines to Inglewood because they need to fight the Inglewoods. The Inglewoods is bad. We need to take down the Inglewoods and put up a better, like a fence, like a fence, a nice garden. We need to take down the old Inglewoods and make it a nice garden. President Trump, fancy words, punk. How many accidents gonna happen? The 3 jets now fuel planes make no sense. You get coloring books to upstand. Peace through peace, Secretary of Defense, Department of War. Then get another job, say something nice.
The highest volume of strikes that America has put.
I can say something nice, but again, like he's not doing something nice. He's trying to explain the war and he's doing bad at his job. I'm very impartial, guys. I'm just saying. What's in Inglewood that you don't like? Look up Inglewood. It's the most shooting deaths per capita in the United States of America. There's like 1 murder per year per day or whatever. Answer me, bro. What am I answering you from? What did you say? The 3 jets, now the fuel planes make no sense. Now the fuel planes make no sense. The 3 jets, now the fuel planes make no sense. I don't know what you're referring to. I know. Are you talking about the 3 planes that were shot out like day 3, and then the pilots ejected themselves? What you think? Many things have been said to be accidents make no sense at all. Honestly, that it does make sense if they speak about it correctly. And I actually illustrated this when they were doing the press briefing for that, where they said it was friendly fire that shot down these 3 jets. And I was like, you're building conspiracy where there is none. There was straight TikTok video from that day that was sourced through the news, verified through, I think, New York Times and Wall Street Journal, that there was a Kuwaiti military officer that literally shot that plane down and then filmed it and released the footage on TikTok. And he was walking up to the lady and going, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" The 2 fuel planes is a accident. March 12th. So you want the Marines to take the guns away? I just want them to fucking not let murders happen for like a week. What we think of many things have been said to the accidents. Yeah. I just think that I know for a fact, because I've seen sourcing of Kuwaiti officials actually shooting those planes down accidentally, that was friendly fire. It also makes sense because they were the only shots on us. And those shots on us were because they had our technology. However, our military saying it's friendly fire instead of saying Kuwaiti officials fucking shot us down accidentally. There was TikTok video of it all everywhere and confirming the TikTok video. They leave conspiracy theory by being vague and bullshit, and that's what they're doing right now.
But over
vague
the skies of Iran and Tehran, the number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet.
Put a number, say something of any substance. Just keeps on fucking yapping.
Ramping up and only up.
Yeah, I heard
and
about
quantity has a quality
Jonathan,
of its own.
But the recent one from yesterday, accident or not, very unfortunate. Yeah, I just don't like. I know for a fact that the 3 jetliner friendly fire was Kuwaiti official. I know that for a fact. If there was another attack and that was disputed by both sides or something, I have no idea. You want to send the military into Inglewood, an American town, to police violent crimes now? Violent crimes? How? Giant tanks in the street that say, there's a murder here every day, so we're going to make sure that doesn't happen today. If you want to come out and you want to fight us, you can, and we'll murder you. And there'll be a lot of murders today, but tomorrow there'll be no murders. And the objective here is that one day or 50 days from now, there will be no murders. That's what you do. It's like something like that. S&P will drop about 2% on Monday, I guarantee you. Oh no, the S&P, oh no. What will Facebook do? Worst Secretary of War ever. The Dow is at 40,000. Oh no.
As we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber.
Tear Bear, welcome back. Tear Bear is one of our members in our member area. Remember that you can be a member as well. $3 a month gets you membership. And when you're a member, you get a little cool logo next to your name in the chat whenever we do these live streams every night, 7 p.m. to 2 a.m. most nights. And then you also get exclusive YouTube shorts from me, which the last few days I've been catching up, guys. I've been catching up. I only released one regular short, but I'm about to release 2 new YouTube member shorts and like 4 or 5 regular shorts as well. But get in the club. Help us out. Help the show out. Help us make this a full-time fucking thing that we can do, where we can watch the actual footage of the press releases and the news and talk to it all the way through on the night, instead of clipping 1 minute of this, watching CNN or Fox News, and just watching it over and over and over and over and over again, hour after hour after hour.
Of space, EW, counter UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing,
like
and deceiving our enemy.
Maybe.
Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too.
Well, you're supposed to be here to prove to us that we are the good guys and show us what our money is doing. You're doing neither one of those things. And instead you're saying that we should rely on you as the trustworthy source, the man with American flag fucking tie on, as the sole fucking beneficiary of truth and justice and the American way on this war. Probably won't fucking work. I'm just saying. Not going to work. It's going to turn out just like George W. Bush. It turned out like a bunch of idiots. So please start giving us factual information with substance. Because goddamn it, if you don't start being transparent soon, yikes.
And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those.
Michael Olson, okay, what's going on? I mean, right now we're just listening to Pete Eggset do some bullshit from earlier. He's just bullshitting us.
All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear.
But like again, and this is the problem, is that when it was discovered yesterday that the Treasury Secretary actually tweeted out that the Path of Hormuz had been opened up and that there was free trade happening there, it actually influxed our stock market, and then he deleted that tweet, never to make a comment about it again. It made everyone look like liars. And the thing is that you're following the actions of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is trying to word things into action the way that Donald Trump does, but you can't have that authority as well. Because when we're all just speaking from fucking bullshit, it all just becomes bullshit. And that's what we're in. We're in like a fucking thick load of bullshit. You need to start saying something honest. Like, yes, we shot the 175 girls. Start there. But no, we're not going to start there. Or, like, I don't fucking know. You got to give something. Like, you're just pushing the right wing button towards war. It's not going to work. You already have 60% against you on day one. Jesus Christ, man. You can't just keep pushing
decisive,
the right wing narrative.
Achievable.
Have to be
And Admiral
open,
Cooper knows,
honest.
the CENTCOM commander.
Drinks beers in Australia, brother. Watching the world do the shit. Have a great night. Thank you from Australia. Okay, turning you on to my bro here. Never heard of you before. Oh, appreciate you, Michael. Correct bullshit becomes more bullshit. Absolutely. Enjoy stretch.
Who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions.
What does he need? What did he need? What did he do? These things would help the already losing side that's arguing for the war in support of what you're doing. It would help them go to work at the water cooler and say, hey, there's something we're doing. Instead, it's like, oh, no, that's all top secret. Okay, well, then you can't just perpetuate this. Like, you're already past 50%, bro. Hank said this literally drunk given the speech stretch. I am not saying about the situation, but the crew on Air Force KC-135, God bless them. This war is stupid, crazy. They died over probably a simple mission. Wow. I haven't heard about that one. I'll check that one out real quick.
We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker.
He's going to comment on that, but I'm going to bring you up to speed with over the last 24 hours in news on the war from our trusted sources over at Mo News. Let's see what we got in the war here. Rubio and Vance received their flourishes after a December meeting in the Oval Office. No, we're not okay. Trump's advice to Venezuela Democrat champion: don't go home. U.S. refueling plane crashes in Iraq after suspected mid-air collision. U.S. Central Command said on Thursday a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft, which military officials said was part of the American war on Iran, had crashed in Iraq. In a statement, Central Command said that an incident involving two aircraft occurred in friendly airspace and that one went down while the other landed safely. Rescue efforts were underway. The statement said the KC-135 has at least a three-person crew. Air-to-air refueling missions are performed regularly by the Air Force pilots, and mishaps are rare, but the maneuver is still challenging, especially in bad weather or high winds. Investigators suspect a mid-air collision may have caused the crash. Iran has resorted to using AI for official pics of new supreme leader as he remains injured in an undisclosed location. On the school strike, Hexas said he has had. Okay, we're going to hear that from them. We're going to hear from them on that. Okay. On mining the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has more than 50,000 naval mines in its arsenal, according to the estimates, and is reportedly beginning to deploy them. It is just the threat of sea mines, even if none are laid, that is wreaking havoc right now. Commercial ship crews fear attack, and maritime insurance underwriters are shying away from insuring vessels that could be hit in the strait. Meanwhile, President Trump has said that U.S. warships could begin escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, but the timing of that is unclear. Update: all 6 crew members who were aboard the Air Force KC-135 Stoker that crashed in western Iraq have been confirmed dead. Identities of the service members are being withheld until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. Wow, that's fucking crazy. 6 more? That's crazy. And it was just like a fucking airplane crash. Airports asking for gift cards, donations for TSA agents going without pay. My God. The confirmation of meetings between the two countries following comments from President Trump and other top U.S. officials about the communist country over the past several weeks. Trump has repeatedly stated the U.S. and Cuba are holding high-level conversations and that he has also said that Cuba is going to fail. The Cuban regime is taking to Trump because it's running out of fuel and power. The country is near collapse after losing Maduro and Venezuela lifeline. Michigan synagogue attackers' brothers were Hezbollah terrorists killed in Israel strike. Lebanese-born U.S. citizen who raged a truck into the suburban Detroit Jewish synagogue and school Thursday appears to have been motivated by the recent deaths of his brother, both members of Hezbollah, in an Israeli airstrike, according to the law enforcement sources and reporting from Lebanon. Authorities identified the suspect as 41-year-old Ahmed Mohammed Ghazali, who died after driving his vehicle into the Temple Israel in West Bloomingfield, Michigan, before opening fire inside the building and being killed by security. Investigators said Ghazali was devastated after an Israeli strike roughly 10 days earlier hit his family's village in Lebanon, killing 2 of his brothers and other relatives. A journalist on the ground in Lebanon confirmed to CBS News that the 2 brothers were members of Hezbollah rocket unit in southern Lebanon. Trump says U.S. obliterated military targets on Iran's Kurg Island, warns oil infrastructure there could be next. The president just announced that the action in social media posts as he prepared to fly to Florida for the weekend. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East, and totally obliterating everything military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island, Trump said. He added, for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. So he's basically holding the island hostage that has a bunch of oil theirs on it. Background. Karg Island handles 89% of Iran's oil exports. It's where the super tankers dock. The one's place connects Iran's crude to world market. Iran has other export terminals, but none that can handle super tankers. While Iran could pivot exports to several smaller terminals or to the rail, it would not be able to replace the volumes Karg Island handles. Control it, and you control the regime's revenue lifeline, its ability to rebuild its military, reconstitute its nuclear program, fund proxies, and survive as a regional power. The island itself is less than half the size of Manhattan. It's extensively forfeitured and sits isolated enough that the United States destroyed and closed-in air defense systems could establish a credible defensive perimeter while offshore. And then they got Trump's statement. Trump was asked about the Karg Thursday night asked during a Fox News radio interview, which was recorded Thursday night and aired the following morning, whether he was thinking about seizing the island. The president said it was not high on his list, but also could change his mind in seconds. The question appeared to touch a nerve, eliciting a scorn as Trump called it a question that shouldn't be asked. Who'd ask a question like that? What a fool would ask, what a fool would answer it, he said. Let's say I was going to do it, or let's say I wasn't going to do it. Why would I tell you? Okay, so basically last night somebody leaked to the press that he was doing this, and he found out through the press, and he's pissed off. Somebody leaked it to AP or Fox News. More Marine and warships being sent to the Middle East, U.S. officials say. About 2,500 Marines abroad, as many as 3 warships are headed to the Middle East from the Indo-Pacific region as Iran increases its attacks on the Strait of Hormuz, 2 U.S. officials said. The Marines will join more than 50,000 American troops in the region. The new deployment comes as Iran's attack on the strait have choked maritime traffic through the essential waterway, rocking the global economy. It was unclear how the new development would be used. In an interview with Fox News, President Trump said the war would end when I feel it in my bones. That's it. Only when I feel it in my bones. I think that's about it. I want to make sure. Yeah, that was it. That was it. So back to these guys right now.
Bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them,
I'll be back in a second, guys.
May the Lord bless you and keep keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and as a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires hours, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces in commercial shipping, and our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the Straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there. We've made it a priority to target Iran's mine-laying enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the Straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons warehouses that are stored in, and we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PRISMs, and high-mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory.
Finally, but again, is it an illustration of like the board showing you what they did in the operation? No, it's just a photo, like a fucking painting, illustrating, oh, here's a bunch of propaganda and nothing. Thanks, buddy. You're here trying to sell me on the war. Sell me on this war. I'm up for buying. You can buy me. You're selling me on the war. This is your presentation. You're right here, 8 a.m. today.
They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion.
You just lost your funding. Next. I'm done. No, you had 2 weeks. You're boring. You're boring as shit. No.
27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country: New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with a sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them.
Nope, you're not telling me what's going on, so no. A refund. Give me a refund.
I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members.
What they feel, yeah, because that fucking matters. No, it doesn't.
On this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, 2 folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, it's awesome. No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the
Yeah,
night, in the
exactly.
sun.
It's like, oh, I'm sure they were doing great. Now, can you let them go home? Like, come on. Yeah,
The
exactly.
rain, in the snow.
What the fuck?
Flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans.
A bunch of fucking nothing. He's not saying anything about what's going on.
And
You get more information from just turning on Twitter. It's fucking insane.
carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud. And their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The two of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday, what is it that you need from the Secretary and I, they looked at each other, paused for a moment, and looked back at me and said, "More rounds, sir." It was awesome. So thank you to those soldiers and Marines out on the firing line supporting our mission, and thank you to their families. Our joint force will continue today to deliver dynamic fires against the enemy from the land, sea, and air. We remain
Bro, that is the most fucking presidential dumb fucking statement of all time. You were the Pentagon trying to brief the fucking public on what is going on. I can get more substance and information from a goddamn tweet. This is retarded.
deeply grateful.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it. If it's that hard for you to even say anything at all, then just don't fucking do it. But to come out here and essentially fucking create poetry about yourself every fucking morning, it's getting pretty fucking annoying.
For their service. And for the third time today, I'll mention that today will be our busiest day. This mission remains complex, dangerous, and difficult, and every service member has a family waiting for them to return home. And I want to thank all of the families today who are supporting their deployed forces and those doing the work here in the States. On a personal note today, I also want to thank the joint staff and the team that I have the pleasure of working with. Some of them right here in this room. They are working 24 hours a day to deliver the options that we must to the Secretary and to the President. Today, as I close, I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen, and to their families, and to the Joint Force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Alexandra Ingersoll,
They're all raising their hands. Like, let's just not even, why are we even raising our hands?
One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully up?
One American is. Can you tell
Operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon?
But what the fuck does any of this matter anyway? Because we've already established that each one of these people will literally directly lie about fucking operations that are going on within this situation. So they're like, when will the Hormuz be operational? He could just say, in about 20 minutes, we're going to open it back up. And then they go, what? Oh, okay. And then they go and report on it. And then it's like, no, it didn't open up at all. Like, that's literally what happens with this shit.
If they continue to align with our adversaries.
So I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now,
stop! See, this is what I'm saying. Instead of just telling the truth and saying it's blocked, that's why we're putting 50,000 soldiers in on this war. That's why
there's a reason why we chose.
That's why 19 other countries are involved in this war, is because they got that shit blocked. You're literally creating corporate presidential bullshit political speak saying, oh, actually, technically, it's open. It's just that they're blocking it. What the fuck? What the? Just go home. Go home. What is your purpose? What is your purpose? If not to communicate to me, and all you're doing is making me less excited about the war. To just come out and play some AC/DC next time. I don't know, man. What the fuck?
As one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used.
Oh, okay. And then also, even though this is happening, which it's not happening, but the reason it's happening is because it's happening because of them, is something that they've always been able to do. So just remember that. This is what they're able to do. Okay? But what happened to Ultimate Victory, Operation Epic Fury? This is already pretty much done. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Poor leftists.
Used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do.
Poor rightists right now, bro. This is like Donald Trump fucking boo day. I don't know. If you're playing team politics, today is the L for fucking Donald Trump so far. Really annoying the shit out of me with this garbage political speak. I thought this was a no-nonsense president. Barron's got bone spurs too. Okay.
To fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our...
We have a plan for every option. We are taking control of the enemy. The enemy is depleted, but also the enemy is blocking the strait that is the biggest strait for trade in the entire international community. But it's not really that it's closed, it's just that they're blocking it. But they're able to block it because it's something they've always been able to do. But also, I'm going to use my time now to start this 8 o'clock a.m. press conference at the Pentagon as the Secretary of War by telling you guys that you're fake news. What the fuck are they supposed to report, bro? What are they supposed to report? You're giving them nothing to report on. You're like, blah, 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 blah. And then they go to Twitter and they make their own opinions because you're not a good support system of the American military. You're not good at this job, clearly. If you were good at this job, you would wake up every morning and this would be like Andrew Cuomo during COVID. You would be like, holy fuck, this is fucking amazing. This is some fucking technopower. Like, this would be like Donald Trump when he shows up at the press conference. You're like, well, today's a big day. Some shit's about to go down. No, not this guy, though. Not this guy. This guy is blah, 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 blah. Also, let me do a 7-minute speech at the beginning of this explaining and condemning all of you for writing the wrong thing. You're all writing the wrong thing. Let me give you no information or substance.
Interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows, and that's an important part. And the second question was on the nuclear capability.
That wasn't the question. The question was about the Strait of Hormuz. And you're the Secretary of the fucking war. So talk about the war. Strait of Hormuz war. If I type into Google Strait of Hormuz war, and fucking ChatGPT gives me a better answer than you, you suck. You're done. You're toast.
As we've said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day. So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity.
Where? Where were the missiles at? Where did you strike? What did you strike with? Why do you need to do it? Why do you need to do it again? You are here to pitch us, sir. Not fucking blah, 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 blah. I'm going to run for president and get a book deal in 8 hours. Blah, 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 blah.
To ensure.
Fucking, dude, this screams George Bush, y'all. This is screaming George Bush, and I'm scared. I'm fucking scared. 2002's back, y'all. I am ready for that Scary Movie 6. I will say that. You know what we should do? We should end our fucking poll. We're going to end our poll. We're going to end our poll in 1 minute. So get your vote in right now. 60 days tops is winning. People are still holding out hope. People are still MAGAing the MAGA train. Okay? We are going to do it. But there are 25% of us here in the audience that think that we're going to be here for at least another 25 years talking about this. I fucking hope the fuck not. I hope, oh my God, I hope not. But that's what we have right now. So, with that said, is it 10:30? We're going to do the countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why don't you take one away and trip to Iran, you moron? And end. And there it is. How long is forever with Iran? And it is 60 days tops, guys. We have turned the corner. Why am I always against my own audience? It seems like when I was supporting the war, everyone was against it. Now we're here, and I'm saying this is going to take forever, and everybody's like, nuh-uh, it's going to be done. It's going to be done. It's going to be done. I don't know. I don't know that I believe y'all. I don't believe y'all. I don't believe y'all anymore. But that is the 60 days tops, okay? So if that's true, that means we only have 60 days until we are done with the 90s. So here's the thing: is we have Scary Movie 6, right? So we're gonna take Gemini real quick, and we're gonna ask Gemini if there's other. Give me other turn of the millennium comebacks like Scary Movie 6 for movies coming out. Because I have this theory that we are living back in 2002 again, okay? We're living in this era again. Okay, we did have Naked Gun, Happy Gilmore, Meet the Fockers is coming out. Focker in Law is coming out. Pride and Prejudice 2, or Devil or Prada 2. Freakier Friday, Ew. Princess Bride, I Know What You Did Last Summer, Final Destination, Shrek 5. Okay, we can do this. What is your favorite return? What is your favorite post 9/11 movie comeback? Okay. We got Scary Movie 6. We got Shrek 5. Okay. We got we're gonna go with Fucker-in-Law. What is that? Fucking Fokker in law. And our last choice is going to be The Devil Wears Prada 2, because that's the fucking most ridiculous one. The Devil Wears Prada 2. What is your favorite post 9/11 movie comeback? We are back at war, people, and that means we're going to get 2002 all over again. It is the post 9/11 era all over again. What's your favorite comeback, post 9/11 comeback movie? Is it Shrek? Is it Scary Movie? Is it Meet the Fockers? Is it Devil Wears Prada 2? Right now, we got one vote in, and it's Scary Movie 6 right now. And we're going to keep going with our day. And our day is looking like it's a Scary Movie 6 day.
At any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge...
Obliterating those capabilities. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities. If you have anything you want to add,
appreciate the question. I'm not
gonna be able to comment on operations, but I just don't want to say that you guys are the fake news and we are the real news. We give you no news, and no news is the real news. We are here to give you no news.
not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking.
Oh, you're not going to comment on? Well, then just step aside, sir. Go to work. Go to work. You can go to work. Look at the fucking reporters like, are you fucking kidding me? What's the point of me showing up every fucking day for you to just go, no comment, George Bush.
Thinking about any...
But our chat thinks that it's only going to last 60 days. I mean, if it is the 60 days tops, Trump Daddy's got me forever. I don't think I can ever doubt him again. I don't ever think I can doubt Trump Daddy ever again if he gets out of this in 60 days. 60 days would be, guys. What is that, May 1st?
Options that...
June 1st? I'll give him till June 1st. We'll give him till June 1st. Then we riot.
The joint force could be tasked to do.
Nah, but for real, June 1st is like 60 days, right? Ain't it? Like, because it was like the 28th. So it's like all of March, all of April, top of May. No, May 1st. May 1st is 60 days, guys. All right, May 1st it is. May 1st. It's about to be a crazy Cinco de Mayo if we get over 60 days in the Iran war, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Trump is finished.
In the
Trump
future, whether
finished.
it's on the new...
If I am sipping a margarita on Cinco de Mayo, wearing a sombrero in Austin, Texas, sitting there eating unlimited fucking chips and cheese and salsa, because that's what I do on Cinco de Mayo. The fucking salsa, unlimited salsa and chips. Like you gotta always find the Mexican restaurant that'll give you unlimited, and then you eat like 5 baskets like a fucking crazy person. That's what you do at those places. Or that's what I do at those places. I always do that. Like no matter, that's the one thing I always binge. I always binge that. That's always
matter or anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
Oh, I'm not going to comment on anything else. Yeah, but we have options. What are the options? Tell us the options, please. We aren't paying for it. Why don't you give us the fucking options? A, B, C, D. Vote now. Like, come on.
Lines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them.
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're a general. You're not a politician. You are here to fucking explain to us what's going on. You're smirking at her like, I can't say anything. You're supposed to brief us on operations that have passed, the things that have happened. And you're supposed to identify that to us as like a public good. It's something they used to just do. We used to just tell people what happened. Now you got this fucking ass up here smirking.
Variety of problems, and that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public, and does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so.
And you engage with it how? CENTCOM does. The internet does. Your social media team does. You stand up here every morning and you give us nothing at all.
Well, ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time, thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president, and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie. Yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones.
Well, why even ask? Because they're not going to answer. They're not going to say anything. Hi, Hud Hammer. Welcome back, my boy.
Military industry, you haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer.
What was this mission? You're talking about the mission in past tense, but you have said nothing about the mission. I haven't seen any of those movies. They're all in the future. None of them have existed yet. They're all sequels to movies of the 9/11 era, because we're back in 9/11. We're back in the Iraq War, people. This is our new forever war. Are we ready for it?
What those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities, that set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up.
Give what up? What happened? Hey, come on now. Come on. Oh,
there's another competing narrative to provide escorts through the state of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us.
Oh my God, dude, bro. They're asking you to confirm reporting that you're going to bring people through the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to now deny an answer at 8:30 this morning. And I've already reported at 4:30 this afternoon that this actually happened. So you knew this was true. You knew you were doing it. You're saying we're not going to let reporting lead us. Why the fuck are you even here in the press room? Why even have a press room in the Pentagon? Why try to communicate to the public? If you can't communicate about past events, you can't communicate about current events, you can't confirm things that people are saying are accurate or not that have nothing to do with wartime efforts with the enemy. I don't, like, hello? What are we doing here?
Or force our hand in.
When we're watching the briefing and getting less information out of it than we already had before we got into the briefing. What's the fucking point of the briefing?
To indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters.
It does. And what they just asked you was to confirm the truth. And instead of saying yes, you just fucking...
So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets.
Yeah, you killed 175 children on day one, and now you've killed 6 of your own. I smell George Bush. George Bush. Mosh now or die, people. All politicians are devils in a suit. Absolutely. Especially the ones that wear American flags on their suit.
Target civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target. Iran does. We will investigate.
Stop. You're supposed to be the Secretary of War. You're supposed to try to explain what happened in targeting the 175 civilians. You're supposed to explain what happened in Iraq. You're supposed to sit here and be Donald Trump, but for this. You're supposed to be like Rubio or fucking John Fetterman. You're supposed to come out here and you're supposed to say what's going on. You're supposed to go, look, what I know is that we were striking that airbase and we struck all buildings of that airbase. And yes, we did end up streaking casualties. We found out later, blah, 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 blah. Whatever reason you need to come up with. But lying through your fucking teeth and continually repeating the narrative is exactly what lost the Democrats everything. So if you think you're going to gain everything in a war by repeating the narrative and just lying, and your repeated narrative is, we are, like, okay, so remember, guys, we have the Democrat position, which is, there is no plan, and it's a forever war, which is becoming more true and more true every day. And now we have the fucking Republican side of it, which is literally that the only side that purposely strikes civilians is the Iranian side. Our side, we don't ever try to strike anybody that's civilian, which we know is absolutely untrue. See Benghazi.
We'll get to the truth and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
About the Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy.
It's a tactically complex environment, and before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smart.
He asked you to confirm it. You say yes. Jesus
so we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is...
Breaking news, crematorium is found in ICE detention camps.
I think almost...
Whoa, no way. Is the breaking news source you in the chat?
By 20%, the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it
prove to us that the intelligence is getting better. Again, it does not disrupt your intelligence to give us the intelligence that, like, for instance, the Iranian strike, like, all of that, the 40 struck, We have gotten documentaries, full documentaries, showing exactly how he struck the 40 top officials in Iran. Yet this fucking fool will walk out there today and he'll go, I'm not going to give away what we do or don't do here. Then just don't come up here. Don't show your fucking face, because your fucking purpose of your job is to clarify to the American public what you're spending the tax dollars on, how the machinery is operating, how the officers are working, and how it's happening. And instead, you're fucking giving us nothing and continuing to preach that the intelligence is there, that the tools, the weapons, the people, they're all there. It's like a fucking used like car salesman, man. Like, bro, come on.
Exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it, and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
United States,
thank you.
That strike, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything.
He does not just say that. An investigation is an investigation. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the reason he keeps asking about the investigation is because you already put out the papers that confirmed that you struck 175 casualties dead of civilians from that base. New York Times did the rest of the work for you and cross-examined it with the Wall Street Journal. There's an entire fucking webpage dedicated to it, buddy. I'll show you. But to stand up here and the information came from you. It came from your department. You're the people that released it and said, yes, we struck 175 casualties. And then when they ask you about it, your response is,
Anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top, the types of which...
But see what he does there? It's like he has the report. He knows exactly what happened. We can all look up that report and read it. And instead he chooses to use percent dials to vaguely make the comments so that they don't say anything of substance. Why? Why? What for?
We have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here.
the war started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir.
here.
Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks, what is the Pentagon doing about that?
Nope.
Of today.
Yeah, I mean, we define success. Again, 12 days in, 13 days.
Right, and you're not giving us a goddamn answer. 4 days into the Kuwait-Iraq War in 1991 with Desert Storm and Desert Shield, we were seeing a bullet point presentation of exactly what the operation were beforehand. You're 14 days in. People are already getting restless. I can't imagine how the reporters in this room, whose job it is to actually write up shit, are feeling when you started with a speech that attacks them, saying that they're misreporting everything, and then followed by not giving any information of any substance whatsoever.
In by reaching the military
sell them on
objectives
a
that
lot of
we've laid out.
countries. Yeah.
Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense.
Bro, yeah, they made the whole movie Iron Man based on this shit.
Leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also...
Right, but if you told us what that mission set was, if you explained what the mission is, what you're trying to do, there wouldn't be so many fucking inaccurate reports and questions. You're doing this to yourself, Mr. Hegseth. What the fuck, man?
Recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time.
What you're doing. You're not telling us what's going on.
So the timeline kept moving, and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground, and then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan.
I mean, we'll only tell. There was 40% of us. 40% of us believed that it's less than 60 days, which is May 1st. I swear to God, if it's Cinco de Mayo and I'm sipping a margarita and we've beaten Iran and it's done.
And in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives. We're pursuing those objectives. The president has.
What are those objectives? What are you defining? You aren't defining anything.
Has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first. Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's...
What's the clear mission? It would be much easier to defend you and this nonsense question if you would answer any of the real questions. Instead, I would like to, give me a full-hearted fucking answer to this nonsense question, please.
47 years overdue, and we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it. Because ultimately, we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve.
He's like saying that they already knew. I like politicians during war better.
And ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on, grabbing hold of, and controlling.
Okay, well then show us that. But you're not. You're not showing us that. You're saying that's what's happening. And then the reporting is showing the opposite, and you're not proving the otherwise. I believe that we're probably winning. I can only assume because the Iranian state propaganda channel is still just doing their whole, we're the victim bullshit, which is always when you're losing. So yeah, but it would be nice if my government, when they do the fucking briefing in the morning, could at least tell me what has happened. What you have done,
what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them, shape this.
meanwhile, 18 different YouTube videos can show me exactly what you've done. So pretty fucking great.
Called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when
how the information's out there, but yet it's too classified for this dumb fuck to say anything about, and he's the one that's supposed to be briefing us on it.
Shape the environment. You don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it, or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do, or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it, but if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning, and the American people can rest assured.
Fuck off. Fuck off. If you did, you would have already fucking had it. Shut the fuck up.
We will ensure that our interest.
If you're just joining the chat, make sure you double tap that screen, hit that fucking like button. When you hit that like button, you send people in from all different political persuasions into the chat. Let's get that chat moving. Let's have a good fucking night. I read most of the chats out loud. Our second question of the evening: what is your favorite 2000 or post 9/11 movie comeback? Because again, we're back in the Iran forever wars, is what I think. But again, my audience is always against me. Tonight we also had our poll come in earlier today, and that said that 40% was the highest vote, that they believe that by May 1st, Daddy Trump will end the war. I don't know. This guy speaking in vague George Bushian accent for the last half an hour. It feels like a forever war. At least forever today.
Are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Brass with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
Fuck, bro! Fuck, bro! No! No! You did not! He did not just... Bro did not just... Bro! Bro did not just do that! Oh my God, watch this again. Watch this again. Not a trick question. Head of the fucking war. Head of the fucking war. Thinks he's getting a nice softball from the Washington Examiner. Ruins his entire fucking afternoon. Watch Washington Examiner crush this motherfucker.
We know exactly what we're shaping and why.
There are... What was it? This new one was 6, right? So we have 6 from the first, because there was 5 original casualties on the Kuwaiti Air Base. Then we had a 6th on that Kuwaiti Air Base from that initial missile from Iran. Then we had 1 guy die in Saudi Arabia from an attack on Iran. Okay? So 6, that's 7 then. Then we had this airship that just happened. And I believe there were 6 on that, which makes it a level 13. But again, only 3 events in total, only 4 different reports in total of numbers you would have to remember, and you're the head of the people in charge, and you saw 6 of them already walk off the fucking airplane. How in the motherfucking hell do you not immediately shout out 13 or 11 or whatever it is after this 135? Whatever this fucking Iraqi thing is. Like, I'm keeping track, and I'm just doing the live streaming. And I've been gone for 2 days, too. Like, 5 plus 1 more, that's 6. Plus 1 Saudi Arabia guy, that's 7. And then, whatever happened in Iraq, which I'm pretty sure was 6 more. 13 on Friday the 13th. And that's what he should have said, people. That's what he should have said. He should have looked that reporter in the eyes and said, we have lost 13 American soldiers, and it is Friday the 13th, and we will avenge them in the name of the almighty Christ, Jesus. We will avenge them through the crusades of America. That's what he should have done. But instead, this guy can't even count. Looking over at his general, you really think the general got the fucking ideas on this one? Please, bro. Please, bro. Let's do this again. Here we go.
Sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning.
Watch this. Watch
and the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Right there, green jacket. You're about to ruin my life. Here we go.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
6 in Kuwait, 1 in Saudi Arabia, 6 in Iraq. Done. And I don't even do this for a living. This is the guy in charge. In fucking charge, people. How in the motherfuck? It's not that hard. 6 in Kuwait, 1 in Saudi Arabia, 6 in Iraq. It would be one thing if he said 6 in Kuwait, 1 in Saudi Arabia. Oh yeah, and we had that most recent attack. I haven't gotten the casualties, or I forgot how many there were, but that was them in Iraq. No. Instead he goes, and fucking looks at the general. Please do the math for me. I can't figure the fuck out 3 events in which 3 fucking parties died. Like, bro, annihilated. It's fucking done. This is toast. This is fucking Citizen Toast. Citizen Toast Crunch. Fucking right here. Oh my God. One more time, people. One more time. Watch fucking Green Jacket destroy this man's fucking entire life. This is over. I'm never Pete Hegseth. This motherfucker runs for something, it's over. This is disgusting. You're in charge of the war. You can't name the country and the amount of deaths per event when there's only been 3 events? Forgive me on the 3rd one. The other 2, though, come on. Bro, one more time.
Past, we'll hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't.
He spent 30 minutes trying to preach to us that he was actually really smart, but he just doesn't want to give away any information. Then they ask him for the public information of how many casualties there have been of U.S. soldiers. He can't count. He loses fucking count.
You fail, and if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning.
No,
and the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced,
sir.
no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Oh my God.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
Hey, I know you can't answer any questions about anything, but public information, not a gotcha, just public information and decency. How in the fuck many people have died in the last 2 weeks?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty, so we've had a whole.
He doesn't know either! 13. The answer is 13. Oh my God. I know more than Pete. I know I do. I love you, like what the fuck? Yeah, be a retard. Oh, I know more than Pete. That's why I'm pissed off. I shouldn't know more than Pete Hegseth. I really shouldn't. All I hear is your big mouth screaming a bunch of bullshit. Okay, whatever. I love all of the winning and I love all the truth. Go Trump. Keep fucking kicking their ass and being a complete retard that can't answer the question of 13. 6 Kuwait, 1 Saudi Arabia, 6 Iraq. Want to see if I'm right? Let's just see. Let's double check our fucking work here, people, because again, either one of these idiots could go to Gemini and ask it the same question I'm about to and get an answer that they could go out there and have before they fucking do the job. But, the one public thing that there is, how many U.S. service member casualties in the war in Iran? We'll even keep it on fast. We're not even going to do pro. Watch how fucking immediate it responds. 15. I'm sorry. I was closer than they are. That's for fucking it. We lost it all, son. Yeah. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. All right. 15. I said 13. Approximately 200 wounded. Okay? Killed in action. 15. 15. I said 13. Where did I say they were? Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. Why can't the head of the fucking military say that? Why can't he fucking say, fucking Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia? Because again, remember the question. It's a pretty fucking simple one. And it ends with, and where? So even if he doesn't know the numbers, he could say the attacks on casualties from American soldiers came on Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. Instead, he goes, after not answering a fucking question for half a fucking hour. Holy shit, what a fucking retard.
Shape the environment. You don't always tell, foolish political leaders and foolish military.
No, you're a fucking fool. You sat up here and you told me, you promised me, Mr. Hegseth, you promised me that you knew what the fuck you were talking about. You just can't, it's all classified. You just can't say anything. Then somebody asks you, where the fuck were the people that died, where were they attacked at? Over to my minion. We don't know because there's a lot that were already attacked. Somehow, fucking ChatGPT and Gemini can spit it out immediately. Drone, missile strikes, base, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. Air Division, 15 dead. 15 casualties. It shouldn't be that hard to remember 15 of them when you already saw 6 of them with your fucking face. Bro, I'm sorry. No.
Leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet...
You need a timeout, have a Snickers. Y'all just can't handle the amount of fucking Trump losing tonight. He's making me fucking rage out. The amount of shitty fucking George W. Bush smelling losing tonight. This fucking bullshit. Oh, let's just all stick to the plan. No, I ain't fucking leaning in on these dumb fucks. They don't even know how many fucking people died, and there was only 15. It's their job, people. Remember, it's their job.
Maybe you meet it, but if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people...
I totally believe you after what you're about to do with the next question.
People can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American...
These moments are exactly why I fucking watch this show. I do this show. I watch the sources. Nobody's going to clip this on the right. No one's going to clip this on the left. But it proves incompetency by the official. Now I know, personally as a constituent, fuck Pete Hegseth. Just like fuck goddamn Kristi Noem. I think she was an idiot too. Get rid of Pam Bondi. Get rid of Kash Patel. And now, this fucking buffoon, he's putting the limelight up, and he can't even count.
Service members when they were injured.
Can't even fucking count.
It's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority.
Yep, I'm a libtard now.
For some medical treatment, return to duty. We've had in Kuwait.
We had a lot in Kuwait. No, you had 6 in Kuwait. 6 casualties in Kuwait. From one attack. I can't believe that this is your job. It's not a got you question, people. It's not a got you question, people. It's a very fucking competency first question. If you're actually doing this work every day of talking about these things every day, you should know these things, because I'm just sitting out here watching the news and chatting on YouTube, and I remember how many casualties in Kuwait. I remember how many casualties in Saudi Arabia. I now know, just by reading what I read earlier today, that there are 6 new casualties in Iraq, which now I believe that was actually 8. It was 8 in Iraq then, because there were 6 in Kuwait and 1 in Saudi Arabia. But like, we know these things as we go along, just watching you guys speak. So like, either you have dementia, you can't figure out how to just answer a question properly, or like something in between. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't make any sense. There are lies and lame for the max. May they meet the Most High in due time for their wickedness.
Jordan,
I don't know,
down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attacks.
A variety of places, mostly from one-way attacks. Is that really what you want the official in charge saying when you die for your country? A variety of places from one-way attacks. Like, come on. At some point, you got to turn the switch, and you got to go, this is improper as well. You're an official that's supposed to be speaking to us, doing the briefing, being in charge of the military. Sure, it's better than the wokeness. It's better than the fat black guy. I get it. Sure, it's better. It's better than Joe Biden. It's better than the fat black guy that had diabetes and, had a surgery and just didn't even tell anybody. It's better than him. But reality is, you started a war and you can't even count? What the fuck?
Strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we
And
tried to
Saudi
do
Arabia.
here
Yeah,
is clarify those numbers rather than saying.
Right, and then they try to cover themselves up. It's not that we don't know the answer. What I'm trying to say here is that we don't want to give an answer to that very obvious question that we can literally look at Gemini and ask simply, and it's going to tell us 15. It's going to tell us 8. But we need to make sure that those numbers are correct. We wouldn't want to give you inaccurate information. So the verified, accurate information that we've all been just watching on YouTube and paying attention to over the last week and a half of the show, it is somehow not verifiable enough, and that's why he can't actually count right now. You guys satisfied? Does that make sense? Just so everybody knows? I think it's in the suicide mission.
Okay.
No, it's not a suicide mission. We're probably going to win. This isn't really that big of a fucking deal there. It's more about the competency of the position. You're supposed to be speaking to the public, to the constituents, briefing us on what you're doing in the war. You're doing none of that. You're also trying to reassure us and the press that the reason you're doing none of that is because it's all classified, but that we're winning on every front. Then you're lying to us about the fucking Strait of Hormuz and saying that you always knew about it. And then right after that, you can't count the amount of casualties. And you say that you need to verify them. Which, again, verifying them is picking up your fucking phone, buddy, and typing into Grok or ChatGPT or whatever fucking Anthropic tool is tied to your government phone. And the search engine there, just type it in or even speaking it out loud. And just saying, how many people have died in Iran, service members, U.S.? And it'll give you a definitive number. So there's no reason not to say that number out loud, and which would confirm what you're doing. Like, you're saying you can't say anything out loud, and that's why you're speaking this way, is to keep everything classified. If that's the case, then you should be able to speak the public things out loud. Now, your ruse is up. We realize you just really don't know what you're talking about. And you just come up here as a public speaker for Fox News and go, we're doing really good today. A CIA officer said that the K-135 got shot down. Agent War.
Or WI.
I don't know. It wasn't friendly fire and it wasn't enemy, was the confirmed. And again, this guy could say that, but he doesn't say that. He says vague bullshit.
Did be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty. Minor.
But our news source, Mo News, did say that the Iraqi plane did hit something. So it hit something in the air, and our military is saying it wasn't friendly fire and it wasn't the enemy fire. So most likely it was some sort of ship or helicopter or plane or whatever, but something in the middle of the night we hit. Something we don't want to say out loud, nor does anybody else. We hit in the middle of the night, and it caused a big enough collision for a, cargo ship to essentially explode and kill everybody on board. So it had to have been something pretty fucking big, not just like a little helicopter or something. So it's a little weird, a little conspiratorial on that one. Keep them guessing. Exactly right. What the hell we got here? What else? You just talking shit. You don't know what you're doing, moron. I think I do. I at least know how many casualties there were. What would you trust The Rock and ChatGPT, which companies have their own biases? Yeah, you're right. I should trust the bias of retard McGee, who can give me no number. The head of the military can give me no
minor
number
injuries.
because he doesn't know what the real number is. Well, do I need to cross-check it? Do I need to cross-check it against the other ones? Do I need to bring up all the fucking chatbots and cross-check them? I can bring up Playground right now, and we can literally go through every chatbot as it says 15 over and over again. Because it's grabbing it from the same fucking sources.
Return to duty. And so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity.
Your job is to know, and you didn't know. And so now you're trying to cover your ass because you didn't know.
Absolutely, right here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Sear, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are you...
Did I see what happened to the aircraft 26 hours ago? That was what we were just talking about. There were 7 or 8 casualties on it. Iraqi going down to our airbase on Iraqi soil. It was a cargo ship or a large ship of some sort, aircraft. And the confirmation from the U.S. source is that that it wasn't enemy fire and it wasn't friendly fire. And then our news source, Mo News, confirmed that it hit, like the aircraft was hit by something. So something hit it that was large enough to cause some sort of thing. Negative. What is negative, Michael? Almost like he's a horrible person for the job. Operation Epstein Files. Yeah, well, I mean, they are doing a bad job of just doing the press shit, which is what you're supposed to be doing here.
USVs, unmanned surface vehicles being used? And just a
No, the aircraft carrier in the Indian Ocean? No, I didn't hear about
quick follow-up. Were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface-to-surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
It's still flowing through the
There's
strait.
been no strikes that we.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender.
Grading the press. I mean, he pretty much is. He spent the first 5 minutes saying they had really bad fucking headlines, and he would make a better headline. Where is the aircraft the Iraqis have?
From Iran, given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran
Drones hit on target plus unmanned speedboats got
expected
shot.
to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S., and what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives. And so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those were met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping.
Oh,
in a
yeah.
couple
The president
weeks.
has
What's China's
has
role in all of
a
it?
historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having.
Yeah, Strait of Hormuz is closed, and that's what the whole problem is. Is how many people in the Trump administration have said the Strait of Hormuz isn't closed, and then tried to explain their way politically out of it by saying, "Yeah, well, they're holding it hostage, but technically we're not letting it. It's not closed because of us. It's fucking closed until it's open. Until people are going through there in insured commercial vehicles, commercial boats, it's closed." And that fucks with a lot of shit. Wow, he is sucks at paying attention. Still looks like an angry drunk.
Having a dynamic conversation.
Uh,
Two powers. President Trump ultimately has
Damn vampire.
established terms of that relationship, which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That was fun, right? That was some fun shit. That was some fun shit for that tonight. Let's see what else we got going on today. There was some other fun shit going on. Oh, Don Lemon. Don Lemon does a speech. Give me the Don Lemon speech. Oh, it's tomorrow. Damn. Well, tomorrow night's show, guys, we're going to have a Don Lemon speech. Holy fuck. I am so excited for that one. Don Lemon speeching. Iran has the right to close it for the defense purposes. I mean, yeah, if you're supporting Iran, I say, bomb, 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 Iran. I think it's time, guys. It's time. It's time to choose your side in the war. Are you on the United States of Israel? Are you on the side of bombing Iran? We're going to change the poll because I think the poll confused everybody. We did get 50 votes in after 51 minutes. And people are most excited for Scary Movie 6 right now. Meet the Fokker-in-Law, close second place, 29%. The Devil Wears Prada, 18%. And Shrek 5, 14%. But now we have the song, the time, the question of the night that we need to be talking about. Oh, wait. Oh, did I not do it right? There it is. Do you? How many bombs does Iran deserve? How how many more bombs will you fund in Iran? 1,000,000, 75,000,000, $13.12, and not a dime more. And then the final choice will be we got 1,000,000, 75,000,000, $13.12, and not a dime more. Whatever Lindsay wants. It is Lindsay. How do you spell it? Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. There it is. Whatever Lindsey Graham wants. Whatever Lindsay and Palantir want. All right, guys. How many more bombs will you fund in Iran? 1,000,000, 75,000,000, $13.12, and not a dime more, or whatever Lindsay and Palantir want. 75,000,000 is fighting whatever Lindsay and Palantir want right now. 13 cents and $13.12 getting a vote in. I respect it. I respect it. Not a dime more, right? Not a dime more. All right, let's see what else we actually have tonight. Um, Let's do the news conferences now. All right, we got some news conferences. We got the White House. They're talking with some giant hats. You guys see this? I saw this earlier. Donald Trump put on a giant hat. He is a cowboy now. He's a cowboy, baby. With the red sand brand and the red sand shining. Cowboy. So that's where we're at. Glass Factory, what's up? Let's pin the Glass Factory comment. I appreciate that one. Every American already paid $40 so far. Right? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If we vote today for only $13 and not a dime higher, we will be okay. If you notice, there is no option to not pay for more bombs in Iran, because that's how bombs in Iran work. They keep bombing Iran. So here we go.
Time for just a couple questions, but first let me say, is this not an amazing day at the White House when we have the 2025 National Finals Rodeo World Champions, from barrel racing to steer wrestling.
For only $80? Nah, it's always way more than that.
And I've talked to the president quite a bit about this over many years. We have the incredible blessing of having the College World Series baseball team in. We've had the amazing blessing of the NFL teams, the MLB teams, and most recently the USA men's hockey team. But for me, as the Secretary of Agriculture, this is my Super Bowl, and I think what they represent.
Yeah, what happened to the rhetoric of, oh, because of the trade war, we're gonna give you a stimulus check? Like, I like that way more than like bombing Iran. Where is Naomi?
It's the best of America, the best of American sports, and it's just an amazing blessing to have them in. So that's why you see the crew. They're going to get to go meet the president in just an hour or so, and the chance to just show them around the White House is one of my highlights of my time in this office. So thank you. But yes, we'll take questions.
Just to start, are you considering another bailout for farmers who are concerned about the rising price of fertilizer given the war in Iran?
Yeah, so I appreciate that question. With what's happening in Iran, what that means for specifically nitrogen, urea, which is one of the key components of fertilizer. Our farmers are moving into planting season right now, so the president is very aware of these challenges and these issues. We are very close to having an announcement.
Bro, these people ride bulls for a living. They came like the hockey team, just like everybody else, and the first question they get, hey, how you guys gonna get your shit now that you can't get it from Iran? You know those giant clumps of shit you get, and you put it all over your fucking lawn? Now you can't get your shit from Iran. And now these, like, come on. I like my country. I like my tea full of ice. I agree. I think the U.S. should butt out of the international wars until we take care of our own domestic issues. It's hard to get into that argument. I don't know that I agree with that one either, because I hate that one too, where they're like, I feel like we could fund schools before we can fund wars. It's like, it's easy to fund wars. You blow up a $300 million ship, you build 3 more. Because it's a war and you have to. It's the same kind of things as COVID. It's supply demand rhetoric around a ticking clock. It literally builds economic value until you lose, and then the loser really gets hurt every time.
That looks like we're looking at every potential avenue to keep the fertilizer costs down as these farmers are going into planting season. No big announcements yet, but it is coming. I have been in conversation with the Hill on that as they're looking at additional funds for our farmers. So at this point, everything is on the table. This president is convicted. He is resolute. He will stand with our farmers. He knows that it's a national security issue, and we're on it. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Just to follow up on that question, the earlier relief package, have the funds hit yet?
Just to ignore the rodeo people again and ask you another question about cow manure. More questions about cow manure relating to the war.
Yes, they have.
Wars cannot be lost. Well, ask Germany.
So the earlier relief package, the $12 billion that we announced on December 6th, I believe, in the cabinet room with some of our great farmers from across the country, $11 billion was for our row croppers. That funding opened about 2 weeks ago, and under our new One Farmer, One File initiative, so we were able to move money at warp speed compared to what this USDA has been able to move over many, many years, many decades. So very, very proud of that. So yes, I think almost 2/3 of that money has moved, of that $11 billion. We are very close to now the additional $1 billion we talked about for specialty crops. We're finalizing the formulas on that. There will be an announcement on that very, very soon.
Just
Yes,
to
ma'am.
follow up on Michelle's question on the fertilizer and rising cost of fuel. So is the administration considering a second bailout for farmers?
Everything is on the table. Honestly, what we've been talking about in Congress with the leaders over there, they are hyper focused on that.
Is that the farm bill, or is this a separate?
We're looking at all avenues. It could potentially be a much faster path, but again, there are so many.
General Patton's
on this.
getting a hard on.
The what's going on around the world obviously is impacting our farmers, but as the president has said, we expect that to resolve itself pretty quickly. Most of our farmers, not all, have actually purchased their fertilizer for planting season this year, but about 25% have not. So that's why we just need to fully understand the facts at hand. We need to understand what the here is today, what it looks like, but make no mistake, all weekend,
More questions
all
about
day,
shit.
we are talking to our farmers. We're understanding where they are in this, and we will do everything we can to solve for it. Yes, ma'am.
Just on the timeline there, because you mentioned we're still sort of waiting to hear what happens. I know the president has said this conflict may go for 4 to 5 weeks, but if it goes beyond that, how does that affect that 25% of farmers who don't have the fertilizer?
Well, again, we're taking it day by day. We will keep watching the numbers, understanding what's happening. There's obviously a bigger conversation here. The president and I have spent a lot of time talking about the cost of inputs for our farmers, how under the last administration, interest rates went up 73%, labor went up 47%, fertilizer went up 36%, and our farmers keep struggling. So there is the short term of what's happening, certainly with the numbers right now, and nitrogen and urea, which is needed for fertilizer, but there's also a much longer term conversation here where we've got to figure out why fertilizer, seed, our 4 big packers, our processors, the Department of Justice is looking into all of those.
Woo! It's not good, guys.
So we're on it. One more. Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations to all your rodeo winners.
Thank you.
Question, could you give us an update on healthy and affordable food that you gave an update here in January? What is that looking at as making Americans are concerned about affordability, especially prices growing?
Well, that's right. And clearly what we inherited, and I know you all have heard me talk about this, but I think it's so important. When we left and Trump won, when we walked out of this White House for the last time, not knowing we would be back, we left with an agricultural trade surplus. We came back 4 years later with a $50 billion agricultural trade deficit. In 4 years, Joe Biden did not strike one new trade deal. In the last year, we've had 18 new trade deals thanks to President Trump. That obviously supports our farmers. It's a really big deal for the health of our farm community, our agriculture community, which these amazing patriots behind me represent in many ways. But combine that with the cost of inputs, and we inherited, frankly, a perfect storm. In that year, even though we're recalibrating the tariffs around the world, we're putting America first. We've seen a lot of those numbers come down. Of course, eggs at the top of the list, but dairy is down. Fruits and nuts are down. Beef, as we've talked about here as well, is up, but we are at a 75.
Right. See, that's what you're supposed to do. When Donald Trump says it, he goes, beef is going down.
Year low on our beef herd. That, by the way, is an around the world issue. The supply is not meeting
There you
the
go,
demand, but
and
this
then you
president,
answer
and we
it.
are resolutely.
There you go. I can give props when it's due. That's the way you're supposed to answer a question, guys.
Focused.
First time tonight anybody's answered a fucking question.
On beef. One of the beautiful things about the Make America Healthy Again movement, and honestly, Secretary Kennedy, my joy to work alongside him, is putting real.
And what do you know? The next thing she says is my joy to work alongside RFK. Yeah, I would have guessed it. rational people seem to fall together.
Food back at the center of Americans' diets, and we've already seen an uptick in the purchase of protein, etc. The demand for that is kind of remarkable to see just in a few short 8 weeks.
And gas is going up.
Yeah,
gas is going up.
Requiring the 250,000 retailers that take the EBT, the food stamp dollars, to double their stocking standards of healthy food. Again, great news for our farmers and ranchers. The market is adjusting. We are fighting every day to continue to bring those costs down, and we're really, really proud of the work so far. God bless you all. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right, let's see what else. Who's next? Up next, we already did them. Whitmer holds briefing about the Temple Synagogue. See, this is how we cover the news here. We don't sit there and cover the live event and speculate and then just replay over and over again our experts that tell our narrative. We literally listen to the officials on their reports when they have time to get to them, which is usually about 12 to 24 hours after the events occur. She is saying bullshit. We'll see. We'll see what she says. I'm sorry. Fertilizers are up 70%. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, she's a Trump admin, so she's gonna fluff up for him.
Whitmer, responding to yesterday's attack on Temple Israel Synagogue in her home state.
First guys. I just wanna say, this is not a sponsor, but this is a sponsor. Get your Feastable gummies and sour gummies. $1 goes to feeding America, which is better than gummies that don't feed America. And also 2 for $5 at 7-Eleven. Who would have thought that would have been a deal? But get your snacks out. Gretchen Whitmer is about to tell us about a synagogue. Here we go. It's actually good. Put the show on.
Good morning. I'm Rabbi Ariana Gordon from Temple Israel. Thank you for being here today. We're so appreciative of Governor Whitmer and Senator Slatkin for joining us this morning. I just want to start by saying, in the light of a new day, just how deeply appreciative we are of everyone who has come out, who has shown their support for Temple Israel, for our Jewish community. We are incredibly grateful for all of our local law enforcement, for our Temple Israel security, our teachers, our staff, all of.
I just want to say how highly inappropriate it was for me to kick out the snacks during the shooting briefing. But I knew I wasn't going to talk much, because I only make fun of things when there's something to make fun of. When usually they're like serious and they're actually just giving us information here. So I just didn't want you guys to think that I was eating snacks, because I thought it was funny that we were doing like this brief. Gretchen Whitmer is kind of funny, but that's just, we'll get to that. We'll see. Like, when she steps up, I might start laughing a little bit.
Of whom safely were home last night with their families, as we continue today to spend a lot of time thinking and processing and talking. We are here to have a little conversation and answer some questions, but I'm going to pass it over to Governor Whitmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your leadership yesterday, and how much my heart goes out to everything that you and your family and all of the families involved and the Jewish community writ large are going through. I wanted to.
She's getting ready to step onto a spaceship, people. She's getting ready to step onto literal fucking Star Trek.
Come today for a briefing which we just concluded to get up to speed on where things stand. I want to thank our state and local law enforcement, the first responders, our federal partners for their swift work to keep people safe and to investigate. I want to thank Temple Israel's security personnel. They were selfless in their courage, and they saved lives. These heroes threw themselves in harm's way, engaging the suspect, and let's be very clear, yes, this is a place of worship, but at the time that this attack was occurred, it was a school. 104 children, age 5 and younger here. So I want to thank all.
I mean, that is something that is crazy in this stat of it all. Is if you look at the potential for this crime, this one, like, even more so than the pipe bomb in New York or any of them, like this one, if this one went off, like, this would have been horrifying. Because it was like 150 toddlers. Like, oh my God. I'm so glad they stopped.
All of Temple Israel staff who acted quickly to evacuate students and reunite families. The state of Michigan will wrap our arms around this community and support our local and federal partners every step of the way to keep people safe. I want to.
Men has 2 brothers who died in Lebanon. They worked for Hezbollah in the missile defense program in Hezbollah in the country of Lebanon. Israel strikes down his 2 brothers and they die. This guy is living in Michigan. He decides to do a terrorist attack to avenge his 2 brothers that have died from this Israel missile attack on Hezbollah. He drives his vehicle up to what would be the synagogue, and he's thinking he's going in a synagogue, but it's during the day, so it's actually a daycare, and there were 150 like daycare children age, like, 7, 8 years old and younger, 150 of them in this daycare, and they moved them out as the security came out to the front, and he went to go get out of his vehicle. I don't even know if he got out of his vehicle. They might actually detail that report here, but the security killed him on the site. So the security pulled all of the children out, and the security killed him on site. But he was trying to avenge his brothers that were both from Hezbollah. Confirmed. We confirmed that earlier tonight. That both of his brothers died in a missile drone attack. Yes, like I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. So it's like a direct tie to the actions that we're having. It's pretty crazy.
Share prayers from my colleague, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Josh reached out yesterday to check in and see how people were doing. In our daycare center, it's one of the largest.
The actual shooting at the press briefing, but having the rabbi there, that was a clear request to try to stop this from being a conspiracy theory. Because now if the press asks questions that are conspiratorial, like, how did you guys know that you should have escorted them out? Or how did the security approach the shooter before the police even arrived? The rabbi is there to actually answer those questions and kind of protect us from an anti-Semitic, weird sleeper cell, like false flag, fucking conspiracy Alex Jones shit. So it was really smart on Whitmer's part to have that rabbi there. I don't know if we're going to actually use the rabbi or not. She's doing her Whitmer thing right now, but she hasn't really messed up yet. She's talking about the event.
With Friday night Shabbat services attracting over 1,000 people. People celebrate bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, and holidays here. Parents bring their children to daycare and school, and it's a place of peace, unity, light, and life. Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism. It was hate, plain and simple. We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out. We must.
I agree it was anti-Semitic behavior, because it is the definition of anti-Semitism. He literally was trying to avenge his brother's deaths from Israel killing his brothers in Lebanon. So yeah, it is anti-Semitic. But by saying it's anti-Semitic in American cultural language, we immediately all recoil and our butts get really tight and we start immediately debating, what is this? What's really going on here? So, like, I just hate that we're still preaching these, like, stupid woke language. What about your Islamophobia? I don't really have Islamophobia, I don't feel like. But also Islamophobia is not fucking real. It's not fucking real. Can't be afraid of a religion. Sorry.
Lower the rhetoric in this state and in this country.
It's not a phobia.
Especially at this moment where we have seen such a rise in anti-Semitism and more attacks on the Jewish community. Must keep each other close. This community is on the edge, very understandably. We've seen a rise in attacks, especially over.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, I'm trying to stay on both sides of this. I mean, I completely agree how this ended up transpiring. But also at the same time, I'm like, from an American point of view, I'm like, oh, awesome. Our security got him. And I don't care if that's Israeli security or American security, because I know my side. I know where I live. I know what I'm doing here. But as far as like reporting on the events and shit, like, yeah, it makes fucking sense why this guy would fucking do this. It completely makes sense. Because, like, I would do the same thing. If somebody blew up my brothers with a rocket, I would go insane. Especially if I thought that the entire world was, like, controlled by the people or whatever. And especially if it might be, because, like, Epstein files, all that shit, you know, man. She is being retarded. I don't think she's being retarded. I really don't. I think she's just being, like, okay right
the last decade, especially over the last 10.
But I say the anti-Semitic thing, and I don't like using that because. So I will say she is being retarded for that because it's just like it's old rhetoric that it's like old wokeness rhetoric that's not going to work. This is the perfect time for me to plug this. On Sunday night, for the first time ever, I'm not going to go out on Oscar night. I usually go to a party where I network with all these fucking other producers and all this bullshit, and it just doesn't work out for me. Instead, on Sunday night, I'm going to host the first ever anti-woke commentary on the Oscars. We're going to watch the Oscars live. We're going to comment just full screen, talk to everybody in the chat about it. But basically, we are team, what is it? The Sinners. Sinners. You have to be for Michael B. Jordan and for Sinners because everything else is this wokeness train, like the fucking propagandizing of ICE and all this bullshit. And now the black people, like, literally have an independent film they've made themselves. And they're winning every award across the book. And the only thing left in their fucking way is old Hollywood. It's old Hollywood going, no, Mark Ruffalo needs to have his wokeness button that says fuck ICE. And we need Sean Penn to win his award. I hope to fucking God. That we can see Michael B. Jordan and Sinners just sweep the Oscars on Sunday. But yeah, make sure to tune in Sunday for Oscars commentary. Why are you commenting on this? Because I like watching the news straight up. I think that this is like the best way to do news. I hope that somebody either copies me that's much better at doing news or that this becomes popular, one or the other. But basically, we watch the full press sources and we just comment on them. Rather than what the news sources do, because I know this as a producer, you basically watch, you have a PA watch all of this in the morning. The PA tells you which things, or now probably an algorithm, tells you which things to clip out. They clip out whatever things work for their opinion. They run 1 hour of news, and they might update things along the day, but they're just going to rerun that same hour that they programmed like 6 to 10 times throughout the day. Why not just sit down, full-hearted, full-long podcast style, 7 hours, watch all of the materials, and comment on all the materials raw, real, in real time? Force the news to become the news. All news should be being reported this way. You should sit down and watch all the source materials of all the people that have spoken. All the press briefings of all the fucking police and whatever of the shootings. Instead of, oh, I got a camera on the site and look at this little kid. And this little kid says that this kid shot him. Anyway, it's all Donald Trump and gun violence. On to our expert in gun violence. Repeat. Going back to the news. All right.
Months. And so it is important for us to stand up, to stand against it, and to thank the people who showed up to support the community, but also call out where we see acts of anti-Semitism, where we see threats, where we see something, how important it is to say something, and to recognize that each of us has a responsibility.
He just said anti-Semitism, see something, say something. What else is she going to do? Clap 3 times?
People like the person that attacked this community yesterday get fomented by rhetoric that they see online and that they see on television.
This lady is so ignorant that she's going to spew something so stupid and wrong. Oh my God. This man is directly tied to Hezbollah in Lebanon, and his brothers dying that were Hezbollah fighters. You're going to stand up here and say that he got this from the rhetoric he reads online.
Television, and they hear.
She's living in the year 2016, people.
On the radio. It radicalizes people.
On the radio! She thinks they're getting radicalized through the radio. Not that her brother died as a Hezbollah fighter.
And it endangers our fellow Michiganders. We cannot let this continue. And so each of us has a duty to take action where and how we can. And with that, I'll hand it over to Senator Slotkin, and then we'll take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Governor. And just want to reiterate, I think it's clear that if it were not for the private security and the staff at Temple Israel, and then the first responders, first on the scene, local law enforcement.
The event is only 15 minutes long. How did they make me hate them so quickly? Now this lady's going to come up here and tell you about how this is all about anti-Semitism. When in reality, it's literally a Hezbollah fighter's brother. That it's all about things they're hearing on the radio that are getting propagandized to them. Oh, I know, she's a Jew. We already know this. We know exactly what she's going to do here. But we also know it's completely inaccurate. And if you're an American, you would be on their side. How did you make me go against school children in a shooting in America? Like, this is ridiculous, bro. Like, what are you doing?
If they had not all done their jobs almost perfectly, we would be talking about an immense tragedy here today with children gone. This could have been much worse. So
Nothing too bad yet, but wait. Because she's here to do one thing, create a law to stop anti-Semitism. Why?
I give incredible credit to law enforcement and the people who were in the room putting themselves and their own families at risk. I think, the governor said it very, very well on the way this community has responded. It's been incredible to watch neighbors in the community here, both organizations and just regular old citizens open up their homes literally yesterday to help care for people who are fleeing from this. And this is a place that I have a very personal connection to. I feel I've spent a lot of my time growing up in and out of this temple, and I feel just an immense amount of pain, as does the rest of the community, that incidents like this even happen.
Maybe I jumped the gun. Maybe it's just the fucking governor is an idiot. She hasn't taken advantage of it yet. I'm shocked, actually.
And I think it's just important to be clear, as the governor said, that whether anti-Semitism is coming...
No! No! Right after! God damn! I was like, maybe she doesn't take the bait. Maybe she just talks about her own personal experience and doesn't make it about all of it. God damn.
From the left or the right, whether it's coming from some group that you like or don't like, you have a responsibility to call it out. Because
no, you don't. Because this annoys people on the internet. And then they make fun of you. And then it gets worse in reality. You get more actual Candace Owens that are actually causing danger. You get people like me getting called like, oh, good goy, and all this fucking dumb shit just because I support Donald Trump for 48 hours into the war. Which is pretty much, yeah, I'm glad that the Ayatollah's dead. Most of us should be. Like, we're so void of having our own personal opinions. And then this motherfucker's up here doing the goddamn anti-Semitation dance. And the whole fucking thing is ridiculous because, again, it is tied to a Hezbollah fighter's brother. This guy lived in Michigan and his two brothers died. Fucking were Hezbollah airstrike people. And they died in Lebanon from an Israeli fucking airstrike. He was retaliating directly. We know this directly. If you want to sit up here and do your P headset and say you don't know anything, that's one thing. But instead, you're going to come up here, say you're part of the community, and then both you women are going to make this entire shooting about anti-Semitism. There's nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This is why we have anti-Semitism. It's because people can't separate anti-Semitism from Israel. It has everything to do with Israel shooting this man's brothers and killing them. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism and your woke propaganda, cancel culture, fucking retard shit.
Is when you don't, it gives permission for people to climb that escalation, that ladder of escalation.
It was promised to them 3,000 years ago. Again, yeah, you're right.
We should just let that goes from saying hateful things online to saying them in person to graffiti.
Yeah, again, this was an internet crime. We find out that it's a fucking missile from Israel that hit somebody in Lebanon and it was his brother. Yeah. It's about the internet and saying the word Jew on the internet. It leads to you doing things like this, like your brother getting struck down by a missile in Lebanon. And then I got my comment section, you're stupid, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm living in the goddamn upside down.
To ultimately violence. And the Jewish community suffers 10 times the number of hate crimes than any other community in this country.
You're going to get more of them. Quit calling them hate crimes. This is not a hate crime. This is a war crime. It's a direct war crime. This is like literally tied to the war.
So it is an epidemic. And until we push back on that permission, we're going to see incidents like this continue to proliferate. The Jewish community spends over $1 billion across the country securing their houses of worship, their schools, their institutions. No community in America should be fearful of having their own.
No one that was at this event, this guy, anybody to do with any of this shooting, anything, has anything to do with what you are perpetuating. This hateful anti-Semitism. Yep, but they frame it to be that way for a reason, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. Talk about, like, I'm not going to be the propagandist that says that the event is fake. I'm going to live in reality. The event is real. There's real reporters. These are real cops that probably really went to this event. But the second that the control comes into the room, the governor and the senator, they take stage, and what do these women do? They make it all about the Jewish hate in the community. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Nothing to do with Jewish hate. Everything to do with people like you attaching the Jewish faith to the state of Israel. That's why he decided to attack a synagogue. Was because he was like, oh, Israel killed my brother? Oh, well then I guess I'll just go to a synagogue because they're one and the same, right? And then you come out here and you're like, yep, they're one and the same. And it starts by stopping it from being said on the internet. Stop the word Jew from being said on the internet and we'll fix it all. Ultimate victim, but they have superiority complex, the ultimate narcissist. They do it for a reason.
Kind congregate.
Well, I'm not here for the conspiracy of it, but like, what the fuck? Like, I see two women that are perpetual wokesters that have victimized this entire situation and turned it into an anti-Semitism thing. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe there is a Jewish conspiracy theory and there's a reason or whatever, like you guys are saying. I'm just saying, on the surface level of it, you have the two leaders of the fucking state coming in and essentially just fucking blah, blah, blah. Did you see the poll in 44 plus male Republicans? They asked, "You think Jews are a threat to America way of life instead of Zion or Israel is the same. They are prepared, shaking my or a Smithith or something. I don't know what that means, bro. I'm not leaning in.
Things like education.
I think these are stupid fucking woke Democrats that are like, it must be anti-Semitism
and worship. So I stand here proud of the community.
It's got to be.
Angry
It's got to
that
be,
we
right?
even are put in this position. Thankful to law enforcement, but asking the average citizen out there, if you have a friend, a colleague, coworkers who are using anti-Semitism in their daily life and feel like it's just normal, please call.
Oh my God. If you want us to cause more problems for you and the community and bitch about anti-Semitism, please call this hotline. What the fuck? What the fuck? How is this? What the fuck? If you hear somebody say something negative about Jews during the war, call me, the senator, and I'll come sue them.
That out wherever you see
What
it.
the fuck?
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Warshay. I'm the Township Supervisor here in West Bloomfield. For those of you unfamiliar with township government in Michigan, my position's like the mayor of a city, elected by the voters, but I'll stop the civics lesson. I think it's fair to say that none of us went to bed Wednesday expecting to wake up Thursday's events. But thanks to the preparation and training of Temple Israel's security team and the West Bloomfield Police Department, the unexpected did not turn into tragedy. Yesterday's incident at Temple Israel is deeply concerning for everyone in West Bloomfield, Michigan, across the country, as well as Jews everywhere. I live in West Bloomfield, and my wife and I are members of Temple Israel, so I have a keen understanding of the effects on the community. We are thankful for the courage and professionalism of our first responders.
Don't do it, dude. I'm supporting you all the way. Just be authentic. Right now, you just feel like a guy that's really shy. You wrote your own speech. You're just telling us how you're part of the temple, how it's supporting to your community. That's fine. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you do it, man, if you fucking do it, I swear to God.
And our partner agencies who move to protect lives and work towards stabilizing the scene. Our thoughts are with all members of Temple Israel and their families. No community should ever feel unsafe gathering in a house of worship or sending their children to school. I want to thank all the officials, colleagues, and members of the public who reached out to me in solidarity. I would also like to thank the Shenandoah Country Club for...
I don't think he's going to do it, guys. I think he's going to go through. I think he's just going to be a regular dude. He's going to be a regular Jew. He's going to be an American. He's going to go, fuck this and these ladies.
Hosting the Operations Center and being the site where the preschoolers and parents were reunited. Shenandoah is a wonderful community partner, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart. We'll continue to work closely with...
If he doesn't call it anti-Semitism, does he automatically become anti-Semite of the week, even though he's a Jew? Do they just like immediately condemn him? Just for not making it about anti-Semitism?
Law enforcement and community leaders as more
Come on, buddy.
Comes available.
You're almost there.
Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Ow! Yes, buddy. Yes, we got one. We got one normal. You doubted Pinocchio. You doubted him. But he was a real one. He was an authentic motherfucker.
Happy to open it up
Oh, she's not having fun with this
for
one.
a few questions. Yes.
Is there any indication that the suspect may have expressed his intent or motive?
It also proves it proves it. which is, the first question is there any motives to know what his intent is? I bet you anything that she's going to say, no, we don't know what the intent is. Well, if you don't know what the intent is, then why are you and the senator both standing up here spouting that we need to stop anti-Semitism? Just because there was a gun next to a synagogue without any further information. Or she knows the information about the brother already. She knows what actually happened and how this is attached to the war. And she's choosing to propagandize it for anti-Semitism and a woke agenda, cancel culture, and reporting fucking people for complaining about Jews or whatever the fuck else they're doing. Because on a surface level, the townsman guy was like, I go here. I'm part of this. You're giving me the floor because I'm the public personal figure. I can make the choice if I want to align myself with this, like, we need to stop anti-Semitism in all of its shapes and forms. And I'm going to choose to not talk about that, thank the first responders, tell everybody how it's fucking crazy that this shit is happening, and let everybody feel how they're going to fucking feel and move on with my day. Only a fucking politician ruins a shooting by making it about cancel culture and words or violence and all this other fucking bullshit. No one knows what she is up to, but it is strange anyway. It's the words or violence. That kind of rhetoric. It's, oh, I know exactly what this is. My son was online the other day and somebody had a Jew that was doing this on an image. And that must be why this guy is shooting up this school now. It's words or violence. It's Karens.
Whether online or to a loved one, what they had planned to do yesterday.
I appreciate the importance of your question. I am not the appropriate person to answer that. We'll have to.
So you can't answer what. You can't answer. They asked you the question of what were the motives. And you can't answer the question of what the motives were. Yet you can stand up here and you can say that it's all about anti-Semitism. How? You can't say what the motive is. You just admitted you're not the right person to say what the motive is. Look at the, oh my God, so crazy.
Defer to the FBI as there's an ongoing investigation.
Then why don't you refer to the FBI about comments on anti-Semitism and acting like this is a hate crime? How do you fucking know it's a hate crime and that we need to stop anti-Semitism on the internet and arrest our neighbor for saying the word Jew if we need to go to the FBI for the investigation? Pretty retard mode. Pretty full retard mode.
Yeah, try.
Governor, do you think this happened?
Full of shit, no?
Because
this isn't Nome, this is fucking Whitmer. They're spawning. There's more of them.
of the conflict in Iraq.
I'm not putting my theories into the.
Do you know anything about this being tied to the conflict in Iran? Which it is. It directly is. It's confirmed. It's his brother. It's all that. The police officer perking up into the shot, like, what is going on? Oh, yeah, he's asking the real question now. And she immediately, I don't know. I know nothing. But you just went up here and you told us it was all about anti-Semitism that starts online. What is it, Karen? Is it the words or violence and the internet did this? Or is it Iran? And if you don't know, then maybe say you don't know across the board.
Press is not going to help an investigation, so I'm going to refrain from that. I do know that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. We have seen it over many years, predating.
This is crazy. I'm not going to talk about it being part of Iran. I'm not going to confirm any of the actual data, but I am going to use this entire event and shooting and the potential lives lost of victims and any kind of shell shock, PTSD, anything that a victim might have. I'm using that as leverage to explain to you about anti-Semitism, something that has nothing to do with this, because again, I can't comment on the cause, the causation, or causational effects of what was going on with this shooter.
The conflict, but certainly it is at a historic high, and I worry that that will continue. And so it's why I am calling on anyone with a platform to be very responsible with their rhetoric, not to identify or target the Jewish community.
Stop! Like, you're causing the danger. You're actually causing inauthentic danger to others. You're perpetuating a thing that doesn't exist, which causes all kinds of conspiracy theories underneath the actual shooting itself. When you hear from your friends about how this is a Jewish conspiracy, false flag, whatever, it's because she's sitting here turning what was just an actual event of a guy retaliating from his brother on a synagogue, etc. All of the things we already know. She's sitting here in this press briefing saying she can't answer any of those questions, but she can continually, over and over again, perpetuate the stereotype that this crime is directly driven by anti-Semitism, which is a hatred of Jews, mind you. I don't know how she can draw that conclusion if she can't draw the conclusion as to who the shooter is, or his intentions, or where he's from, or where his brother's from. She can't answer any of those questions, but she can draw the conclusion that the motivation of the crime was Jewish hatred. Got it. Got it. Good verdict with no fucking evidence.
That is anti-Semitism writ large, and I don't think that any of us should permit or allow that to stand. And that's why I'm asking people to turn down the rhetoric.
Governor, on that note, Josh Landon.
You're turning the rhetoric up. You're turning a non-existent rhetoric on. You're turning something on that wasn't even a part of this whole fucking thing.
Thoughts to Detroit. We have a very diverse community.
Charlie Kirk was the divide in the Republican Party. Somebody said I miss Charlie Kirk. So other people are saying they don't. So in 2012, basically, it was kind of the end of the bullshit Obama, DNC, like crap. And everyone that was smart knew that you couldn't put up another candidate that was bullshit. So when running up against Obama in 2012, a lot of people in the Chicago suburbs, myself included, we all lived on bunk beds, and we door knocked in Iowa for Ron Paul in 2012 in Iowa. And he was like the independent candidate, the libertarian candidate, but what he really represented was like destroying the system, taking the system over. Charlie actually was there in the bunk beds with me. I don't remember him, but other people have photos with him that were there with me that I have in my Facebook groups. I don't remember ever meeting him. He was 18 at the time. Cut to 2016, because Ron Paul gets fucked over and Mitt Romney gets the election. 2016, there's a divide. You have Nick Fuentes, who was 14, 15 at the time, but was seeing the corruption of the DNC in the Obama era and was also from the Chicago suburbs. And Nick Fuentes was defending Ted Cruz and the, AIPAC-backed regular corporate Republicans. And then you had Charlie Kirk that was supporting this new figure, Donald Trump, because he signified exactly what Ron Paul signified, breaking the system. Eventually, Mr. Nick Fuentes in the fall started supporting Mr. fucking Donald Trump. And they did break that system, but they only broke half of it. And the DNC still hasn't been broken. We tried to break it again with this Senate race against Jasmine Crockett, only getting $5 million, 500,000 followers. The other guy has 200,000 followers. They say that he was canceled on Colbert when he wasn't. They never give her any airtime. They give him $22 million to fund him. But he still won. He won because Democrats fucking suck. And that's why I say don't ever vote in a Democratic primary. Don't vote in the Democrat at all, because they're never going to allow that system to break. And we can only hope that because we broke that system on the RNC side, that corporate system with Donald Trump, that post Donald Trump, we can finally see like a non-corporate candidate. But as for the DNC, anybody that comes about that's independent, they're just going to stifle them, and they still have, and nobody's ever broken through. Bernie got fucked over. Jasmine Crockett just got fucked over. I've seen people get fucked over left and right. Look up Iowa 2020 digital counter election Democrat. It'll show you. They did an entire primary where it was a digital counter. It was during COVID, and they counted digitally in January of 2020, Iowa. And then none of the votes counted. It they erased all the machines or something accidentally. So they just decided on their own who won Iowa, and they just moved on. The party. And who's the party? Whoever the fuck is donating, whoever the Democrat Party is. We don't even know who these people are. So it's just literally them deciding.
So on and so on.
When a third party, we need a third party, right? Maybe, but the thing is that my hope is that the RNC will become the third party, because Donald Trump's ego will just be like, anybody, like everybody praise me, run on the fucking, primary ticket, and whoever actually wins authentically, I will endorse that person, which then will be an authentic, genuine primary for the Republican side. And you might actually see like a free speech candidate, like a Rand Paul or something like that, like win the actual nomination over JD Vance, over Rubio, over everyone that they thought it would be. And then at the end of the day, Donald Trump just endorses that person. Then 4 years later, Donald Trump introduces one of his kids as a candidate and eventually becomes like a shilled up reality star. I'm pretty sure that's the verdict on him, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe he starts a war and he just lives out as president for the next 30 years. Charlie Kirk never served. In France, we have 7 parties. It was way more differentiated. Yeah, but don't you guys still have like centralized parties and funding? Like 2 or 3 parties get way more funding and get way more access than the others do. That's what usually happens here. Is that technically there are 10 to 12 parties on a ticket when you go to do your ballot, but only like 5 of them get on the actual ballot in the regular election, and only 2 of them even had money to be able to run enough ads for people to know who their names were.
Lowering the temperature, because we talk to each other, we work together, we build families
You're
amongst
here.
each other.
No,
What's the message?
it is in percent.
I think I'm trying to deliver that message right now, that we are Michiganders. This was a school. These are 0 to 5-year-olds that were targeted yesterday.
Right, and you should be focusing on that and not on the anti-Semitism of the situation.
Yesterday, 104. My friend Brian said this could have looked a lot more like Sandy Hook, right? Like, let's not lose sight of that.
Right. Let's not. Let's stop talking about anti-Semitism.
This is not a political moment. This is not a political.
You came in here with your senator. Neither one of you needed to speak. Fucking, oh my God.
Debate. This is targeting babies who are Jewish. That's anti-Semitism at its absolute worst. And that's why we cannot lose sight of that, the importance of keeping everyone in Michigan safe by being responsible in how we talk about issues and how we treat one another.
One last question. Are members of the Jewish community in Michigan safe right now to be going to synagogue?
The Gaza number on the kids, I don't know. I do know 175 casualties were in that building, so I don't know what you would say that actually is. I guess you could say they were all kids. If you say they're all kids, then 175. Again, my perspective on that is we should have admitted to it. We should have just said it was in episode 3. We were pulling an Anakin Skywalker. We had to do a Darth Vader. We had to take out the lineage. It was on a military base. It was most likely their blood's children. We were trying to take them all out. We don't need the blood coming back. Israel bombed a Christian church helping children get food. I don't know. You'd have to prove that one to me, because I haven't seen that one. That seems some vague. A lot of the Middle East shit, I don't, or a lot of the Gaza stuff, I don't fucking partake in. There's not media sources that are relevant enough no, like everybody covering it has a very partisan view, and it feels very uh, Greta Thunberg. It feels very fucking, be a protester, peace, not war bullshit. Every day people apparently die there. Every day people don't die there. Every day Israel's taking over more land, but also every day Israel's not taking over more land. Like, I don't fucking know. What I know is like the geopolitical events of what actually is happening with like Iran and shit. Crying about anti-Semitism, but not about Iran and Gaza or Yemen or Congo, is screaming the situation in your face. Wake up, people! Exactly. That one is very true. It's like, again, she didn't need to come out here and make it about anti-Semitism, and when she did, she could have at least answered the questions about the actual shooter. What do you think the motivations are then? If you have so many fucking ideas about what he was doing and why he was doing it. So she can just cover up eyes and her ears, huh?
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
I will defer to Stephen. Well, I can tell you that I believe that there are so many wonderful people who are planning to have Shabbat services and dinner this evening. I will work my hardest to make sure that we're supplementing efforts to keep people safe. At the same time, in combination with that, turning down the rhetoric to keep these instances from happening, being able to respond when they do.
You're the rhetoric. You're the fucking rhetoric. C-SPAN has this listed as Michigan synagogue attack. Nothing about that is telling me anti-Semitism did this. You are. You are.
But keeping them from happening in this first place is a part of our duty and our goal. Do you want to address that?
I would simply say that private security is ready.
Again, okay, watch him walk up here and not say the word anti-Semitism, because again, you shouldn't have to do this. These fucking ladies.
And our partners in law enforcement, both state, local, and federal, are ready to do it, and we will be there. Like I said yesterday, we will continue to live proud Jewish lives. We will come back stronger, and we will be there tonight on Shabbat services and tomorrow morning. That will not stop. That will not end. No matter how much they try, that will not stop us.
Yeah. That's the way you're supposed to do it. If you want to do the anti-Semitism thing, you can do that. You can go, they will not stop us. Who's they? The people that were shooting at us. They were fucking shooting at us. Who was shooting at you? I don't know. They were shooting at us, though. That's the way you fucking do it. Not, it's all anti-Semitism. What were the motivations of the shooter? Well, it's too hard to say. Was this tied to the war? Well, this is too hard to say. Okay, but I just want to reiterate that this was all anti-Semitism by reporting your neighbor for saying the word Jew. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Senator Slack, John Wisely from the Free Press, can you address the Department of Homeland Security is not fully funded right now. Do you fear that leaves us less prepared for incidents like these than we should?
The piece of work,
Yeah.
she's disturbing. Same in France. It is why I say what I say. There is no anti-Semitism, but we have terrorism from wars at the East Stand, and they say people of France are anti-Semitism, and they pass laws and pull as they get mad.
I would just say the department, because they are essential workers, they have been, at work. Certainly in Michigan, we have a ton of DHS folks.
Okay.
CBP.
L Green stuff. L Green stuff 94. I might not agree with you all the time, but I do agree with you some of the time, and I do appreciate all conversations on the chat and respectful conversations as people engage and have back and forth debate. I have made you one of our admins, one of our mods. Use your power wisely. Basically, I just say free speech for everybody. Sometimes you'll see that a comment is hidden because they say something about Israel or pedophilia or whatever. We can just show everything. We're all adults here. We're making fun of everybody. But if somebody's, botting in the chat, like they're spamming, or they fucking are doxing like an address or being an asshole, and you see something, you can always just hit that little button, and you now have that power. L Green, for being in the community and having these conversations with us all night. I really do respect you and appreciate you. Now remember, everybody, you can join for $3 a month. members only, and we get members only YouTube shorts that I put out almost every single day, as well as other YouTube shorts. So you should always hit that subscribe button. Double tap that like button so that we can get more people spawned into that chat. And let's keep the conversation going.
And so they are on the call and they are doing their jobs. Certainly, we need to fund the Department of Homeland Security, and we need, in my view, to cut away all the conversation on ICE, which is its own conversation, from all the core missions of the Department of Homeland Security. But they're essential. They're on the job. They're working today.
I have a question.
And what the governor is. Go ahead. One last one.
Seeing Jake Schaff, Civic Center TV, seeing the response from West Bloomfield and the resilience of our law enforcement, what do you think this showcases to the state of Michigan and the rest of the United States?
Well, I'll just say it was incredible how the teachers and the staff, how the local law enforcement, federal agencies, state agencies, all.
The most androgynous thing about you is wearing XFL merch. Orlando Guardians! The return of XFL merch. It's not even original XFL merch. It's Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson XFL merch for a team that only ever won one game in my entire year. My ex bought me, so I was living in Orlando post-pandemic, and my ex bought me season passes in Orlando, or season tickets for the XFL return. And we went to every game, and they never won a game until the very fucking end of the season. And they went like 1-6 or something like that. And then I don't even think they came back after that. But we funded it. Exactly.
Worked together quickly, acted selflessly. I know they're trained to do that, and they don't even like it when you thank them for doing their jobs.
Appreciate you, Joe.
To see people run to the fire to help kids get out, and everyone got home last night. There are a couple people, or a number of people, that had to go to the hospital for smoke inhalation, and will continue to improve. But I think that it was amazing to see that.
I know. She thought it was a good gift. I was like, bro. Now I got these fucking tickets. But it was great. It was a fun time. It was, by the end of the season, I was only going in at halftime.
They were able to keep everyone safe at the end of the day, and
it was torturous. Only because they were losing. If they would have won every game, it would have been. I probably would have had a great time. But instead, it looked like I was watching like the worst type of college football in the spring too.
Source of pride. It should also be a moment of reflection where we all ask ourselves, why does this happen in this country, and what can we each do to keep it from happening in the future? And with that, I thank you all.
Oh, really? But I thought you don't know what happened with the shooter. You can't draw any conclusions yet. Like, again, but you're already, she probably got you tickets to AEW afterwards. No, thank God I told her that I was really not into wrestling. And if she saw my WCW COVID era, because during COVID I got like the unlimited WCW, and I literally would look on Wikipedia and I watched every single Goldberg match. And if she would have caught me doing that, she probably would have got me AEW tickets, and I would have been fucked. I would have been having to go to AEW. Which probably, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have been that bad. No, we already got this. We're not playing these guys again. We're not playing that game again. Secretary Rollins speaks to reporters. Oh, we already got that one. All right. Vice President speaks to reporters on Iran. Here we go. VP, baby. VP. Hey, Goldberg is fired. Exactly. Goldberg. Yeah, fucking Goldberg. When I was I think I was 10 or 11, I would come home from football practice. I always watch Goldberg and be like, oh my God, he won again! Also, I found out as an adult, when I got into writing and producing and stuff, that in the WCW era, there were only 2 wrestlers from WCW that ever really made it. One was Rey Mysterio, and the other was Goldberg, because they actually gave them good storylines. Everybody else, they just kind of bought somebody and brought them over, and they were like, oh, now Hulk Hogan's over here. And they never really built out new brands for people, other than the undefeated guy and then the Lucha. Only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes, guys. Only 2 minutes. It's on airspace, so it is going to be a little weird on the.
How we doing? Good. Administration officials told us that the new supreme leader of Iran suffered wounds. Was that from a U.S. airstrike?
Well, it's not totally clear, actually. I mean, it's obviously a very chaotic environment over there. And you have the Israelis striking. You have, obviously, the United States striking a number of targets. So we know that he's hurt. We don't know exactly how bad, but we know that he's hurt.
Mr. Vice President, on the school strike, is the U.S. making any adjustments to its...
I don't know that they know that he's hurt. I think that they know that the photo of him is AI, and so they're trying to provoke them to take a new photo of him saying he's not hurt. It is bullshit. I agree. I think it is. I think it's BS. Because, but I feel like it's a phishing mechanism. I think that they saw that the photo of him was AI, because none of them are saying that. They're all just saying, oh, I think his face is damaged. I think his face is damaged. But the initial report was that the first photo they reported of him yesterday was actually an AI-enhanced photo. So maybe they realized the photo was AI-enhanced, and now they're doing an op by making all these public appearances where they're constantly saying, oh, his face is damaged. So that if the guy's face isn't damaged, he'll come out, he'll take a photo, and he'll go, look, my face ain't fucking damaged. These guys are liars. And then they'll figure out whatever was going on with the AI-ness of the photo, or if they had the AI thing wrong and it really was a real photo. Maybe they might want him to get out, to try to get him out. I don't know. Yeah, it's something. They want him to expose himself in some manner, because they keep using the rhetoric like his face is beaten, it's broken, like he is already not able to make public appearance. They're provoking to get him to do some sort of video or photo. They used to do this to Osama bin Laden, early 9/11 days, before 2003 when we went into Iraq, the fucking early Afghanistan shit. They used to do this a lot. If you look back at that early news footage and stuff, they would provoke. They would even do this on SNL. They would provoke, and they'd be like, "Oh, is he gonna come out of his cage? Is he gonna make a fucking cartoon?" Even South Park, their very first episode back from 9/11 was all a Looney Tunes Osama bin Laden coming out of the cave, fucking, provoking him, trying to get him to make a public appearance so that we knew where he was. Which he initially did, I think, 2 or 3 times, and then he just vanished for was in Pakistan apparently the whole time.
Well, first of all, we're going to complete the investigation, right? Before you do anything, you have to actually understand what happened. I don't think we fully understand what happened there. The president has made it clear he wants it fully investigated, so that's what we're doing.
Mr. Vice President, the president said earlier this week that you had a philosophical difference than him, that you were less enthusiastic on the onset of this war. Is that true, and what is your opinion of how it's going?
Well, I think you guys, again, I answered this question earlier. I'm sorry about that, Taylor. You asked this question earlier. When you're thinking about a major decision like this, the way the president makes these decisions is he talks to a lot of people. Obviously, we're thinking about various ins and outs, various options, what this looks like, how to accomplish our goals, what our goals should be. And I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to have that conversation with his team without his team then running their mouth to the American media. So part of what makes our national security team so cohesive is that we all trust each other and we all have a very free exchange of ideas.
Bad, it is going bad.
I'd like
exactly.
to keep that going.
On
Thank
the
you guys.
shortage
Take
of
care.
interceptors, sir, is there a plan for the interceptors?
Alright. What else we got here? Janine Pirro. Is she gonna do some fucking comments on something? I don't know what she's doing. Doing her Fox News show on the American Stand. The American Bandstand of Janine Pirro. Janine Pirro. My name is Janine Pinheiro. Benina Badiro. Janine Abero.
Attorney Janine Pirro spoke to reporters about the investigation into renovation cost overruns at the Federal Reserve after a judge blocked the Justice Department from issuing a subpoena for Fed Chair Jerome Powell. She said the Justice Department will appeal the judge's ruling and denied claims that the investigation was politically motivated.
DOJ airspace.
Just the numbers, right? Okay.
Missiles.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. All right. So, I'm here to speak about the decision that has been rendered in the case involving the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Now, the American public is fed up with public monies that seem to go into a black hole, especially in D.C., where no one is held accountable. One of the age-old tools that all prosecutors have to investigate any crime, including cost overruns, is a grand jury subpoena. Today, however, in Washington, an activist judge has taken that tool away from us by inserting himself and preventing the grand jury from even obtaining, let alone hearing evidence. He has neutered.
Hey guys, we are trying to get rid of all the corruption in DC, but this one judge, he's in our way. He's an activist judge.
The grand jury's ability to investigate crime. As a result, Jerome Powell today is now bathed in immunity, preventing...
Bathed in immunity. Like, come on, stop it, guys. You tried to get him out. You can't get him out. Leave it alone. What are we doing? Sending Janine Pirro out here as a minion.
My office from investigating the Federal Reserve.
It's funny.
This is wrong, and it is without legal authority. In June of 2025, Jerome Powell testified before...
Yo, Bubba J, 007 with the super chat. $3. Appreciate you. Remember, guys, for $3 a month, you can become a member. Get a little logo next to your name when you're fucking watching the show. Love this administration, and you know what? We love you, Bubba. That's why we gonna pin that, because we love you, Bubba. We appreciate you. We watch the news every night, or whenever I can get to it, and we watch it raw, unfiltered, like a podcast, like it should be. We get all the press materials. We start at the beginning of the day, we go all the way through to the end of the day. We just do commentary, talk about it, make fun of it, have fun. And for $3 a month, you can get that little logo. You can be a part of it. You can switch that little logo every month that you stay involved. It changes. And also, you get exclusive YouTube shorts that I drop usually every day. I got to get back to it. But also, make sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And when you hit that subscribe button, you'll get thrown into the algorithm with all of our YouTube shorts that I put out every single day. Back to the news. Appreciate you again, Bubba.
The Senate Banking Committee, making, quote, questionable statements that did not comport with publicly available documents. And it was regarding the atrocious cost overrun of more than $1 billion. I didn't say million, I said billion.
$1 billion. Bubba J. We all Americans, and what is best for America is what it's all about. Exactly. That's why I said, they're like, oh, like Donald Trump is saying, like, you know, the Save America bill is like the tightest bill of all time. Like, we could all get against this. Like, at the State of the Union, that guy was like, none of these guys will vote for insider trading. Every single lawmaker stands up, claps, says that they'll vote for insider trading. I'm like, let's all just take one day off. It'll help all us Americans, and we all just gather together, and we write on a piece of paper, senators cannot trade stocks. And then they all agreed that they would all sign it. So then it's the most unanimous bill of all time. Donald Trump can brag as well. And we finally can stop insider trading. Because apparently everybody's against it, but yet none of them can vote to write a bill to stop it. $1 billion. Exactly. $1 billion.
Renovations to his headquarters. This from the man who says that he is the steward of our public funds. In November, the United States Attorney's Office began an inquiry.
Absolutely agree with that as well.
Prosecutors from my office gathered information for months before we served 2 grand jury subpoenas. On December 19th, we sent an email to the Federal Reserve to have a conversation, a meeting, or even a phone call to discuss our concerns. There was no response. On December 29th, we sent an email to have a conversation, a meeting, or even a phone call to discuss our concerns. Again, we were ignored. We, in fact, asked to meet the first week in January. We were ignored. It was at that...
Yo! Bubba! You have been knighted as well. Appreciate your conversations. I knight people on either side of the aisle when I see good chats happening, good conversations, and somebody sticking in the chat with us. You have given mod access. Basically, we allow all chats, all conversations to happen here. So you might see in the chat that there'll be a hidden comment because somebody accidentally said a swear word or said something wrong about somebody. You can just unhide those. We don't care. We are free speech on both sides of the aisle here. And if somebody's spamming the chat or if they're like sending out addresses or something, you do have the power now to be able to touch that button and put them in timeout, whether that's a 30-second timeout or a full day's timeout. So watch out, everybody, for that. But, use it sparingly. Appreciate you as much as everyone that is in here doing full, deep conversation with us. So tired of the left and the right. God bless you, brother. Bless you, man. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate the conversations, most of all. Conversations is what I give those mod accesses out for. I watch those XPs. I make sure that the people are having good, smart thoughts. They aren't inherently biased wanting to censor the other side. And then I go, you're a good person. Come join. Thank you. I like turtles. I like turtles too. I like turtles and Nancy Pelosi boobies. Wow, awesome. Just let me know if I'm out of line. No, you're fine, dude. You can say whatever. Everybody can say whatever in here. Everybody can have whatever conversations. The only thing that happens is like when somebody gets really annoying or starts spamming the same thing over and over again, like we'll just warn them and one of us that has mod access might like put them in timeout for a minute or two. Usually people listen after that and you don't have to do it again. If they come back and then they're like, Epstein, 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 Epstein. Then you just fucking ban that motherfucker and you're like, this guy is too retarded to just like the turtles.
Jury subpoenas were issued to the Federal Reserve.
Oh, appreciate you, Bubba J. Again, another super chat, $2. I like it's all about America. Exactly. This is the show for America, too. Because unlike regular news, we don't... So basically, I grew up being a production assistant on shows like The Daily Show. I worked on The President Show. I worked on Jesus and Mero. I worked for Trevor Noah and Jon Stewart. And became an executive assistant, all this other bullshit in film and everything. But in learning that skill of being on The Daily Show as a production assistant, I realized, you can just watch all the press materials raw. And wouldn't it be awesome if you just did like a really long podcast every day, like Asmongold style, and just like talked and did commentary and communicated with an audience and talked through all of the raw news instead of doing what I did for The Daily Show, which is watching all of this as my day job and then marking out anything that was on subject that would prove their point. Then they would put it into their half-an-hour program, and they would run their half-an-hour program 7 or 8 times throughout the day. It's the same thing that you see now. If you turn on CNN at 9 a.m. and then you watch the 10 a.m. hour of CNN, 85% of the news is exactly the same. But here, from 7 p.m. all the way to 2 a.m., or whenever the news gets over, whenever we get done with the raw materials and the conversation, that is when the conversation ends. So we watch all of it so that we can see these little nooks and crannies, and we can see when people are lying and when they're not, when we can catch JD Vance in his little lies today, and we can say, yeah, today is a big L day for Donald Trump. But you know what? The last 2 weeks in the State of the Union, motherfucker was killing it. This is the sports center of it all, people. This is the paying attention of it all. That's why Dominions needs a little girls. I don't believe it is Dempstein. I think it is the CIA playing you. Like they played everyone with Trump.
Not even to Jerome Powell. Again, no response, no compliance, but instead a woe is me video by Mr. Powell falsely claiming that he was being threatened with criminal indictment and claiming victim status.
Oh my God. Thank you for that comment. Epstein was Dems and Reps. Yes. Don't listen to the people that are in the Epstein trials that are like, I watched the whole trials and Donald Trump, he was exonerated. That person has an agenda. Don't listen to the person that goes, I want everybody to know that the accuser of Donald Trump was actually in the Epstein files. That person has an agenda. Listen to the person that goes, there was a giant pervert island and there's 14 names that are tied to a Swedish bank that paid off Jeffrey Epstein with $40 million of U.S. Department asset money. And I just want to figure out what those 14 names are that were also being investigated by the DEA. That person, that's my kind of guy.
Powell proceeds to call his political friends in
And it's the guy from France saying all that, you guys. Exactly. Thanks.
D.C. and around the world to gin up support for himself.
Not only both sides, but 90% of them. It's 90% of all of them. Or either like a part of it or were directly involved in it.
All the while refusing to produce simple documents. Now enter local District Court Judge James Boasberg, whose written decision on its face makes clear his antipathy toward President Trump.
She's just doing her show on the podium. She's just doing her show on the podium, guys.
And this administration. He quashes both subpoenas, thereby prohibiting us from reviewing any records and precluding us from submitting records to the grand jury. That grand jury, of course, comprised of ordinary people. Ladies and gentlemen, no one.
She literally the pausing. Like she's like even doing the monologue for the B-roll. Like she's like, ladies and gentlemen, no one saw it coming.
Is above the law.
No one is above the
But
law.
for the first time, a judge is ruling that a grand jury subpoena, on its face legal in all regards, can be ignored because a judge thinks the subject is beyond reproach. This is a decision that is untethered to the law. It creates chaos where any defendant.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, is you can't just bend the rules to your liking. They should still put Jerome Powell on trial. Just like they did Donald Trump for tax evasion stuff. And if they prove that he overspent on the building, they can kick him out. Sure. But to say that they can't bring that case about, that's pretty crazy.
who
Trump
wishes
is not
to
about that. If he was one that takes down and let those files out, yeah, it is the ritual to get supply for power rings during the campaigns that get you into problems as politician and make you corrupt politician. Sorry, don't have my glasses right now.
Made an investigation, guilty or not, can allege I'm a victim, I'm being targeted, and therefore you cannot investigate me. And if
her and Hegseth go to the same meetings, didn't take exactly. Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. I think that they should be able to do the case. So I agree that like the judge is a little out of line. They like just to dismiss it on merit, it doesn't make sense. Can they lose that case, and should they lose that case? Probably. Because to say that somebody overspent on a public building, it's a bit of a stretch to say that he intentionally did that to funnel money somewhere.
if you find the right judge, you'll buy it. This is the antithesis of American justice.
Investigate all, exactly.
Without any records, without an investigation, or
Janine Shapiro is here to investigate every motherfucker.
Question is not how our criminal justice system works. This judge has put himself at...
Yeah, it is crazy because like he is being an activist judge because he knows at the end of the day it's going to go to a higher court. They're going to say that judge is being crazy. They're going to depose that judge. That judge is going to have to say, oh, I was just speculating. I didn't know any better. Or, oh, oops, I made a mistake or whatever. And meanwhile, all this time goes by where they can't investigate Colin Powell. And they should be able to investigate him. They should be able to do the fucking thing and just go to court and see if he's guilty or not.
The entrance door to the grand jury, slamming...
Well, she does. What is her fucking age? What is her age, dude? She's got to be like, what, 70s? Janine Pirro. 74 years old. Holy shit. Yeah, she looks good for her age.
That door shut. Irrespective...
Does she got the big titties like Nancy, though? She got them big Nancy titties?
...of the legal process, and thus preventing the grand jury from doing the work that it does.
Colon cancer alone?
So what is the law? What is the law? According to the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, certainly higher than the court that Boasberg is on, a grand jury, every grand jury, has broad discretion to, quote, investigate merely on suspicion that the law is being violated.
Right.
Merely.
Right. Because you bring it to the court, and the court can dismiss it on merit. It's insane to think otherwise. So Democrats are definitely wrong on this one. Big win Republicans on this one. What money can do, LOL. Exactly, right? Bro. Money can turn you into this alien fucking looking hot chick.
On suspicion the law is being violated, or because it wants assurance that the law is not being violated. In fact, the court says a grand jury may act on tips and rumors. Right here are the cases and the citations from the highest court in the land.
There you go.
And yet this judge is shockingly requiring the government to show something...
Yeah, that's a proof of an activist judge. You know that guy is just going to take the penalty because you got to pay out on the side to do this so that it just extends this entire process. They're still going to sue Powell. They're still going to say he did it. They're still going to go to the Supreme Court and prove that they did this and everything. But in the meantime, Powell gets to stay in his position for an extra 6 months while they don't get the case off the ground. This judge gets to act like he's just ignorant. And most likely somebody from Powell's side or from the Democrat side gave that judge some money, because who in the right mind would say, no, you don't have the merits to investigate on suspicion alone. Suspicion is the merits to investigate a crime.
Akin to probable cause, and those are his words. Probable cause.
You made it funny.
In order to justify the issuance of a grand jury subpoena. Folks, probable cause is not and never has been the standard that prosecutors in this country need in order to go into a...
Right. You do not need probable cause to literally prosecute somebody for a crime. You can sue anybody you fucking want to. You don't have probable cause. Not like, oh, I want to sue you because you're fucking stealing my likeness. And they're like, oh, well, you didn't prove that I stole your likeness, so you're not allowed to sue me. The fuck you talking about?
Grand jury. This is not and has never been the law of the land.
Exactly. Crazy when you get money, you get off, but when you and I get there, you get fucked. This is the same placement of like bail systems and stuff too. Like when you go to fucking just an in and out jail and you haven't even been charged for a crime and you get held overnight. But if you have a lawyer, then that lawyer comes and picks you up an hour after you get dropped off at jail. You get fingerprinted and then you get pulled out right away. Otherwise, you go to a holding cell and you just wait until the public defender can reach you, which is usually like a day and a half later. There's usually like a 48-hour window where they legally have to, because they can't hold you in prison for longer than 48 hours without a crime. All because you're poor. Because if you're rich, you just get the phone call and you just go out. It's crazy.
And so this decision today by Judge Boasberg runs directly afoul of our highest court's admonition that courts and judges must not and cannot.
But now right here, we're essentially seeing that a judge was paid off to make a decision that he absolutely knew was wrong in order to delay the process of a lawsuit. That's a fucking crazy, corrupt thing to do.
Saddle grand juries with mini trials and preliminary showings that impede a prosecutor's investigation and thus frustrate the public's interest in the fair and expeditious administration of justice. No one, folks, is above the law. And this outrageous decision will be appealed by the United States Department of Justice. Go ahead, sir.
Do you think that your office's failure to attempt to prosecute 6 members of Congress?
I'm not here to talk about 6 members of Congress.
Man, that was a better snapback than Trump. She was like, bro, it is the morning. Wake the fuck up. I just gave you a press briefing. If you're not here for the fucking press briefing, get the fuck out.
I'm here to talk about the fact that the grand jury has a job. They look at evidence. They decide whether they want to indict. If they don't indict, so be it. And if you want to know what the judge...
Right. If they don't indict, so be it. But you don't get to say, no, this one time you don't have to do a crime. Woo! Big Bubba! Bubba J 007 with the super chat. $2. Shouldn't be that way. But some of us are above the law. Exactly. And it seems like the guy that's running the Federal Reserve, printing money, is literally able to pay off a lower district DC judge. You got literally Trump's judge over here being like, this is some bullshit. They're doing it on purpose. They know this is crazy. They're not even letting us prosecute him or even try the case. And then you got the fucking reporters that are also probably paid off by the fucking guy, because the reporters are like, why are you talking about this? Like, she has no merits to bringing this up as like a crazy, corrupt case of justice. No one is above the law. Sorry, I see it differently.
Things, go ask him.
Some are above the law. I mean, nobody's above the law is the dream scenario. I think that's the dream scenario. But if you think that nobody is above the law in reality, you probably have too much money to understand that you're actually above the law. In France, we have the same problem. It is crazy. Exactly. We have this problem is in like every country, and the problem is also is that the people in charge of the countries in these justice systems will point out, oh, well, look at the other system. Look at Iran and Russia. They just throw you in jail. And it's like, well, yeah, but it still doesn't mean that we have to do this. Like, I accidentally get a parking ticket, and now I'm in a holding cell for 48 hours because I don't have $400 to call my, Jewish lawyer up and have him pull me out. Biden's kids are a prime example of that.
To statements from Senator Tom Tillis, has been blocking and vowed to continue blocking.
Honestly, I don't know and I don't care, and I'll tell you why. I am in a legal lane. Right. All of the rest is white noise.
Right. And that's the crazy thing. It's like, I'm not going to talk about Trump. I'm not going to do all this bullshit. He put me in here to be a real lawyer, and I'm trying to be a real lawyer, and I'm trying to explain to you, the press, that literally, there is a lower-end district D.C. judge saying we're not allowed to bring about a real estate prosecution case over a tax crime on the Treasury. That we don't have the merits to do so on speculation alone, which speculation alone is defined in the Supreme Court in 8 to 10 cases that I'm showing you, the press, right here today. Now, we all just watched the same fucking thing the press did. This is exactly why I love this kind of show. We're watching the whole thing. But watch how the press responds to it. The press responds to it as if they didn't just hear what she said. As if none of that registered. I'm pretty sure she is in the lane for a box of wine. Bro, I get it. The Hegseth fucking Janine Shapiro wine jokes, they are funny. But right now on this Janine Shapiro one, I mean, she's got a case here. You should be able to try whoever you want. I don't think that Powell is guilty, by the way. I think that he would actually be immediately, like, the case would be thrown out on lower end. But to say you can't bring that case about, that's a level of corruption that's insane. Seeing everybody in the press room essentially attack this woman and not talk about the merits of what she's establishing as a veteran lawyer, saying this is crazy, that's insane too. Everyone in there knows this judge is doing this deliberately, and it seems like everybody's paid off by Powell or somebody to just be like, all right, well, nope, Trump's not allowed to do that. We're just going to wait this one out. Sorry. The money people said no to this one. The money people said no to this one.
I don't care what they say. I have a job. I have the ability to go into a grand jury. There are questions that the American public and people in D.C. are entitled to know where...
Press is corrupt as shit because they're like literally watching this. That's why I love watching the news straight out. We're watching the press source on it. So we're watching her press conference. We watch everything that she said. And then, like, what would your question be? I'm sure your question wouldn't be, blah, 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 you're wrong, and why did Trump do this? Your question would probably be something along the lines of, do you have merit there? Do you think that that's something that what's wrong with this judge? Does this judge have other bad cases? Is he older? Why would he do this? Anything, any kind of question about the first 10 minutes of this press conference that you just watched. And instead, the press is like, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. The DOJ is having record losses in prosecution. Most of their best lawyers quit after being told the prosecution case without merit or drop cases like on Mayor Adams. Devious, that's exactly kind of my point, which is like, let them do the case. What she's saying here is that a lower district judge threw out the merits of her being able to bring about a case. But the definition of her merit of being able to define a case is speculation. So essentially, this judge is saying she doesn't have valid speculation. That's a really broad term, and that's a pretty insane thing to say as a judge, unless you're paid off to do that, knowing that it's going to go to a higher court. It's going to take them 6 months. They're not going to be able to really bring him to court. In the meantime, he's going to run out the rest of his job. He'll be able to escape and go off to fucking, the Virgin Islands or whatever new Epstein Island that all of the printing money people take and go about his merry fucking way. But I don't know. Mega morons. I don't know, man.
$1 billion has gone.
USA, dude, stop spamming Trump. Exactly, don't spam Trump, bro. Just only say it once. You can say you love Trump. I most likely will read it. If I don't, it's probably because somebody else just said it right before you. But I try to shout out and say all chats out loud. But yeah, let's not be blowing up the chat too much. We will be put in timeout by our awesome mods that are from all different political persuasions in all different countries. We have today Al Green from France, right? I believe. Was that right? You were from France, right? And Devious, I believe, is from Indonesia, if I remember correctly. And Bubba is making America great again. With me! We're both making America great again. Making America great isn't a bad thing. It's never a bad thing. Because we always making America great.
And that's my focus.
But he is asking for an assurance that the investigation into Powell has...
Hello from the Ukrainian front lines. Yo, what's up from the Ukrainian front lines? Tell us about them drones.
This has ended it. Are you willing to concede?
Did you hear what I just said?
It's like, you just watched the press conference. Ask a question about the press conference. Not, I hate Trump. Did you just hear what I just said? Slav Ukraine. You don't mess with the Zoran. Slav Ukraine. Slav Ukraine. Okay, yeah.
I just said that this decision will be appealed by the United States Department of Justice.
Yes, that's what she said when she walked in the door. Because obviously it has no merit. They're throwing it out to extend it so that they don't have to send up over 40 plus drones today. Damn, my boy, are you making money with them? you making the dough on the drones?
That's the answer to your question. We're looking at 1001, and we're also looking at a statute having to do with fraud, but it's up to the grand jury to make that decision.
Exactly. That's the point of the press conference. When in U.S. history have you ever not had the jury decide the merits of the case? Tell her she's an idiot. I don't think she's an idiot, honestly. I'm liking her tonight. What time is it in Ukraine? Good God, yeah. What time is it in Ukraine, man? Oh my God. What time is it in France? Aren't you in France? Just like add 3 hours or something, right? Aren't you like, guys? Isn't like, Chicago to LA like the same as France to Ukraine? I'm pissed off way too much, lol. 10 a.m. Exactly. Oh, damn, 10 a.m.? Y'all watching me so early. All you international people watching American politics early in the morning. I don't know. You guys, there's something wrong with you. You all are the club, though. I like that club more than my American people. We got I would say we probably got 75% Trumpers, 25% Democrats that are mostly silent, that are American viewers here. But then our international viewers are all these people that are love American politics like I do, and are making fun of it and fucking watching it and whatever, just analyzing the shit. They're not involved in it, and they're fucking watching this at 8 a.m. They're all just sipping coffee in their different countries. American politics, Slav. East Coast and NYS. Yeah.
We're
real.
$1 billion.
New York State? New York State Public?
Dollars over in cost overruns. Are you kidding? $1 billion? We're not talking about huge buildings.
Trump's former press secretary said Trump calls his own supporters basement dwellers, and they still support him. LOL maggots. LOL to you, bro. LOL to you. If you should probably watch the show for 15 minutes. It might explode your brain, but you might also learn something. American politics dictates our future here in Ukraine, dictates the future of the world, but also it's much more interesting to watch it the way that we're watching it here, where we just watch the actual people talking and the actual questions coming from the press, rather than the paid cable organizations that clip this shit out and blast it out 10 times a day.
Here. Go ahead.
I cut you after I cut you after I got supping, then before breakfast, but now I'm relaxing by the pool after lunch. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's during the day. I love that. I love that the international audience is just like watching American politics during the day, just chilling. I hope I'm not like amping anybody up. I hope we're all just laughing and having a good old time watching fucking all these crazies. Don't play her voice. She is insufferable. Slav Ukraine.
President Trump.
I don't even know who he is.
So isn't this just essentially holding up President Trump's pick or any forthcoming picks, since Senator Till has said he will not vote?
Okay. I don't know how to explain this, but I'm going to try. I've been a prosecutor, a judge.
Like, I came in here, I tried to tell y'all, these people are corrupt, they used a shitty judge, they're not letting us prosecute, we should be allowed to prosecute. How hard is it to comprehend that? And this lady is asking a question of, do you think that the reason that this judge said what he said was to stop the judge of the trade because of the person you want to pick, that Donald Trump wants to pick next for the Treasury, that he's like, he's not really good and he's maybe a terrorist or something? What the fuck? I love Janine Shapiro. If her husband divorces her, I'm here. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I am licking the boot of fucking Janine Shapiro more than any Shapiro before her. Or Pirro. It's Pirro, right? Yeah, Janine Pirro. So at least it's not a Shapiro. Somebody was putting time out. Make sure you're not fucking spamming the chat, man. Okay? We can say whatever, but just let's not spam the chat. Let's not do stupid shit. Or say stupid shit or attack each other, that kind of shit. But yeah, so I'm fucking loving this bitch right now. She is like, I mean, come on. Get rid of, I'm being real. I don't know how we can't be real here. Get rid of Pam Bondi. Get rid of fucking Cash Patel. Keep this lady. Absolutely keep this lady. I say maybe hire John Fetterman to do something.
A DA and now a United States Attorney for well over 3 decades. Politics is not the lane I'm in right now. And I have a charge and an oath to the Constitution.
Thank you.
And my job is to present evidence, and I can do so when I can merely on the suspicion that the law is being violated, or
as your phone is ringing, she's like, "Let me walk you through it." 5 minutes. Think about it.
Just because I want assurance that it's not. I'm not in those lanes. And I will not allow myself or my staff to be in those lanes. And that's why we brought crime down in this jurisdiction. We are focused on the law. We're focused on the people of the district. We are not focused on politics. Go ahead.
Judge Roseberg, in his opinion, said that you, quote, promptly complied, unquote, with President Trump's apparent...
President Trump again. President Trump again. Again. It's like, I'm telling you how this judge did something wrong. You're not even trying to defend the judge. You're President Trump. President Trump.
Direction to prosecute Powell. Can you just state for the public record, how did you have the idea or, the impetus to start this inquiry?
First of all, he's totally wrong in his assessment of the dates, and that's why we're doing a motion to reconsider, because he got his dates wrong. And as far as I'm concerned, This was something that was of public
Corrupt
interest.
rats, yeah, definitely.
It was something that the Senate Banking Committee wanted information on, and it is something within my jurisdiction and my charge. But I want to tell you a story. When I was a young prosecutor, I was one of the first people to investigate child abuse as a crime.
Woo! Okay.
Everyone thought it was a social problem and not a criminal justice problem. The kids are better off with their parents. There was an organization, and that organization didn't have a very good reputation. And it was one of the societies that was out there trying to prevent cruelty to children. And I set up a relationship where they would bring me cases. And people were outraged that I would deal with this organization. And
what
my
the
answer
fuck?
to them,
wow,
30, 40 years ago,
whoa,
I'll deal with the devil. I'll take a case from the devil.
Fuck it.
If you can give me information.
I'll take a case from the devil if you can give me information that the person is guilty of a crime. Exactly. That's what you want from a lawyer. Oath to law before even religion. Holy fucking shit. Keep this lady. Make her fucking president. My God. Oath to fucking law before fucking religion? Woo!
That will lead me to possibly find a crime. It doesn't matter where a case comes from. It doesn't matter. I can have a suspicion. I can read the newspaper. I can just want to make sure he didn't commit a crime. So don't make the judges wrong on his dates.
Right? And it doesn't matter anyway because the judge is saying they can't prosecute. The only fucking merit for standing on prosecution in this case is he's saying they don't have enough evidence for speculation? Makes no fucking sense. It took me are paying attention in person, ready to answer a question. It's like,
He is wrong. That's why we're not only appealing, we're making a motion to reconsider. Okay, I want to say one more thing, and I think it's important that you guys.
She's just teaching him now. She's like, look, I'm too fucking old for this shit. And I'll tell you guys something too. We just hit over 100 right now live in the chat. So make sure that you double chat. Hit that like button. It spawns people into the chat. It spawns people in for our fucking poll of the day. $3 gets you every month a little logo next to your name in the chat as we go, and it grows and changes every month that you support us. You get super chats, super fucking awesome exclusive YouTube reels and all that bullshit. And I'm going to stop plugging myself while we're getting a surge in viewership like an idiot and get back to the greatest fucking lawyer of our time, people.
Hear this from me. There's another way of...
She is more American than Trump. Sorry, guys. Yes. Pinnable comment.
Looking at this.
Pinnable comment.
And that is that it's not just the public being fed up with this stuff. It's the fact that what we've got are grand jurors who are supposed to hear this. And they haven't been able to hear any of this because someone has decided that they're not entitled to hear this.
You just don't give a fuck, exactly.
Thanks.
When you get to a certain age as well, you forget how to shut off your fucking ringer. And you just throw your phone to your assistant whenever it starts yelling at you.
This process has been arbitrarily undermined by an activist judge. We have a process.
Mr. Big Bubba J007 became our latest member. I think you're member 13 or 14 now in the last week here. If you're not going to be disappointed. Every single month that little logo next to your name changes and grows with the support that you continue to support us with. We do live streams almost every single night, 7 p.m. to whenever the news is over. And we have exclusive YouTube shorts that go out just for members every single day as well as regular shorts for everybody as well. So make sure that you hit that subscribe button to get those YouTube shorts thrown into your algorithm every day about the news. Appreciate you so much, Big Bubba J007. Appreciate mostly the conversation you're bringing as well, man. Appreciate your perspective. Let's keep it going.
We have been asking for information about a matter that has raised questions in many people's minds. Senate banking, the public, the papers, it doesn't matter. So give me the information so I can assess it. Give me the information so the grand jury, comprised of regular Americans, can say, there's nothing here. And I'll accept it the way I accept other.
Is that not what I said right at the beginning of this? I said, I don't think that Powell has actually committed this crime. But you gotta let them do it. This is crazy to say that they shouldn't be allowed to do it. Anybody with half a brain that's even a reporter in there should see that. That's what this should be reporting about. Instead, they're all like, Donald Trump, and driving this actual lawyer insane. And she is at levels of 75 years old, not giving a shit that I've never seen before. Fucking just, I'm not taking questions. I'm just going to tell you how it is and I'm going to leave. And I agree, because this is fucking insanity to have such a simple, straightforward thing be presented in front of a group of people and have no one understand what the fuck is going on.
Cases, okay? Whatever it is, we'll abide by it. What we don't accept is a judge standing in front of the door of a grand jury blocking our access, a role that has never been envisioned, a role that will now be used by other defense attorneys around the country, who's going to come in with a client and say, oh, my client is being targeted. Don't you dare go in the grand jury. A judge says, yes, the guy's bathed and washed in immunity, and you can't go after him.
Bathed and washed in immunity.
The process should have been allowed to run its course, and it wasn't. And shame on them.
Trump is the best POTUS in my lifetime. I do not care how you feel. I agree, because I think that POTUS is all about entertainment and it's all about leadership and leadership structure. And I think he does all of those things really well. He's also a really good negotiator. He has really good skill sets. The one thing he's doing bad at is why I'm saying that Trump is at a loss tonight, guys. Donald Trump is at a loss tonight for the first time. I put an L on Donald Trump tonight for the first time in probably 2 weeks. And this L is because he's now trying to just manifest things that clearly aren't reality. Letting people like his Treasury Secretary tweet out that the pathway through Vermoose or whatever is all good, and then find out he has to delete it after the stock market goes up because of his statement. We trust these officials to make good statements, especially about finances. And within the last 48 hours, we've seen like a lot of uh-ohs from the White House when it comes to this stuff. Here is the FBI official provides update on the Temple Israel attack. This one is the Temple Israel attack in... This is the Lebanon one again. This is the same guy. This is the same... Wait, no, this is Virginia. University of Virginia. I think Trump just destroyed the dollar and the American empire with the war on Iran. We will see what happens, but it smells really bad. They are sending troops in Iran and not good. I think that one thing that is a positive is our first poll of the evening. We had over 500 people vote in it, and we had over 40% still saying that they believe that the war in Iran is going to be done within 60 days. And I said it myself at the beginning that I can overwhelmingly, no matter what, give Daddy Trump at least 60 days. That's it. Now, after 14 days, I'm already like, the way you talking, bro, you sounding a lot like George W. Bush. You sounding a lot like George W. Bush. But if I'm sipping a margarita on Cinco de Mayo and we've defeated all Ayatollahs and the pathway of Ramus or Hamus or whatever the fuck is open, Trump always. I will never second guess it again. But I really feel like the way we've been talking the last week or so, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. FBI update on the Virginia shooting. Or a temple, a synagogue or temple.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Runyon.
Y'all forgot Iraq already. Mission accomplished, right?
Runyan, and I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit field office. First, our hearts continue to be with the Jewish community and the victims here in Michigan as they recover.
It is impossible because Iran won't let USA go, and if there is no peace, Treaty Moose won't be opened. What happened to Trump and his second-hand participation trophy Peace Prize? Exactly. Here's the thing: is I think Donald Trump wasn't expecting that, which is that these Middle Eastern countries, a lot of the time, they'll claim power even when they don't have the military power or backing, because they know that it makes us look like we lost. So Donald Trump after 4 days was like, we pretty much won. Well, then they established that there's a new Ayatollah, and it's the second son of Khamenei, and then he made a public statement, and now we're having to ridicule this guy and say that his photo is AI, and he needs to show his face, and his face is severely damaged, obviously. We're trying to provoke him like Osama bin Laden into showing himself, because he's on the hunt now. And if you remember anything about Osama bin Laden, once he was on the hunt, that news dried up real quickly. And that's what's going to happen here. Is they're going to use this for all that it's worth. They're going to say, no, the Ayatollah still runs Iran. And they're going to have all their people in Iran and all that shit. So even if we come in with our military divisions, whatever, they're going to keep claiming that they haven't lost yet. And as long as they can claim that they haven't lost yet and we can't hunt them down and get them all, then the war isn't over. And that's exactly what happened with the war in Afghanistan. It would have been over real quick, but we just couldn't catch the guy. Did you email Jeffrey? I tried.
From this devastation.
He wouldn't give me any money, though. Ayatollah is not on the hunt, bro. I'm pretty sure that we're trying to hunt the Ayatollahs, yeah. Pretty sure we want to get them.
Thankfully, the brave officers and security personnel who protected the temple yesterday.
Yeah, you said the Strait of Hormuz will open. That's just a way to create oil problems. Well, we literally just opened up sanctions with Russia to make sure that we get enough oil, because we didn't want the oil price to go down. So clearly this is going to cause a bigger problem over the next few weeks. That's what I think. What's up, Wither? Welcome. Welcome back to the chat, Wither. We got a new member in Bubba J 007. He just joined us as a member today and gave us a few super chats. Awesome fella. He also got modded. And then we also modded El Green Stuff 94 from France. We're getting quite the international audience now. We got France, and we got Indonesia, and we got Ukraine, and we got, what is it? Seattle, right? Wither, are you from Seattle, right? Or Portland? One of the two of those? And then we got somebody from Hawaii. I forgot who was from Hawaii.
Are recovering, and we continue to pray for their speedy recovery, their speedy healing. Acts of violence against houses of worship.
Yeah, I don't know if the strait's going to open or not. I mean, apparently we're guiding shit through it. No, there's nobody stopping us. I wouldn't at least.
Schools in our communities have no place in Michigan, and the FBI.
Also, people got to remember, a lot of this is about insurance policies. So international insurers, commercial insurers for these boats, literally won't insure the boat. So then the boat isn't allowed to leave commercially because they think there might be a bomb. And until they can get the insurance adjusters to insure the boats, those boats can't leave. So when they say, it's not closed, they just are causing it to be closed. That's what they mean. Is that there's such speculation that there might be bombs underneath the water, or that somebody might come out and pirate the boat, that a lot of the commercial boating vessels that are billions of dollars worth of goods are literally being held hostage because the commercial insurancers, the insurance adjusters, aren't going to pay for the insurance because they think, oh no, it's going to explode. Which is kind of ironic because isn't that why you have insurance for times like this? Nope, apparently not.
The FBI continues to work tirelessly to provide support for these families and to investigate the events that led up to this ruthless act of violence.
Looks like it, right?
Now I'd like to provide an update about this active and ongoing investigation. We are aware that there's been a significant amount of public reporting about the assailant. However, because we are only 30 hours into this active investigation, it would be irresponsible for me to speculate about his motive at this time. Our team's been working around the clock.
Hallows, you can say whatever you want, but just make sure we're not spamming the chat. Once you say something, move on to something else. Say something else to us, please.
To ensure that we remain focused on...
China is getting through India, Pakistan. It is just us, USA, France, UK, Israel, because our politicians support Israel. I just heard today they're trying to pass a $250 bill with Trump's mugshot on it. LOL.
Providing confirmed facts about this.
That's that's one of those it'll never pass, but anybody that's on record voting for it, I appreciate. Whenever anybody votes for a gag bill like that, I love those kind of things. I'm go for it, man.
Rather than uncorroborated speculation. The FBI continues to process the
evidence. Good evening, Big Bag. Good evening, Big Bag. Let's just do a recap really quick. Big Bag of Pod 420 was our very first member. He has given gift subscriptions before. He is our biggest supporter. He has been here for over 7, 8, maybe even 10 live streams over the 14 days that I've been doing this. I'm so appreciative of Mr. Big Bag 420. But Mr. Big Bag Pop 420, we've got some new members here today. Bubba J 007 became a member himself. He also gave us some super chats earlier. Gift giving, making it fucking feel real. And you can be one of these members and get your little logo next to your name. And that logo changes every month, by the way. And we now have 14 members now. So I literally think that I'm going to change all those logos to be crazy ass shit. I know that after I think 6 months, it turns into this crazy purple psychedelic mushroom. Sent 5 Alex Wagner gift memberships. Oh my God, Big Bag of Pop! What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? We have to get back to the news. This is crazy, Big Bag of Pop. Oh my gosh. Big Bag of Pop puts RP338 in the members area. He puts the One True Review in the members area. He puts Bipolar Mew. I like Bipolar Mew. That's a great one. In the members area. He puts Kevin Kirk. That must be either Captain Kirk or that must be Charlie Kirk's dad. Victor Sanchez in the gift members area. Hell yeah, Big Bag of Pop 420. Appreciate you. And of course, our Big J, or Bubba J 007, he got knighted with his mod. And we also modded L Green Stuff 94 from France today. So now we have mods that are in France. We have mods that are in Indonesia, of all different political persuasions, all different countries, all different backgrounds. This place is growing. It's becoming crazy. Remember, you can be a member just like the people that were gifted membership, these last 5 people that were just gifted membership. It's only $3 a month. You just hit that fucking little scanner on your face for your phone. And you get the little logo next to your name. And right now, that first logo you're seeing is the Envy logo. That's my very first production logo. I have 17 feature films. Alex R. Wagner. You can find them on Tubi, Plex. The only one that was ever political, it's called Christmas in Florida. And it was about me escaping Manhattan during the pandemic and moving down to Florida during Christmas in 2020. So make sure to check that one out if you want to see a documentary all about all the politics and crazy shit. There's a bunch of Trump clips in there. January 6th is how the movie ends. It's the only Christmas movie that ends on January 6th. It's available on Amazon Prime. It's available on Tubi. It's available on Plex. All with any of your subscriptions on those. But also it is there's 17 other films, sketch comedies, etc. Look up my name, do all that stuff. We got exclusive YouTube shorts coming for all those members, and I will be putting out loads of shit this weekend for all you members, so make sure you guys join that members area. It's going to be fucking amazing. We're going to have a fun time. But also, hit that subscribe button, because then you'll get sent YouTube shorts into your algorithm of all the stuff going on in the news, because I'll also be putting out some YouTube shorts just for everybody in the algorithm. And double tap that phone. Hit that like button, because that is how we get more people into the political persuasion. Let's check in on our poll. Our poll right now. How many more bombs will you fund in Iran? 149 votes. We have 21% are saying they'll give $1 million to Iran. It's not even that much money, right? We have 75 million people, or $75 million. 25%. 25%. But the winner, the outstanding winner right now, $13.12, and not a dime more. We are at 24,000 viewers tonight, guys. We are averaging 70 viewers all night. This has been amazing. And we are back here right now. Let's get back to the news now. Big Bag of Pot causing the tremendous, glorious disruption. Appreciate you so much. I'm going to hit play on this FBI lady and find myself a little dazzle pen for a minute. 420 all day, every day, of course. I usually am not awake at this time, but in the Michigan now, and I heard, but to get used to the time zone. Not only that, I've been stressed. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine a move across America is pretty stressful. You know, every time that I drive across the United States and drive from state to state, I feel like it is like spawning the Matrix. I don't know if you felt that way, but every state feels like distinctively different, with like different people, different customs, different like looks. I just feel like I've just like been planted into a different level every time I hit the state line. Even the roads hit differently on each road. Great statistics, dude. I know, it's been amazing. This is a great night. Great one. We're going to also do 2 amazing live streams that are coming out, so make sure you guys check those out. Tomorrow night, or tomorrow during the day, basically, I'm going to fuck around. We're just going to go live. We're going to have a bunch of fun all day, maybe even Saturday night. I'll try to figure that out. But Sunday, we are doing the first ever anti-woke Oscar reaction night. So get your Oscar TVs ready. Watch on Hulu or ABC with us. Or just watch our reactions. But we will be live, full and center. No videos running. But we will be reacting to everything, and we will be cheerleading Sinners as the blacks, as the authentic, independent black entrepreneurs of Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan, who lobbied for $50 million to own their own movie after 10 years, could potentially become the Best Picture winners and the only winners of an independent film ever to do that. And the film they're up against is this ISIS woke propaganda. Paul Thomas Anderson, Leonardo DiCaprio is a vigilante dad. He's essentially playing like the Adam guy from, Minnesota that got shot or whatever. He's like one of these Karens. So hopefully the wokeness really dies at the Oscars this year, and we finally see independence and even like a literal black coalition like completely take over and destroy the nonsense. And I'm talking even the nonsense in like the Best Actor category, where Marty Supreme, it was like Marty Supreme, the cockiness, the showmanship, all the shit. And now the story is Michael B. Jordan has never been nominated. But he has been here since Friday Night Lights. He's been in the community forever. So could Michael B. Jordan pull the upset and destroy the, fucking showmanship and the fucking all this crazy shit, this egotistical Marty Supreme thing? The whole thing is going to be, from our perspective, anti-cancel culture, anti-wokeness. So we're going to try to take down the corporate shills that are trying to prop up bad movies and bad products all night. And we're going to be cheerleading the fucking awesome ones. So if that seems like something for you, make sure that you tune in. I think it's going to be like 6 to 9 p.m., but we're going to be going all night on Sunday on that one.
The vehicle and surrounding locations. At this time, there are no new known threats to the community, and the FBI has no indications that this attack was.
Also, did you guys hear? If you give a shit about UFC, did you like the White House card sucked? We did a whole live stream announcing the White House card. It was such a disappointment. But Sean Strickland is going to be fighting for a title. Mr. Cancel Culture himself is actually being given a title fight because they can't stop him from getting it.
Connected to the shooting at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. The FBI has forensically confirmed that the assailant responsible for carrying...
It is a poison, and hopefully wokeism will really die on Sunday with an independent coalition of, like, black filmmakers, which isn't that, like, wokeness's ultimate enemy. It's like wokeness allowed the, like, person of color, we need a person of color in all of our movies. And then they're like, we're just going to make our own movie about black vampires, and it's going to beat your ICE movie about, like, ICE and immigration and all your woke bullshit. Just a black movie about vampires.
Out this attack was Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, age 41.
From got brains? Yeah, he does.
He has no previous
backwards as God. Closest we will get on
history,
the earth.
And no registered weapons. He also has never been the subject of an FBI investigation.
Huh?
As for the preliminary timeline of yesterday's events, here's what I can provide. At approximately 9:58 a.m., Ghazali drove his gray Ford F-150 into the parking lot of Temple, Israel. From approximately 10 a.m. to 12:15 p.m.,
I'll be back 1 second, guys.
Ghazali remained parked in his vehicle in the parking lot. No other persons or vehicles were observed associating with him. At approximately 12:15 p.m., Ghazali starts driving through the parking lot, and at approximately 12:19 p.m., Ghazali drives his vehicle into door 5 on the southeast corner of the building, hitting a security guard on his way in. At approximately 12:20, Ghazali's vehicle gets jammed between hallway walls, and he begins firing through the windshield of his vehicle. Ghazali and the first security officer engage in a gunfight through the rear window of Ghazali's vehicle. And at this point, Ghazali is unable to extract himself due to the vehicle being jammed in the hallway. At approximately 12:22 p.m., a second security officer engages Ghazali in a gunfight from the front of the vehicle.
You gotta push through somehow. You gotta get your little stimulus, your little stimulant somehow. Especially for a Friday night stream. Friday night stream with 91 in the chat. Guys, come on. Double tap that screen. Let's get up to 100 likes. Spawn people into the chat so that we can get an accurate poll. We had 150 votes at the time. 150 votes already.
And soon thereafter, Ghazali's vehicle, his engine compartment catches on fire. And at some point during the gunfight, Ghazali suffers a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. In the bed of the truck, we found large quantities of commercial-grade fireworks and several jugs of flammable liquid we believe to be gasoline, some of which has been consumed in the fire. Okay. Again, I'd like to commend the teachers and the staff who successfully evacuated the children during this attack. We realize this is a traumatic event for everyone, and as a result, we have set up the Family Assistance Center to provide victim services support and resources here at the J Detroit for any individuals affected by this tragedy. For those looking to recover their personal items that were left at Temple, Israel during this attack, you and your family can recover your items here at the Family Assistance Center.
It is crazy. Like, I know it's like just sad and crazy that this is happening, but like it is funny to think like somebody like left their keys there. They're like, "Fuck! I left my keys." Spend the love, absolutely.
At the old fitness area of the J throughout the week.
Everybody was safe. Nobody got harmed, from what I can recall of this incident. So it is okay to make fun of the guy too, and make fun of the situation. And I just gotta think like about the person that runs out and then forgets that he's like, oh fuck, my keys are in there. I was crazy once too.
For the public, I continue to ask everyone and anyone.
It is wild. Y'all are motivating me with all of those super chats and memberships and popping in for of all of our old people and our new people and all this crazy fucking conversations and everything tonight, guys. I can't believe it's 1:30 here almost. Like on a normal day, I would just end this. But because I wasn't even with you yesterday, I've been doing this new job for this real estate guy. So I've been doing that during the day, and then I've just been taking off at night because I'm like, I can't be doing both right now at the same time. I got to be able to pace myself. But this weekend, I'm all yours. I'm all yours. For the first time ever, I have no date for the Oscars, nor am I going to go to some schmoozy boozy bullshit. Free America from Israel, absolutely.
If you have any additional information about the subject or this incident, to submit a digital media tip at www.
Bubba J007, you don't even know. The real members, I believe, Big Bag, you were there. I know Wither. I remember Wither was definitely there if Wither is still in the chat right now. But we had I'll read your chat in a second, Big Bag. But we did have a night where we did a live stream of the Clinton fucking depositions called the Clintathon, where we had to get 200 likes or we had to keep watching Hillary Clinton. And I believe we were up until like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning on that live stream. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a rubber room with rats, and rats made me crazy. Idiots.
FBI.gov/West Bloomfield attack, or to call our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We ask that you continue to provide any information that you deem helpful, no matter how small you think it is. Additionally, if you or someone you know, a family member, a coworker, or a friend, is exhibiting concerning behavior or making threats towards themselves or others, please call your...
Making a threat towards themselves or others. See how the FBI conducts themselves versus the idiot politician that says, if you see anybody say the word Jew out loud, call the government. Like, it's just, God damn it. This lady can't even put her hair on straight, and she's over here saying it the right way.
Your local police department or the FBI, once again, at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need the community's help to keep everyone safe. I would also like to thank our state, local, and federal partners. Along with
no anti-Semitism shit.
The Jewish community security,
it's a regular
and the Temple
standard
Israel security, as well as the local community.
Oh, she just thanked the Israel security. I don't know if you're supposed to do that one.
For all of their collaboration as we continue to work.
I'm surrounded by idiots. Fez.
Our partnerships and efforts are focused on keeping these communities safe, and we cannot mitigate or fully investigate these incidents without their tireless support. Lastly, I just want to leave.
Is the wind heavy where she is? No, that's the hairstyle. Alyssa Liu told all women they can wear their hair however they want and that it's beautiful and brave. And so now fucking redheads are doing this thing or something, I guess. Double tap that screen. Double tap that screen.
Against those who intend to create fear or harm. And I also encourage all of our places of worship to remain vigilant. I'd like to
But look at that. All of our places of worship in the community to remain vigilant. Not, if you see something like the word Jew, then say something like the word Jew. Remember, we were just here on Whitmer. I know this might not be making sense to you, Big Bag of Pot, because you miss Gretchen Whitmer's statements, but she made it all about anti-Semitism while also saying that she had no knowledge of how the attack happened.
Encourage our houses of worships and schools to work with their local, state, and federal partners to get active shooter training.
Nah, guys,
such as the FBI's active shooter attack prevention and preparedness training, to ensure everyone is.
Woo woo! We're 13 likes away. 13 likes away from 100. We're getting back up there. We haven't been at 100 likes since the Clintathon. Guys, we have not been at 100 likes since the Clintathon. We have hit 200 likes only twice ever. The second day of the war and I can't remember what the other one was, but the second day of the war had over 124,000 views total. But so we're not on pace to get that, but we are having the largest average viewers that we've ever gotten. I think we're averaging 65 viewers tonight throughout the entire broadcast. And if we hit 100 likes here, we will be one of 3 live streams in our little saga since Big Bag of Pot first subscribed. I believe it was during the Nick Fuentes commentary, the first day of the war, or was that the second day? Either way, thank you so much. All right, I'm going to hit the bet. Much love, everyone. Have a great night. P.S. That was some wild shit. Appreciate you so much. Big Bag of Pot would be nowhere without you. Would not be thinking this is possible. Bubba J 007 becoming the Big Bag of Pot of the day. I appreciate you as well, and appreciate you, L Green Stuff 94 for our international mod that has been bringing good conversation to the mix. Jewathon is a wild Jewathon. Exactly. Okay. All right, guys, come on. We're not doing the anti-Semitism thing. We're not doing the Jewathon.
Protected while our first responders arrive to stop threats.
Not doing it.
At this time, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Bouchard.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that did respond, state, federal, all of our partners. There was a total of 605 law enforcement officers that responded to the scene from 42 different agencies. That's the way we work in this area. You know, time and time again, you see things on television, on TV.
We are just 11 likes away from that 100. Woo! International liaison, LOL. Got the Jewathon. God damn it, guys. We can't name it Jewathon. This cannot be the Jewathon. After this press conference, I'm pretty sure we're moving on from Synagogue tragedies. So, no, it's not going to be a Jewathon. Good night, y'all. Yeah, absolutely. I want to say good night to my own stream when they start labeling it the Jewathon.
TV shows.
Don't do that to me.
There's animosity between agencies. We don't see that here. We have a shared mission, and that's to keep the community safe. It operated seamlessly. Everybody came from wherever they could. And one of the things that's amazing to me, given that you had 605 law enforcement coming here with breakneck speed, there was only one accident where one detective on the way here.
I love that. He goes, bro, everybody was hauling ass. Only one person nailed an old lady on the way here. Only one person got in an accident.
Had an accident, and that person will be okay. So,
well, at least he's going to be okay. That is good, but it's kind of funny to report it.
That's
that way,
a miracle in and of itself. I'd also like to say that a total now of 63 law enforcement officers were sent to the hospital as a result of the smoke inhalation. The situation when the car caught fire, they continue to pour into the building to make sure.
Holy shit! I didn't realize that. So like there was actual danger for the cops. So instead of pointing that out, which Gretchen Whitmer should have been pointing that out, they should have had a cop there. But it didn't look good for her politics, for her Democrat politics. But like literally, if she was a good human being and fucking politician, she would literally have a cop there that went in with the smoke inhalation. 63, what the fuck? Exactly. If there's that many people that got smoke inhalation, went into the hospital for it, those are the heroes. That's the story. That they all went in to try to save people that they thought might be in there, whether they're in there or not. Bring one of them up and talk about it. What is this bullshit where it's like all about anti-Semitism? You're creating this divide. All you're doing is like, the people that are already on your side are staying on your side. The people that aren't on your side are now watching Nick Fuentes. Like, in neither way are we moving past the issue or even looking through the humanity of the story, which is you had 63 cops that ran into a burning building and had to go to the hospital because they saved lives. Do the ROTC kids get special stars for their heroism? Hey, come on now.
The threat was neutralized and there was no follow-on threat.
I already told you. Sometimes you got to pull a Darth Vader.
And B, the innocent were evacuated. They accomplished that seamlessly with the great work of not only the security team, but the staff that knew how to marshal these young kids and get them moving in a way that got them out.
That they got all those kids out of there before the attack even started. That's crazy. That the security reported it, went to the teachers went to the students, got the students, moved them all out before anything ever even happened. That's unbelievable. That shows you hope for future fucking attacks. Whether it's from the transgenders or from the fucking Palestinian laborer, whatever the fuck this is. What is this, Lebanon avenging his brother thing? All of it. No matter who is the school shooter, hopefully we can start stopping more school shooters. That's what I'm getting from this. Is the training is starting to work out
Of the building quickly.
They don't want to tell the stories that could gather people. They want to divide every time. They want to divide, but they also want to get the vote, I think. And I think that's the thing. Is they're like, oh, this is a vote. I get AIPAC money. I get money from my senator because now my senator gets to come in and she needs to say something about anti-Semitism too. I get to be on the international news and the national news because now they're going to clip me because I'm saying something about like anti-Semitism, so I get clipped. They're literally like streamers. They're like no better than Sneeko. They're like after the clicks. Like they're like literally trying to get themselves clipped. I'm like, what are you guys doing? You had 63 heroes run into a burning building. Probably going to get turned into a Mark Wahlberg movie next weekend. And you're fucking over here. The anti-Semitism is in
I mean, we're talking kids from 0 to 5.
Unite, don't
this
divide,
wasn't a group
absolutely.
that knew
Like
what
and
to do or
subscribe.
how
Let's
to do
go.
it. They relied on
They don't want to tell stories.
the staff that was there to get it done, and they did it in a great way. So that doesn't
Absolutely
come by
don't want to
accident.
tell
And we talked a little bit about this
people.
before. Training. We have all been training together.
The training
for
paid
many,
off,
many
though. The
years.
training paid off. That's the
Sadly,
thing.
we have responded to multiple similar kinds of events around the county and in Michigan where active shooters were. And it comes from that deep training and participation and a willingness to help each other to be better prepared to respond to things that sadly we have to in today's world. So as you saw this play forward, again, it's not a time to make a plan at the door. That's why you have to train in advance, communicate in advance, and then execute when something like this begins to happen. Security did a great job.
They're in the same building as Gretchen Whitmer. They literally probably did this right after she left. What are you going to see on the news, guys? This is why we do this. This is why I hope that either someone becomes famous or I do, or this becomes the format in some capacity in the future. But this is the way to cover the news. Watch the whole thing. Watch the buffoon come up here and make a spectacle of the whole thing. Then watch the actual freedom fighters come out and explain how they did the real job. Watch the whole press conference where the judge literally says, this is what's fucking illegal, and watch the entire press room just not understand and comprehend what we all in our stream here do. It's fucking awesome. This community, what we're doing with these fucking chats and everything, it's awesome. I love it. But at the same time, like, I love just going through it myself because it's fascinating when you get to see both sides and how they just bend shit to their liking.
Staff did a great job. First responders did a great job. And it doesn't come without training. There's been questions about, well, it's kind of coincidental that there was training at the temple fairly recently, and is it connected or was there something suspected? The answer is no. We're training all the time as agencies with our partners, with our houses of worship, with our schools.
Yeah, but as you said, they could talk about those 63 people rushing to save those people and one possible anti-Semitic terrorist motives by war. Not really racism. Exactly. Because that you're right. It's easier to divide. I guess I don't know.
And that was one of those such trainings.
Motivated?
There was no credible intelligence or belief that it was about to get hit, but it's ongoing training throughout the community. And they did a great job executing that training. Also, I'd like to thank the community at large, who has really poured out their support and affection for everyone involved, the Jewish community first and foremost.
Like, we've gotten to the point in these speeches from this press conference that we now realize that the cop, when he's illustrating what's going on, he's definitely not going to say, and we need to stop anti-Semitism. Now, think about it this way. What if the guy went in there and he lit himself on fire with a swastika and he fucking was, screaming some shit or whatever, and you found out that he had been doing all this shit in his basement and he had a journal and he was conspiring through all these conspiracy theories about Donald Trump or something, or about Jews and hating Jews or whatever in this notebook. Do you not think this cop would then stand up here and say, we need to stop anti-Semitism? He would. He would. As the cop does when the transgender shooter comes out and they say, yeah, it was a transgender person. Like, the person on the ground is just the person on the ground, just doing their regular job. They never, ever get the spotlight. They normally will not gloat or glorify the spotlight when they do get it. And they're here to illustrate points to the journalists in the room that then paint with such a broader brush the actual reality of the situation with these shootings and stuff to us, the public. You'll never see clips of this guy and what he's saying. You'll just hear through the journalist's perspective of what this man is recalling as to what happens. And a lot of the journalists in there are fully ignoring everything he says and only listening to what Gretchen Whitmer said and quoting her and going about their business because that gets them clicks. This guy, he's a nobody. He doesn't get clicks. I don't need to listen to him. Reality is, if you're covering the news, though, you should be wanting to get down to the root of the problem. You should be wanting to know why the shooting took place, what was really happening there. I blame GTA 6 getting pushed back again.
I think
Absolutely.
uplifted and hugged from our community, and that's appreciated and is encouraged. If you know someone in the Jewish community, tell them you're with them. You stand against anti-Semitism. It's not tolerable on any level, anywhere, period. And also, I'd like to thank, in addition to all of...
See, but even, look, he says it, but even the way he does it is not what she was illustrating. She's like, they're two completely different, like, I don't know how to explain it, but they're two completely different ways of saying it. One is just condemning the action of anti-Semitism. The other is like painting this fucking narrative that like the whole event is a giant swastika on the front lawn.
Our partners, the Shenandoah Country Club and the Chaldean community, which served a lot of things, an incident command post and reunification center. They jumped right in and did everything they could and did that day, and they continue to do so to this day. And then finally, everyone here at this facility where we moved on day 2 has been amazing to make the facility and capability and staff available. It's those kinds of things. When you see the worst in humanity, you see the best. And we've seen the best in humanity respond to that here in this community. So I thank everybody for that.
Yeah.
Good evening. Dale Young, Police Chief of West Bloomfield Township. I want to start off.
Yeah, but they got the older from their boss, dude. This is the problem. It was the same problem with COVID, with Ukraine. They take the talking points. Exactly. Or they feel like they can gain points by taking the talking points. GTA 3 was banned from influencing kids. It's a joke, and keep on repeating them again and again and brainwashing them. Yeah. So yeah, you're very, very right, Green Stuff. That's exactly what it is. Like but they do it with the war stuff too. They did it with both their rhetorics. So you got the Democrats right now are saying there was no plan for this war. We haven't seen a plan, and it's a forever war. And then Trump's side is that, and Pete Hegseth is, there's only one side in this war that actually hurts civilians and actually points weapons at civilians, and that's Iran. And if you just say the thing over and over and over again into the camera, you get the idiots to respond. But hopefully, slowly over time, long narrative structures, just like Joe Rogan did with podcasting, just like live streaming and things like this can do. I mean, I kind of got this idea of covering the straight raw press materials from being a PA on The Daily Show and also watching Asmongold go through Twitter videos. I was like, what if somebody just took, like, not even the Twitter opinions? Like, what if you just took the raw materials of the shit and you just put it to fucking together? But I hope that, either someone way bigger than me takes this off or the production company does, but that this sort of format becomes the format of learning about the news, because this is the way you're supposed to fucking do it. Just watch the source material, even if it's boring. You'll gain more from learning about the characters on the scene of the crime than you will from just watching the one clip of Gretchen Whitmer going, I hate anti-Semitism. God bless our troops, absolutely. Same bullshit with Iran, exactly.
By saying that I echo many.
Assman is becoming ass. I mean, here's the thing: is you might lean into the Sneeko Nick Fuentes train, but here is my perspective with everything. I think that Asmongold is leaning into the same perspective as me because he grew up poor and so did I. And I think that a lot of people in the middle class have the privilege of speaking out against war no matter what, or being anti-Trump no matter what, and they don't think that they can just have opinions and go left, right, and change. I'm somebody that's like, after 2 days of supporting a war, on day 3 I can say I don't support the war. I think that if you grew up in middle America or upper middle class, you don't think that you're allowed to change your opinions like that. I don't really have anything to lose. I think that Asmongold kind of comes from that same background of not really having money, and so you don't really have anything to lose, so your opinion, it kind of holds with it. I think Asman is just more wanting to go back to doing video games. Absolutely. And I don't blame him either, because it's been an attack pile on him. And I've been kind of losing the narrative structure too, because here's the thing. I was Team Sneeko. I'm number one against cancel culture no matter what. Cancel culture is the number one enemy. I have 2 posters on my frames on my board. One is Andrew Cuomo signed poster. Andrew Cuomo signed poster in June of 2020 declaring him the victory over COVID. That he, as the governor of New York, had won victory over COVID in June of 2020. And I have that signed. And then the other poster I have is Louis C.K. 1 month before COVID, the end of the world tour, right after he was canceled. And that's also a signed poster. Like, it doesn't matter. It's cancel culture at its finest, no matter who it is. And so I leaned in on the whole, like, Goy, Jew, whatever culture thing that was going on with Nick Fuentes, because Ben Shapiro was hitting hard and it was pushing back and whatever else. But when the war kicked up and these people immediately went anti-war without any leverage, without any opinion, I thought that was completely fucking chilled out. I think that if you're genuine and you're an American citizen, your first perspective should always be, we're doing the right thing. And then you work backwards from there. I don't know. That's just how I work. And then I go, okay, that's all bullshit. And pretty quickly you can find the bullshit. And even with this, it's like, all right, we're 2 weeks in. I'm starting to see the bullshit. And people are like, see, you should have just been on our side. No, I want to be on the side of supporting the fucking war and supporting killing the Ayatollah and being on the side of supporting America in a potential world war. And I said I'd give him 60 days. And even if it's day 14 and I'm feeling like it's eternity, it is what it is.
Sentiments that you
Stagflation,
just heard from both the FBI
Bro, you did
and our
a coup
Oakland County
in
Sheriff.
Iran and stop repeating bullshit.
To my local, county, state, federal, and private partners, thank you for your invaluable assistance during one of the darkest days in West Bloomfield Township's history.
Don't threaten America. Don't
to my
threaten
officers,
America.
dispatchers,
America
civilian staff, and fire partners, I am incredibly proud of how, without hesitation, you responded to this incident. You were pressure tested and demonstrated your readiness and the high level of your ability to respond to heinous acts of violence. To my West Bloomfield community,
the OnlyFans Pornhub Jew comment. I'm just gonna say, like, this is exactly what I said with the whole Nick Fuentes, Nico are both falling off. If you're going to make this war, because I'm a culturalist first. I love cancel culture. I think I always push back against cancel culture, but I also am a culturalist, like a pop culturalist, whatever is the most popular thing. So since Donald Trump has been around, it's been kind of politics a lot more heavy than more things, and it's just whatever is popular in the world. The thing about being a culturalist is you realize that, oh man, I lost my fucking thought here. I lost my thought, guys.
Your township board of trustees continues to invest in the professional.
Christians, Muslims, all this shit. Exactly. If you're a culturalist, you realize this war is about nation states. And if you're reporting on this or commenting on it, or you're even a comedian or you're a culturalist or whatever you are, commenter, stupid content creator online, fat fuck just not sitting on his couch like me, whatever it is. If you're commenting on this as nation states, Iran, Israel, fucking America, even like I say, the United States of Israel, sure, say that we're owned by them, I don't really care. Like Russia, China, if you're talking like that about these things, you're on the right side. If you're talking about these things and you're going, Muslims think this, and Christians think that, and Jews think this, you're the fucking motherfuckers that are blowing us all up. And we need to stop you. And I don't know how we educate you or like get you out of whatever the fuck you're doing here. But making a religious war out of a cultural AI revolutionary war about nation states is only going to make the war perpetual and more dangerous with potential nuclear weapons and all kinds of other shit, because you feel like you need to protect people that feel are like you. No. This is about Daddy Trump and Mr. Pooh Bear in China and Mr. Putin on his horse, and they all got fucking deals with Mark Zuckerberg, and they all got deals with fucking Amazon, and they're like, what if we go out to the desert and we shoot ourselves from pores? What if we take the poor people and we put them all out in the desert and we go, Anthropic, do your fucking thing? That's what's going on here, okay? Call me a soulless bastard. I'm just seeing reality for what it is. I don't know how we got into this zone. It's because you guys in the chat, you guys are having such an amazing chat, but you guys keep having your fucking chat. Even if you're going religious, go ham, have arguments. But I'm going to get back to the shooting, and I'm going to try to pay attention to this officer because he's the last guy speaking, which means he's probably the most important.
Development of its public safety personnel to include equipping us with some of the best equipment in the industry. Your public safety is ready and vigilant to keep you safe. West Bloomfield, we will make it through this together. And with that,
not lost
turn it over to the Jewish community CEO, Steve Ingber.
There are groups. There are probably more groups on the Muslim side with radicalization than there are on the Jewish side. And that's because Judaism at its core is more radical. But it doesn't fucking matter, because if you're going to illustrate those religions onto nation states and say, America is Christian or America is with Israel, so America is Jewish, then you make the war more dangerous. Then I have to go out and defend my brother and my sister and my wife and all this bullshit and be like, I'm a Christian and I really care. No. Like, we don't need to do all that. Let them go have their anthropic desert weapon fucking war thing they're doing. Let daddy go play with some toys. That's much better than... A few genocides in the sand are better than more genocides at home, okay? I'm not saying I want any genocide. I don't think we should ever have a genocide. But if we have to choose, if there's a railway here, and one says 7 or 8 genocides to the left and 7 or 8 genocides to the right, and the ones on the right are in the United States, I say, sorry, it's time to get back on task before I get TOS'd. Guys, okay, I'm going to give this conversation 5 minutes. Talk about religion for 5 more minutes. At 2:25, we need to stop talking about religion so that we don't get TOS'd, because y'all are going so fucking hard with your like biblical whatever the fuck. I'm not a part of the chat, all right? Fucking YouTube. Don't get at me. And it's not even a cancel culture thing. It's just like I don't even know what action to defend. I don't know what side to defend, okay? I don't have enough information in this biblical fight that y'all are fighting.
I said this yesterday. I'll say it again.
I'm just fucking
surprised.
with y'all. I just don't know anymore what's going on.
And we've got to stop this.
But I love it. I fucking love that we are over fucking 50 average viewers tonight. We're having an amazing fucking chat. Amazing fucking pushback back and forth. I'm with you, Alex, with her. I just, honestly, like, that seems like the defining factor. If when you're talking about the war, you start going, the Palestinians, and then the Jews are doing this thing, and the Muslims are just here, and the Christians are over here, it's like, okay, you're making something that's already happening with a bunch of billionaires much worse. Just let the billionaires have their sand fight. We need not make more of a point of this than it need be. Just let the billionaires have their sand fight. I think that might be my first teacher. Just let the fucking billionaires have their sand fight, okay? Enough with the fucking Bibles.
That's point.
I'm not biblical.
I also want to remind you,
I know. The reason also that I don't like to get into it is that there are so many theological arguments from all sides, and then I realize the reason that there are is because it's all one story, guys. And like from my perspective, what it really is, inauthentically, what it really is you have the Torah, a Jewish Bible, and in that last fucking chapter of that Jewish Bible, you have Moses, and he frees enslaved people and writes 10 rules. And then everybody lives by those rules that's Jewish. But the Roman people, they're coming down, and they're just fucking mischievous, doing shit blow, crazy shit. And so Jesus, just being Jesus, he's like, yo, guys, you don't have to be a shit doing blow and being crazy like the Romans. But, like, I know the Jews are saying you can't read the Torah if you, like, did anything wrong. But what if you just said sorry to God and you could still be a good person? Basically, the no cash bail system was Jesus Christ. You just ask for forgiveness. That worked for 600 years. Then an old DVD salesman by the name of Muhammad, who everybody was like, that's a credible motherfucker. He's selling some credible-ass DVDs. That guy, he goes in there, and he fucking goes into a tunnel because he can't even read or write, just like Joseph Smith, the guy that did the Mormon one. And he dictates by fact 65 rules that are like, yeah, Jesus happened and everything, but like, if you want to be real to God, you gotta like, as man, make these 65 rules happen. Like, and if people don't want to listen, then man will fucking illustrate its punishment. So that's why people say that, the Muslim branches and stuff are more aggressive. But it's all one Abrahamic religion. It's all one bro story about slavery. It's all just one sand trap of 2,000 years, guys. And then everybody in their fucking billionaire satellite rooms is like, yes, I am in support of the Jews. Or, yes, I do support the Muslim. They don't care. They don't care about your stories. You're watching the ancient aliens version of this war while they're having the real war happening. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Y'all are watching ancient aliens and they're fucking over here watching ABC live while the war is happening.
that we are here.
Piling on who? It's just like we'll leave it. We can go. You guys can go with it. That was my 2 cents about anything religious. I love conversations, so I loved it. We got 7 likes left, guys. 7 likes left. We're dwindling in the night, though. We're falling down to 60 viewers. Oh, my God. But we have 7 likes left. Hit that like button if you're still with us. Please, please, please. Get us to 100.
We will be here. We will come out stronger. We may be down, but we will reunite. Tonight is Shabbat, and I ask all of you to say a prayer. And I want to thank everybody behind me. In the 600.
See, I'm over here punishing y'all for fucking talking religion, but the religion literally probably came up because this guy was like Shabbat Shalom. So
5
I mean,
people
I blame him.
That ran towards trouble. So when you're looking for a friend, when you're looking for who's with us, there were 605 people willing to give their life to save us. Thank God that didn't have to happen. And then we all have a better day ahead.
We'll go ahead and take some questions now. Go ahead, Corey.
Hi, Corey.
Oh, these questions are always good because they usually answer them.
This guy drove from Dearwood Heights. He passed an awful lot of synagogues on the way. Is there a reason why he chose Temple Israel? Did he have any kind of connection with the temple or the congregation here?
I can take it. At this time, that's still part of the ongoing investigation. I don't have any information to show an intent of why this synagogue versus another.
Special Agent, do you have any hard numbers on the number of rounds that were fired or fireworks found in the trunk?
I don't yet. Right now, we're still processing and assessing everything that we have and sending to the lab. Obviously, fireworks also, when they catch fire, they condense and smaller, so we're working on getting an accurate amount of pounds, and I just didn't want to put out any inaccurate information today.
6 likes left, guys.
Is it typical for somebody to sit in
Hit
a
that
vehicle
like
for
button
multiple
if you can.
hours at the parking lot? If so, I understand that, but if not, did security approach the vehicle while he was sitting there, or did nobody come up to it during that time while it was in the parking lot?
That's part of our investigation as well. Many people, I don't know how to opine right now on his motives, and so I don't want to speculate and give you any information. All I know is that based upon the surveillance footage that we had, he sat in the parking lot from 10
Withers got the winning
and decided
comment
to
of
start
the
driving
hour.
after that. Okay.
Winning comment of the hour. I'm like, I can't even read y'all's chats. Y'all like fucking TOSing all over the place. Fucking talking about some religious war or some shit. I have no idea what's going on. Opine, you say? 95. 5 likes left. I love being a Jew. Okay, what a word.
Did he have a self-inflicted?
Welcome, Jew.
Yes, ma'am. Preliminary reports from the medical examiner's office show a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head.
Oh, so he killed himself. I didn't know that.
Copy of your statement of what you said?
We can provide that. This is my media coordinator, Jordan Hall. He can make sure you get a written copy.
Hi there, Kyla Russell.
Yeah, a bunch of goofy fucks. I like to just call it it's literally the Abrahamic religions, and they cause all the world's problems, honestly. I mean, maybe their God is real. Maybe the Hindus or the fucking Buddhists got it right or something. I'm just saying, maybe. But there is something to it when it's all one religion, essentially, guys, and y'all can't figure out which one is right. But I love it. I love the chat. Love it. Keep going.
You all just confirmed that the suspect was, in his car.
We are all God's chosen. I agree with that one. We are all God's chosen. I always agree with statements like that. But I also like the fun spin on religion too, to say that Christians would be the no cash bail system. So then Donald Trump would be what? Muhammad, the guy that literally dictates the law and makes sure that you have to obey it. That's literally Muhammad, 600 years after Christ.
And I've heard that maybe he's been to the temple a few times. And
strong action across the board for Daddy Trump.
Days,
some big L's
no,
for
not
Donald
at this
Trump
time. It's still
today.
part of
Some
our
big L's.
building out the full timeline and part of that investigation. That I'm not going to be able to comment further on that.
Not really have all
that. Can you confirm when the truck entered and made its way?
It is 3,000 years old. They don't need Islam. More rules. No, that's on the internet.
Ask me that question again. Say that question.
Where did the truck end up in relation to where the children's daycare center was?
They were in a different part of the building.
Okay, different part
yeah.
of the building. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
We're told by some Dearborn Heights officials that the suspect recently had family members that were killed in an Israeli airstrike, but there's also reporting that those family members were members of Hezbollah, which has been designated as a terrorist organization. Do you guys know that or have that information?
So we are aware of that information. That's definitely part of our ongoing investigation. At this time, I can't provide any additional on that or speculate further.
Because of the suspect's family members being killed in the strikes in Lebanon, we've been learning that some of his close friends.
Yes, it is a redhead Jodie Foster.
Saying that the suspect
good comment.
Exhibiting some type of suspicious behavior. Is this anything that you all have been made aware about?
We're still pursuing every lead that comes into us, and at this point in time, I'm not going to add anything additional to that. I appreciate that question.
Hi, so are you treating this as a terror-related incident now?
So as I've said, we're just 30 hours into this, and we're letting the facts and evidence.
Whether you're trying to spark them back up. We're trying to become the United Nations. We're trying to end 3,000 years of religious war. And here you are. You're gonna bring them back out of the water. They're gonna come after you in unison now, my boy.
Lead where we're going. And it's too early to speculate on the subject's motive. For the FBI, motive and inspiration is a key part of how we characterize an incident. At the end of the day, this is a devastating attack that was clearly targeted against one of our largest temples in the country. And we're pursuing every lead, and the FBI is working diligently. And when I'm able to provide that information in a confirmed way, for the facts and the evidence that we have, we will provide that. But at this time, we're
Bubba, you think you're done, but then somebody gonna say, and then it's just going like that's how these things go. You
just referring to it as a targeted act of violence until we have further information to provide about his true motive.
When's Hannibal showing up? Absolutely. When's Hannibal showing up?
Given the number of religious institutions in West Bloomfield County and Oakland County, has patrol been increased or will it be increased at religious institutions throughout the weekend?
Yo, DJM is bringing in the funny to the equation. We need to be bringing in more of the funny like DJM.
Yeah, I mean, we have increased it all across the county. I know Chief Young has definitely done that in West Bloomfield and has been doing it for the days and weeks prior to this because we've been in communication regularly. And
4 likes! 4 likes left. If you're just joining us, double tap. Hit that fucking like button. Double tap that screen on your phone. Come on, baby. Please. 4 likes away from
in Southeast Michigan Chiefs today. And the resources are all prepared and all queued up, and there'll be extra attention to houses of worship throughout the region. So if you see police cars there, it's not because something's happening. It's because we want to make sure you feel safe to worship as you have the right to do in this community and in this country.
God is good and great. Absolutely. What
so
happened?
This is going to be our last.
This is the press briefing for the synagogue shooting in Detroit. We heard from all the politicians. We heard from all the speakers. Now we are hearing from FBI. This is the police. I think this is the end of it right here.
For this event here.
End of the press conference. Yeah, this is the end of it. All the time. All right. That was the FBI press conference. That ends our press conferences. He spoke. Daddy Trump. Did Daddy Trump speak on the Air Force One or no? No, he did not. He did not end up speaking on the Air Force One. In character, former CIA. These are speeches. And Forms. What do we got for forms? Narrative nonfiction form. Ukrainian officials. Let's do the former CIA director. 100 likes! Hell yeah, guys! Knocking it out of the park. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, that sounds boring as fuck. Vice President Vance delivers marks on economy. Did we already watch this? We did. Already watched that. Okay. Oh, the campaign for Elizabeth Warren. We haven't watched this yet. Oh, guys. Oh, guys, my home state of Illinois. The lady put out an ad. She got famous for putting out an ad where she said, "Fuck Donald Trump," over and over again. And then her and the governor stand there at the end of the ad. They go, "We didn't say it. They said it. Fuck Donald Trump." And now she's going to be standing here with Mrs. Elizabeth Warren, of all people. Woo, boy. Trump 2028 for real. Trump ain't getting another term, buddy. Sorry, he has his 2 terms. The Holy Grail isn't about a cup. Vance seems to be non-existent these days. Trump 2026. You should, JD, you should watch this show more often. We just watched JD Vance's speech. I was burying JD today. I think JD had a really fucking lame ass excuse. He was talking a lot about Somali daycare crime and refusing to talk about 1877 cars for kids. That's all you guys have to do from now on. You don't have to say anything about the Jews or the Muslims or whatever. You just walk up to the person and you go, "Do you know about 1877 cars for kids? Do you think that that's a crime that we should fix today?" And if they say no, then you know. Then you know. And if you're just joining us, look it up.
Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton is campaigning to win the seat of retired
81.
Senator Dick Durbin. Joining her is Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. This is live coverage on C-SPAN 2.
Are you ready to send Juliana
Trump is the
Stratton to
man.
the U.S. Senate?
What do you think about the war
That's
in Iran,
right.
Wagner, my guy? War in Iran. Day 2 was my biggest day on our live stream. That's what led me here to doing this every single night since then. On day 2, I was supporting it full-heartedly. I said, I have to give him at least 30 days, possibly 60. By day 6, I said, give him the 60 days. Now, after 2 weeks, the way that the rhetoric is shaping up, no communication whatsoever, just like over-promification, I call it. Big L today for Daddy Trump. Big L today for Daddy Trump. For the first time since the State of the Union, honestly, in my opinion. But he's sounding and looking, and so is Pete Hegseth, looking and sounding a lot like George W. Bush. And so I'm really, really hoping that this shit wraps up in the 60 days. That was our first poll of the evening, and 40% of you believe that it's going to end in 60 days. And if that's true, if on Cinco de Mayo I'm sipping a margarita and Daddy Trump has destroyed the Ayatollahs and Iranians have their freedom, I will never doubt Donald Trump ever again. I will never do it again. But I just don't see it happening. Trump will bring America to the developed world in the biggest economic crisis in a long time. $6 to $7 per gallon gas, I see. What are you talking about, swagger? Trump dictator. They just lowered the price to denounce U.S. citizenship to $450. To denounce U.S. citizenship to $450. Why did it do that? I hate when it does that. I just want today's events. I don't want anything else. Sorry, we have to restart now. Never doubt our POTUS. Every CIA analyst, retired general say it. Trump, tard. What is this one here? I just love how you maggots call him daddy. I'm not a maggot. I just like calling him daddy. I like agreeing with people when they say it. People were like, "You're a bootlicker. You like him?" Right after this State of the Union, and I was like, "I'm deep throating that boot, daddy. I am. I was deep throating the boot, daddy. But now I'm saying, no, daddy, no more, daddy. Daddy, please. You're wrong, daddy. Daddy, you're wrong. Please, daddy. Please, can I just get a BMW, daddy? Please." That's what I'm saying.
Democratic Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton is campaigning to win the seat of retiring Senator Dick Durbin. Joining her is Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. This is live coverage on C-SPAN 2.
Remember, this lady got famous and is running for Senate, famous for an ad in which she says, "Fuck Donald Trump 1,000 times." And then at the end of the ad, stands there with the governor of Illinois, and they both go, "We didn't say it. They said it." All right? What branch were you
Are
in,
you
Shane?
ready
What's
to send Juliana Stratton to the U.S. Senate?
Fatigue. I think I do have winning fatigue. I'm like, what's going on here? Are we actually winning anymore, or are we losing again?
That's right. I'm Tiffany Muller. I am president of In Citizens United. Thank you.
You're president of End Citizens United. You didn't expect to cheer for that, which that to me means that you are a corporate seat pack called End Citizens United, ironically, right? Am I guessing that one correctly? Trump derangement syndrome is just winning fatigue. Biden was the diaper pooper, sorry. Draft dodger, war criminal, and pedo. What a crazier combo.
Thank you. And they asked me to get this party started today.
Ooh.
Look, our 4 million members across the country understand that our democracy is supposed to be about the people, not the special interest. That's right. And right now, what we need in Washington is a fighter who is going to go work for the people. And that's why we're so proud to stand with Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton. So let's start with a question. All right. How many of you all think Washington is a little broken right now? Raise your hands. Raise those hands up. Well, you are absolutely right. Maybe a lot broken. A lot broken. You're absolutely right. And, the reason is because right now, far too...
Now we're getting into the even funnier fight, which is an even dumber one, which is Donald Trump a pedophile or not? Which, I mean, honestly, I don't like even having to defend him, but Donald Trump is definitely not a pedophile. It actually is kind of funny to think about. Because the man is definitely the number one womanizer of all time. Did you know that the Donald Trump rookie card is actually a Playboy cover as a card, and it's a gold card of Donald Trump, and he's on the cover of Playboy? Bro is not touching 16-year-olds though. I will laugh to the end of days on that. That one is a crazy argument to me. I'm like, did he sexually harass every woman he's ever met? Yes. 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 Were they all definitely women? Yes. That's just the vibe. That's just the vibe. I can feel the vibe on that one. You can feel the vibe on the wants the young predator, and the young predator is actually a way crazier person because that's the person that's trying to control the person they're with too.
And representatives go to Washington, D.C., and they forget...
Trying to pin Trump as a pedo is hilarious. Bro, that's their new favorite thing, though. They literally are Epstein up. Half the time, when I did my stream and I labeled it new Epstein files, all of the people were fucking Democrats. And they were mad as hell at me fucking in my stream. It was the craziest stream of all time. Because, now every Democrat is, an immediate, pedo hunter, but only to, prove that Donald Trump is a pedo.
Who they're supposed to be working for. They forget who sent them there. And instead, they start doing the big...
Bro, yeah, for real. Clinton had it. Clinton had the vibe. He had the young Turks vibe. I mean, hello, he got caught with a fucking blowjob from a secretary. Ain't no easier proof than that one.
Of their corporate donors.
Bots or mods.
And what happens? All the rest of us get left behind.
Not bots or mods, it's everybody. Usually once tonight, twice, but usually once per stream, I grant one person lower end mod access, and it just allows the community to keep building upon itself. It also allows for a respectful conversation. We just saw like a huge religious argument in our chat, and if both of those members weren't both mods themselves and had like their own like little weird restraint of understanding they're both part of the same club, then we wouldn't have been fucking being here with this shit. So there's that.
Right? And that's why we need to send someone who is going to fight for all of us. Someone who is ready to shake things up in Washington. And we know who that is, don't we? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Look, we are with Lieutenant Governor.
No, making excuses isn't red flags. Having speculation is not a red flag. Throwing out red flags and saying that if you're not making virtuous, deep-seated, like crazy speculative decision making on everything, that's the problem. Trumpetos, tiny fingers like the Violet Youngling. Okay, bro, you're missing the point.
Because she is ready to go shake things up. She is the right kind of Democrat. We can't just send any Democrat to Washington. We need the right kind of Democrat.
You muted me because I was speaking facts. I think you got muted by Jay. Jay, why did he get muted? You're getting like hidden. Literally Goyle, he would go into the dressing rooms and little girls from pageants. Okay, bro. I don't know. If you guys want to ban him, you can. He's kind of gay.
Correct. She is the only person in this race not taking a dime from corporate PACs. That's right.
Like, you can't say, like, retarded ass, basic ass shit and then expect me to defend you in the chat. Like, just, I can't help you, bro. Exactly. I can't help you. All I see is Trump is a pedo. It's like, you want me to defend your right to speak in this chat and all you can fucking say is just like some really dumb fucking shit?
She is going to go to Washington and she is going to ban stock trading.
It's not gay because you don't like what I'm saying. It's because of what you're saying. Like, if you want me to defend your right to free speech, then you should probably say things that are a little bit, like, more put together. Because, like, even the fucking, like, it's not... Okay. Donald Trump, in 2017, after the third case on Jeffrey Epstein, which over 500 politicians that are currently sitting in office all knew Jeffrey Epstein was on the board of and gave money to Rothschild of over $40 million, okay? So they're all indicted before Donald Trump anyway. But in 2017 is when he comes in board on it. And it's to rat on the guy and point fingers at the guy and become an FBI informant to put him in jail in 2019. So I don't see it. I don't see it. And we're not really coming up with pretty good arguments here, are we? It's dumb, but it's facts. Just go look it up, you retard. Like, look up what? What are we looking up that's such a fact? You know what? Fine. Matthew Lewis 16. What are we looking up that's such a fact? Please tell me the fact that we are looking up. Just simply put out, and I will go and look up that fact, and we will see if your fact is actually a fact or not. Okay? Everybody can yell at Matthew if they want to, but Matthew, if you have that fact, please present that fact to us, and we'll get there. He literally did an interview where gloating about girls going into dressing rooms of little girls at his pageants. I'm gay retarded and politician in a region. It's a case kick ass. Okay. All right. I'm not. You know what? I am. I'm gonna go down this rabbit hole. I understand why. I get why people do this now. God damn it, Matthew. Why are you making me do this? All right. I'm gonna send it to Gemini like I'm a retard like Matthew, and we're gonna see if we can get a proper answer for Matthew on the interview where Donald Trump says this. Interview where Donald Trump gloats about walking into little girls' underage locker rooms or dressing rooms or just being a total pervert. I'll even give you that. Even being a total pervert. Analyzing the core subject. Just trying to figure it out for us, guys. Under 18, huh? Thank you. Howard Stern interview. Why are you so ignorant? Stern, Howard Stern interview. The election was... Okay, so it's going to tell me the Howard Stern interview? Okay. So, okay. He says, quote, I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, okay. I've seen this quote. I've seen this before. Let's just pull it up. Let's see if we can pull it up with a little bit of substance. I bet you it's clipped out, though. Sure. Also, not another fucking politician that would ever go on Howard Stern. But, except for her and her fucking hot sauce. I forgot about that. They gotta make sure that she gets put in the fucking search algorithm, don't they? Is it this one? It's this.
You thought I was riffing here. So you never did say that?
No, I never said that, but it was attributed to me.
I see. So you treat women with respect? I agree with that statement. They don't listen otherwise. I tell you, women are troublemakers. I couldn't get women.
Hold on. God damn it, guys. Sorry. It's freezing up on me.
I don't get... You...
God damn it. Okay. Hold on. So, watch. This is exactly what I'm talking about. He is a chauvinist. He is a pig. He is a misogynist. He's anti-woman. All those things. He is not a pervert.
Attributed to me.
But I'll tell you something. I agree with that statement. They don't listen otherwise. I tell you, women are troublemakers. I couldn't...
They try like hell and they can't get a date. I don't know, Howard. I know that it's...
I'm Howard Stern. Right. What an interview program. We're at the and we're talking about my favorite topic, women. Why does a woman date you, Donald? Why does a woman date you?
I don't know, Howard. I know that it's something that I work at, and it's.
Do you think it's the money only?
I hope not. I will say this: I have a lot of wealthy friends. A lot of them. They can't get a date. No matter what they do, they try like hell, and they can't get a date.
Wealthy guys.
Wealthy guys.
And you once said that the best way to treat a woman is to treat her like duty.
No, I never said that. But
you never did?
It was attributed to me.
But I'll tell you something. I agree with that statement. They don't listen otherwise. I tell you, women are troublemakers. I couldn't get women. I don't get... You, what? Shut up. Bunch of dummies working here. So you never did say that?
No, I never said that, but it was attributed to me.
I see. So you treat women with respect?
I can't say that either.
All right, good. All right. Somewhere in between.
I do.
Okay, do you get it? Do you guys get it? Do you understand 90s culture? Do you understand that it's part of the program to be a man that's chauvinistic and perverted? And Donald Trump is the ultimate showman and show teller? I think he might even not really be a pervert, to be honest, after that. It seemed like he was kind of fucking, you know, kissing ass to Howard Stern, trying to look like he was a ballsy man's man. I don't know, man. I don't see anything in that.
By members of
Sure, pull the quote. We can watch that part of it as well, but like, give me a break, man. I don't see that at all. I don't see a perverted guy who's like, ooh, let me tell you about all the 16-year-old girls I can be around. It's not there.
And she is going to fight to overturn Citizens United.
When you go to Stern, you just say shit. People forget that was the show. It was the man show. It was the time. It was literally Jerry Springer live on spring break. It was what you did, and especially with Donald Trump, he's trying to just be like entertaining to whatever show he's on. He literally sees that he's on Howard Stern. He's like, oh, I can't say that I don't abuse women either. Because he's trying to play into Howard Stern. He's trying to play into the man show, the manscape. Am I good to bounce? You can bounce, Bubba. Whenever. Peace. I love you, man. Thanks for dropping me in. I hope you drop in tomorrow. We're going to be here Saturday and Sunday as well. Oh my God, all these fucking messages of people. Man, you're definitely a cunt. You're a cunt. Kimmel did blackface, LOL. I love that one. That was great. No man would ever go into my dressing room with little girls. I don't know what you're talking about. Man show. You'll excuse anything. Peace out. Peace, Michael. Jerry Springer. All right.
United and get big
Let's
money
get back
out
at
of politics. But look, those special interests we've been talking about, they
like to and Bubba on his way out just threw Michael the fucking ban. I already told him they could do that. That guy was fucking being annoying and dumb. He wasn't really debating. He was just being retarded.
Protect their power. And they've seen the polls.
86,
Did you all see the polls today?
1,000 seconds.
Y'all see those polls? They know Juliana's winning this race. And so what are they doing? Those MAGA-backed super PACs are pouring money into this race so that they can protect their power and access. They think they can buy this race.
No.
Are you going to let them buy this race?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, are you going to let them buy this?
Let me guess which candidate has the most money, though. The candidate that's saying that she's not bought.
This race? Hell no, we're not. We are going to do everything it takes over the next 4 days to send Juliana Stratton to Washington, D.C. to take on those special interests.
24 hours. See him tomorrow.
So look, we are here at crunch time. We are in these last few days, and we need each and every one of you to do everything you can to help get over the finish line.
That's what you get when you're done.
So first, what do we need first? We need each and every one of you to vote. You're done. I love hearing it. I love hearing it. If you haven't voted already, go to iwillvote.com and make a plan to vote. And make sure that your friends and family and neighbors and coworkers have a plan to vote as well.
These ladies would say that they're the alpha male of their alpha male. Sarah, you would disagree that these ladies aren't the alpha male?
Next. What do we need next? We need money, right? Because those big money back, big MAGA money backed super PACs, that was hard to say.
Bro, the 90s was made for fucking stoners. Like, all those shows, that whole era was like fucking stoner era.
Are pouring their money in, and this is a people-powered campaign. Every $5...
Yo! Super chat! Big Bubba on his way out for the 90s said, and then he throws another $3. He throws another $3. And with that, I just want to let everybody know again, $3 a month, just like Big Bubba and others. The logo you see next to Big Bubba and others is my first production logo ever, ENV Pictures. I did 17 feature films. But every single month that you stay with us in that dedicated line, we got, I think, 17 members now. You keep staying with us. You get a different fucking logo every single month. And you also get exclusive YouTube shorts for members only that I put out pretty much every single day. I'm going to be offloading like a bunch of them over the weekend. But also, make sure you hit that subscribe button and double tap, hit that like button, send people into our chat to have great conversations about everything political. But make sure that you guys hit that subscribe button to get yourself having the YouTube shorts thrown into the algorithm, all those public YouTube shorts that I'm going to drop over the weekend as well. Appreciate you all as always. 105 likes we're up to, averaging 62 viewers all night long, guys. Largest all-night audience. This is the largest all-night audience we've had. This is the fourth largest amount of likes we've ever had. We are now at the level of Clintathon. I can't believe it's 3 a.m. This is the most interactive, energetic, people jumping in and out that were admins and shit. Hey, Sarah Lee, $3 on the super chat. Oh my God, Sarah Lee. What's up, Sarah Lee? Like and subscribe. Thank you, Baba. Where's Sarah Lee? Sarah Lee said, the president is our alpha male and kicking ass. Sarah Lee is the kind of lady that I just feel like I haven't even heard anything from her. I just heard that she said alpha male Trump, and she's a woman that's willing to just stand up and say that, and then also give me $3. So this is going to be the first night we ever do this. But Sarah Lee, you are our third person knighted. I knight one person per live stream usually, basically the top chatter or whoever is having good comments or whatever, having good conversations. But you have admin access now, Sarah Lee. Basically, you'll see there will be some chats that will light up and it'll say just show the chat or not. You can always show whatever chat. We're free speech always for everything here. I just like to add admins as a way to show support for people that are part of the internal community that are being fucking awesome and supportive. And I really appreciate what you just did there. And also your comment about Daddy Trump. We're watching these crazy ladies who had a campaign that they got famous for saying, fuck Donald Trump! And now they're going to have Elizabeth Warren come up and jump up and down for them.
Right? And so
you guys can't handle the possibility that Trump is maybe compromised. Is it just crazy? No, here's the thing. I've already put that out there because I'm like, yes, I agree with Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, we are the United States of Israel. Call us the United States of Israel. You still have to choose a side in this war. United States of Israel or Iran. I'm picking United States of Israel. Trump is kicking ass as president. welcome to the game, Sarah Lee. Absolutely. Thank you, Sarah Lee. And also, I just wanted to say that Sarah Lee, like, with that power, basically, you can put people in timeout. So if you ever see anybody sending people's addresses or just yelling out a lot or spamming the chat with so nobody can talk or whatever, you could feel free to use those powers. You don't have to do anything ever, but that's just my little way of, making sure to grant you the access that I feel like you deserve or being part of our community. So I do appreciate you. Trump is America. You enlisted for it. Again, like I said, all we need is just the remote control from PS5 and $100,000 a year from Lindsey Graham and contract
do just a
work.
little bit
And
more in
you are
these
right
final
there
days.
enlisted, buddy.
That will help
And
power
yes, I
this
would take
campaign
it. I would
over the
take that
finish
job.
line.
Would you?
We have just a few more days. Are you ready to give it everything you got to run over that finish line? To send Juliana Stratton to the U.S. Senate? To make sure that we can take on Trump, fix our democracy, and have a fighter for the people? Are you ready to do that? Let's go win this thing. Thank you so much.
Hey!
And I'm supposed to introduce somebody. It is.
Oh my God.
It is my great privilege and honor to introduce Alderman Matt Martin.
I enlisted for America. I know, that's what I'm... Bro, all you got to do to enlist is just play Call of Duty. Actually, it's not. It's Counter-Strike. You have to be really good at Counter-Strike. If you're really good at Counter-Strike, you got the job. That's what we're fucking doing here. Red Wave.
Hello, good evening. How are y'all doing? So,
I don't know
welcome
who this guy
to the
is. And I ain't playing this game with these people. I ain't playing this game where I listen to you for no reason. Here we go. Geriatrics in the building. Corpse TV. Are you guys ready? I didn't need to enlist in America. I was already born one. America. Oh. You know what you're defending right now with your America? You're defending this lady's hard-fought fucking freedom to speak out for super PACs and Big Pharma. It is the one, the only Elizabeth Warren.
Hello, Chicago. Whoa, that is fun. Let's do it again. Hello, Chicago. I am here because we need fighters in Washington, and Juliana Stratton is the fighter we need.
Taking off that fucking jogger in 4 months. I feel like Patriots Unite.
I am so glad to be here with Tiffany. Let's just say it again. We got to get dark money out of politics. And I also very much appreciate being here with the alderman, with Matt. It is so wonderful to see all of the people who come out, who fight from the heart to be a part of public service.
Feels like she's about to do it. She's about to...
to say that together we can make a Chicago, we can make an Illinois, we can make a United States.
Can make a Chicago. They can
States
make an Illinois
of America that works not just for a handful at the top.
No, she's fighting for the real person down below the bottom.
But that works for everyone.
Yeah, that's why she's paid for by Big Pharma.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
Great endorsement. Thank you so much.
I want to talk to you just a little bit about why we need fighters. We need fighters because we need people.
Remind you again, this lady's first good idea was an ad that says, fuck Donald Trump. And she goes, we didn't say it. They said it. Now she's hired Elizabeth Warren to warm up the crowd. Oh my God, get her out. Now that we have a registered Cherokee at the head of the DHS is the best. Chicago is turning red. I think they're turning red right before our eyes as she's speaking.
Who have the courage to stand up to the billionaires and the Epstein class and say, we've had enough.
Didn't hurt my
you don't
feelings.
run this country anymore.
Logical arguments are the best. That's why I always give admin access to people that gift on both sides or just have good conversations throughout the night each night, because I love, and we even have international people that are both like Democrat and Republican, or I would say like libertarian and like, you know, more liberal leaning. And I like all of that because it allows for like those crazy ass conversations. Like earlier, we were talking about the Bible and shit. People are just back there. She's a whack job. I just moved from Massachusetts to Florida. Yeah, I feel you on that one. How are you liking Massachusetts so far, though? I'm a good Gator native, and all of my friends and family that are native hate that new one is illegal or stolen land. Shit is stupid as fuck. I love them tears. Bubba, you outrageous. Don't make it feel like we just full-hearted Trump. Because again, remember I just said Trump is at an L tonight, guys. I know you're spitting facts for the most part. But Trump is at an L tonight. I'm feeling low on the Trump train, but I guess watching Elizabeth Warren be batshit crazy is helping recover. It is helping recover.
We need fighters because we need people who have the courage to stand up in Congress to the go along to get along crowd and say no more.
mega YouTubers are supporters.
We're ready to get stuff done.
Oh, she's gonna get some stuff done, guys.
We need fighters because we need people who are ready to say to Donald Trump, to the spineless Republicans in Congress, and to all of their henchmen, no more.
No more! What is this lady on?
We're going to start running this place.
She thinks she can still be president.
We need those fighters. And
that's what's cute. Nobody told her about the Kelce odds, and she thinks she can still be president. That's what this is about. You know, YouTube was bought by Google. YouTube's been owned by Google for quite some time now,
I truly
guys.
believe Juliana is one of those fighters. Yeah. So that's why I'm here today. Now look, these are hard times for families.
It was only its own entity for like 2 years. Like, I've been a partner since 2009 on YouTube, and I think it became Google in 2010, if I remember correctly. I mean, it's been Google for a while. And even when it was a little bit, it was just an infancy. She is a shot 5 and a beer. Yeah, she is ready to she is taking over! Just hit over 100 in the live chat, guys. What the fuck? It's 3 a.m. What are y'all doing? Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. $3 a month. Get you the fucking exclusive YouTube members only YouTube shorts. And you get a little logo in the chat when you're talking to us. Show your dedication. The one that you're seeing of these people right now is my production logo. I'm Alex R. Wagner. We're watching Elizabeth Warren at 3 a.m. on a Friday night. And so are you. So enjoy.
Families. Some of you know, I've spent my whole life working on what's happening to America's middle class, what's happening to working families across this country.
What's happening to the middle class? What's happening?
And I have
408, let's go. That's
year
crazy.
by year by year, where it just gets tougher and tougher to make it in America. Tougher and tougher. I think back 2 generations ago, when one ordinary median income was enough.
This lady's talking like my grandmother. I remember when a nickel paid for all of your laundry. Like if she had every
buy a
word.
house, right? A car.
Remember, she was paid to do this as a warm-up act for the fuck Donald Trump lady.
To put the kids through school and to take some vacations and put enough money aside for retirement. A generation later, 2 incomes.
I didn't say who bought YouTube. I said who created it, learned to read. Oh, okay. I wasn't interacting with your comment. I think that somebody in the chat might have been. But more MAGA bots, AOA boys. There's no bots in here. Not yet. I don't think I'm popular enough for like a third party to be hiring bots for me. We've been like under 100 views all night.
Could barely do that, and today.
Pocahontas telling them.
Today,
Absolutely.
Families are working not only if they're lucky enough to have 2 people, 2 adults. They're
warming up our crowd at 3:30 in the morning in Austin, Texas. Elizabeth warming up the crowd.
Both working. They're working multiple jobs. Working multiple jobs and still can't buy a house.
She has $6 million. She knows nothing about middle class. PayPal employee made YouTube and it got bought out. Aren't they all like part of Palantir? Isn't that the whole thing? Like everything with the internet is Palantir, and they're all like cyborgs, and Elon Musk and fucking the other guy's Satan, and the other guy paid for Mark Zuckerberg, and Mark Zuckerberg's the only one really running his own thing.
Working multiple.
But he's just stealing from everybody else, and pretty soon we're all gonna get eaten by the demon soul. I'm not sure which one that was, but the Christians, Muslims, or Jews, one of the 3 told me that.
Jobs and still running up credit card debt at the end of the month. And the reasons for that are not just gravity. It didn't just happen on its own. It happened because of policies made in Washington. Policies that said over and over and over, more important to have tax cuts for billionaires than to have child care for our babies. More important to keep housing profitable for a handful of developers than have housing affordable for the people who want to live in it. More important.
Oh my God, she is fucking killing it, guys. Don't we think so? I want to hire her for my next bar mitzvah. Elon was a co-founder of PayPal, yeah, and then Elon became the fucking leader of the ring, and then the fucking other guy from Palantir like gave him the ring back, and then somehow the guy from Amazon sold it for like $100 or something. And Elon was really, now he has billions. Yeah.
But those who've already made it big have the inside track to talk to every
if you're just jumping in, hit that fucking like button.
Senator,
get us in the
and
fucking
get the
chat.
little
Let's
special
go.
favors they want, while everybody else pays.
Guys, we keep climbing in the live chat, and I think it's because I'm eating Feastable gummies. I've been eating these all night, and they must have caffeine in them or something fucking crazy, because I feel so alive. I feel so alive eating Feastables gummies. And I think these Feastables gummies are what literally is driving the traffic. I think Jimmy is driving the traffic, guys.
For them. Now, I say all this because I want you to think back to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Donald Trump was running for office. And what did he say every single day? He stood up and said,
or maybe just people on the 3 a.m. algo. Maybe people on the 3 a.m. algo just really want to watch Elizabeth Warren. They're like, I woke up in the middle of the night on a Friday night. Or they're just home drunk on the fucking Uber. And they're like, holy shit, this man is talking about Elizabeth Warren. We must watch
Day
this.
one,
right?
I will lower your costs.
I feel alive too.
Ma'am, we got the video on this. Over and over and over. He gets elected, and one of the first questions he gets from the reporter is, Mr. Trump, why do you think you won this election? And he said, because I promised to lower costs on day one. It's day 416. And let's talk about this. 416. And the price of...
Bro, she thinks she's a stand-up. The others that drove PayPal into the ground and started YouTube were not very bright for their business decisions.
Groceries.
I mean, I don't know. I just think they're all cyborgs and they're all part of the plot.
Up. Help me with this. Price of gasoline. Price of electricity.
Hey!
Price of housing.
Guys, this is fun. She is a good warm-up. She's like, get up. We're going to talk about things that are going up. What's going up?
And price of health care. Up.
Who fucking taught her this one, man? Oh my God, that is worth the $50K. Worth the $50K.
Exactly. And here's the...
This is in Chicago.
Part we have to remember, though. All those families who were struggling enough to listen to him. All those people.
If Trump is so smart, why did all of the college degrees get revoked? I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about.
The people who voted for him for other
reasons. Sounds like an MSNBC plot.
Not everybody.
Argument.
All the people who said he gets that the system is broken and he will fight.
She's like hyperventilating, man.
Costs. And then he turned around and betrayed
She's like middle school motivated.
Every single.
Yeah, she's like, I got a joke in here. I got a fucking thing where I interact with the audience.
One of them. So this is our moment. This is our moment, not just to take back the majority in the United States Senate, although can we just say that again? Please
President.
Let's take back the majority in the United States Senate.
Woo! She's ready.
But to take back the United States Senate with a majority that is willing to fight and willing to deliver and willing to lower those costs for families. That's the majority we need. I want to remind you of one other promise that Donald Trump made, and that is he promised he would be the president of peace.
Oh.
Remember I went around asking
for
gonna
roast him.
Nobel Prizes?
She gonna roast him. She gonna fucking show bunny. She gonna fucking 8 Mile bunny rabbit this motherfucker. She gonna do it.
But he said, but this is so important to hear. He said over and over and over as a candidate, I will not start wars. I will concentrate here at home. Use the words, America first. I don't like all the connotations of that, but I gotta say, when you're doing the contrast, where you're going to spend your money, And yet, what does he do today? Today, he says, child care, we don't have the money to do child care. No, 15 million people knocked off their health care. No money to help them. Not a penny to help those folks. But $2 billion.
She said, well, I just got one thing, and then just went on this fucking weird-ass Donald Trumpian, honestly, tangent.
Today, to drop bombs in Iran, that's what Donald Trump thinks we can afford. It is time for fighters who will say no to Donald Trump.
Guys, support the war in Iran. Elizabeth Warren is against the war in Iran. You must support the war in Iran.
Wars. It is
support whatever Elizabeth Warren is against.
Time for fighters who
Nursing
will
Home
say
USA,
we
absolutely.
Spend our money here at home for the families who need it, for the families who are the backbone of this nation. That's what we will say.
Oh, she going.
And that is why I am here, because I believe that Juliana is the leader we need in this moment. You know, part of what makes her extraordinary is she's been doing the quiet work, but the hard work for a full decade now.
Remember, if you're just joining us in the chat, this is literally, she's the warm-up person, and this lady got famous. She's running for Senate in my home state of Illinois, and she got famous for having an ad that said, "Fuck Donald Trump." And then at the end of the ad, she stands with the governor and she goes, "I didn't say it, they said it." Now this lady is warming her up before she goes on stage for her Senate campaign speech.
She's been out there laboring. Higher wages here in...
Honestly, I feel like I should only play Elizabeth Warren. That might be the key to my channel, guys. We're staying above 100 viewers with Elizabeth Warren.
In Illinois. Affordable, accessible health care for everyone. She's out there in the fight to expand access to affordable, high-quality education for...
Guys, tomorrow is just all Elizabeth Warren. We're doing 8 hours of Elizabeth Warren.
All of our children. She stands up for workers and for unions. Can I hear it for our unions?
Woo! Here for your unions.
And when ICE came to town, when
the ICE came to town, bro, she's going to talk about the ICE coming to town? People making these arguments about Trump, he's president, it didn't happen on accident, live with it, it's been pretty rad. Honestly, it has been. There has been a lot of change, a lot of movement. I like that. You can't say that he's not at least trying to do shit.
People off the streets of Chicago.
Is she an Indian 7th generation in her family ago? Nirvana Tyler X, send me your dealer number. Good stuff you have. The Iceman. The Iceman cometh, man.
Chicago.
The
when
Iceman
ICE threw people to the ground. When ICE terrorized little children, it was Juliana Stratton who stood up and said no more to ICE.
Oh, the Iceman.
So yeah,
it's only been a year too exactly.
Because
it's wild.
I believe in Juliana, and I believe in her values, and I
believe in her values, which is getting famous off an ad called "Fuck Donald Trump."
Believe that she will deliver for the people of Chicago, for the people of Illinois, for the people of this country. But I'm here for another reason. I'm here because I'm worried about our democracy.
She gonna spit it into tears now.
And here's how I'm really worried about our democracy. I'm worried that we have a handful of wealthy folks who think that they're the ones who are going to call all the shots.
Aren't you one of them? Aren't you one of the wealthy folks?
They're going to strut around Washington, and they're going to tell Congress what to
Jody
do.
Keck 100%.
That they will simply drop their money in one election after another, and then they'll own it. And understand, from their point of view,
and we stood up on the Iceman.
Right?
We
the
said,
kind of money I'd
no
find
more.
in the back of my sock drawer.
This sounds like the orphan story scene from the Thunder Dome. Thank you, Wither. Thank you.
Right? 5 million here, 10 million there.
Such a thing. Little beady eyes.
But enough that they're up there with ads. They're up there with ads. Oh, and all those ads. Identify who's putting that money up? No. Identify what the real underlying issue is, what favors they want on the other side, what deals have been made. No, it's all in secret. It treats you, it treats voters just like chumps. Yeah. It says we run a bunch of slick ads, we attack somebody, or we build up some.
She was supposed, mind you, she was supposed to warm up the crowd. She's been out there for I don't even fucking know how long, ranting and raving, going full liberal Donald Trump.
Somebody else, just part of the
unleashing the new Donald Trumpian Elizabeth Warren
for the billionaire Epstein class. And this matters. It matters profoundly. You know, you want to understand why we keep giving billionaires tax cuts in America?
I don't know why you tell us you're one of them.
Because the billionaire class is funding these campaigns quietly, out of sight, and they expect a return on their investment. You wonder why white-collar crime.
Hold on. I just gotta. She knows that this is public information. Elizabeth Warren annual income. Oh, shut the fuck up. No, right there, yeah. 2024, she and her husband, taxable income of $873,000. Almost $1 million a year. And that was in 2024. And again, she's a fucking lawmaker evading as many taxes as possible.
It's not
double tap that screen, absolutely. Remember to do that,
or
guys.
When it accidentally is. You know, you hold a shopping bag with $50,000 in cash.
Fall apart.
And you can't even get a prosecution going on that. Stunning. But for those who do that, they get their rewards. They get their pardons. While one of our kids gets in a fight on the playground, maybe shoplifts, and at least runs the risk they could end up in jail. They could end up with a permanent record.
Look at your own underlining issues poking on this. This lady lied about her
always
race.
Be a problem on jobs.
Cool
we'll
points.
follow them
I know.
forever.
And then kept it. She never fucking just let it go. Like,
wonder why that happens. It happens because we have a system that's rigged to its core. It is rigged to work.
Okay, and you've been in this system how long? A lot longer than Donald Trump.
For the people who are putting the money into these campaigns
and
rigged against everyone else. And I've got to mention one more. Right now, you wonder why the defense contractors' pockets are stuffed with money. I mean, those guys.
And you're telling me you're not collecting any of that money as a sitting senator? You're not collecting any of that money as a sitting senator?
Backaches from carrying the money, right?
Okay.
But whose kids are going to be sent overseas, halfway around the world, to fight and possibly to die? Yeah. And that is what this fight is all about.
Them salty tears.
Right now, Illinois is the test ground for whether or not our democracy survives. In these last weeks, these super PACs have come in secretly. They're not
from
out
pharmaceutical companies.
They're hiding what they want to do. They're hiding who they are. They find happy face names.
She's a scumbucket, absolutely.
And they are the test case for whether or not they get to buy the candidate they want for Senate in Illinois and for many of the congressional seats. Well, I'm here because I'm hoping you will say Illinois is not for sale.
It makes no sense. Like, you literally got probably a $50,000 speaking fee tonight.
Not for sale. And here's the thing, you bet. But here's the thing. Think about what it means if you end up with a candidate who got there through the secret dollars. A candidate who made, I don't know what deals. A candidate.
The real prime minister of Israel is a woman. Mega is getting told what to do by a woman. Okay. What? I don't even. Huh? Okay.
Who backs up
she was paid
at the critical moment. A candidate who pulls the punch on the argument, mostly shows up, mostly smiles, mostly does the right thing. I'm here for Juliana Stratton, and I'll tell you why. Because
she gave me $30,000 to do this, and yet this is the don't buy me
you will
candidate.
never doubt who she works for. She's not here to work for a handful of corporations. She's here to work for your family every single day, and that's why I'm here. You bet. You bet.
Okay.
So look, these are tough times. These are tough times. Like I said,
do you think America's going to last?
I don't know about some of you, but it feels like 416 years.
How many days? How many days do you think it's going to last? That's the bigger question. She is a huge liar. Natives aren't mystical hippies.
And we've got more to do. It's hard times. And what the Republicans, what the Trump enablers want you to believe is it's too hard. Just give up now. Just cover your head with a blanket. They got all the money. They own the House, the Senate, and the White House. They
can't stand her and her POS.
The law. They will do whatever they want to do. So,
bro, this is a 45-minute fucking event. We are now almost 30 minutes into this. This lady's going to talk for less time than Elizabeth Warren talked.
Just give up now. Now listen, that's their plan.
Trump is king, pretty much.
And we can whimper. We can whine.
Especially once you're listening to fucking Elizabeth Warren
for a little bit. Juliana and I are fighting back. We are fighting back. We are fighting back because we understand ultimately the power is not with the
guys, did you know that she is fighting back?
The billionaires. Ultimately, the power is not in the money. The power.
POTUS 2026? But you just said POTUS 2026. You didn't say who. Are you saying like flex POTUS 2026 Elizabeth Warren?
Is with the people. We will use that power and we will get Juliana Stratton elected to the United States Senate. Come on out, Juliana. Come on out.
Top earner in Congress. Top earner in Congress. That's all I needed to hear.
Here we go. I surprised her. Here we go.
Our next United States Senator. I want to start by saying a heartfelt round of thank yous to Alderman Matt Martin. Thank you for welcoming us to the 47th Ward. Thanks to President Tiffany Muller of End Citizens United for your inspiring words. And give it up for all the volunteers, the hardworking stagehands of IATSE Local 2, and the incredible team at Ravenswood Event Center. Thank you for making this rally possible. And to each and every one of you who braved the wind to be here tonight, thank you for taking the time out of your busy lives to be with us on this Friday evening. You know, we're entering the critical final weekend of this race, and it means the world to me that you're supporting us. And can we please just take another moment to give it up for the incredible Senator Elizabeth Warren? I know that I speak for so many of us here when I say Senator Warren has not just been an inspiration, but a living example of what people-centered leadership looks like. She has spent her entire career combating corruption, defending workers, and defying the status quo. She is a leading advocate in the fight to fix our broken healthcare system, to ensure corporations and the wealthy pay their fair share, and to protect our democracy. I'm so grateful to have Senator Warren's support in this race, and when I get to the Senate, I look forward to working side by side to take on Donald Trump and put Washington back on the side of working people. You know, when I look around this packed room tonight, I see something powerful.
Oh, there's so many y'all in here.
Fight.
You're making me go. I'm gonna have to
I see
build
organizers,
more programming. We're gonna have to keep going.
Elders, faith
such a great
leaders,
night, guys.
workers,
What a
and
fucking
fighters,
awesome Friday
Illinoisans
night.
of every background,
Appreciate you
who
all.
are ready to stand up and take democracy back into their own hands.
Is this a man?
I see
We're
a
getting a lot of this
state
is some man
ready
comments.
for change and unwilling to wait any longer for it. Hold on to that fire, because it's never been more necessary than right now. Illinois,
You guys are brutal. You guys are being
in
brutal.
a moment unlike any other in history.
She's
An
just reading the
urgent
speech.
moment
She's just
where
trying,
the
okay?
decisions being made by those in power today will reverberate across generations. Trump and MAGA Republicans cut health care for millions of Americans. They ripped food out of the mouths of hungry children. They raised costs for middle-class families. They handed tax cuts to corporations and the ultra-rich. They broke every promise they made. And now they're dragging us into another endless war. Here in Chicago, we saw their attacks on American cities firsthand. Families torn apart. Immigrant neighbors snatched off the street, and peaceful protesters assaulted in broad daylight. Our Constitution disregarded. Democracy eroded. The rule of law discarded. Every day, a new tragedy, a new outrage, all by design. They're trying to distract us with a 24/7 chaos machine designed to fatigue us, to jade us, and silence us into quiet submission. I hear echoes of that fear wherever I go. Students afraid to go to school. Parents afraid to let their children walk out the front door. Small businesses terrified that one bad month could be their last. But Illinois, as I travel this state, as I meet people from every stripe, I hear something much louder than fear. I hear the people determined to speak out, stand up, and fight back. And across our state, we've been rising up and turning our fear and our anger into courage. We've taken to the streets and refused to be silent. And can I just say, I have never been more proud to be from Illinois.
There are no words
in
because of
Illinois,
deleted.
we don't roll over. We fight
Jeez, after
back.
listening to you, I'm questioning why I voted for Trump.
We will defend our dignity, our
She
freedom,
says
and our
like
future at the
healthcare
ballot
should be
box,
away from
in the
illegals
courts,
in
and in the
America.
streets. We fight
sure those
because
are
we
people like
believe in
Southern
something
Riders.
better. And that's what this campaign has been about since day one. A bold new vision.
Illegals
for
should
what's
not have
possible when
health
you
care
put
before
working
Americans.
people
Absolutely,
first.
absolutely.
And
That
you
is very
refuse
true.
to let naysayers dictate what we can accomplish. That's why I'm running, to give the people what they want.
That's first. Absolutely. That's first.
And let me tell you what the people have told me they want. They want Medicare for all.
Oh,
because
yeah?
health care is
Oops.
a right, and you shouldn't be choosing between paying your bills and going to the doctor. A $25 minimum wage, a livable wage that
Sarah,
puts
let
more
it
money
flow,
in your
sister.
pocket to support
Absolutely
yourself
right.
and your family, because no one should have to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And a government that works for us, not special interest. And that
My
starts
brother
with
has to care who
demanding
is
it.
mentally and physically
That's why
handicapped.
I'll fight to
So
get
does
corporate PAC
healthcare
money
has to
out
be
of our
sick
politics.
people, retards a little free stuff.
And by the way, it's also why I'm calling for new leadership.
Yeah, it's literally when they say the healthcare shit, it just reminds me of like the person that's like, we will do a new vending machine if I'm the school president. It's like,
In the Senate,
on,
Democrats.
That's why I left California.
I said, no more go along to get along. And you know what else we're not going to have any more of? No more strongly worded letters. We need fighters, not folders leading our party. And we must work every single day to be more courageous. Giving the people what they want also means putting the needs of Illinoisans first. And that means reining in a president who would rather fund forever wars abroad while families at home
free pizza on Fridays.
Food on the table.
Exactly. The healthcare of the Democrats is exactly it's free pizza on Friday.
Some try to tell me that my ideas are too bold, that I should think smaller or push for policies that would be easier to stomach.
Yeah, stop trying to give us free pizza all week. Try just Friday first. But I ain't gonna do that, because this is Chicago, and I won this seat anyway, because I bought Elizabeth Warren. And I said, fucking Donald Trump.
Well, I'm here to tell you that I'm not running for Senate to do the easy. I'm running for
strongly worded letters,
Senate to fight tooth and nail for what's right. And that's exactly how I've led here in Illinois. You know, when Governor Pritzker and I took office, we could have accepted a politics of scarcity, where we were told that there wasn't enough money for schools, not enough money for health care, not enough money for housing, not enough money for working families.
Do you see how it works in my home state? This lady has been anointed by the governor to become the senator. And now she's running her campaign via everyone, but she's also at the same time claiming that she is the underdog and that the corporate shills are trying to stop her. All while being propped up with billions and billions of dollars from governor's money, Elizabeth Warren's money, Democrat money. And all that billions of dollars of money is saying the same damn thing.
Or we could choose a politics of dignity, where we said the wealth of this state belongs to the people who create it. We chose dignity. That's why we raised the minimum wage, so people don't have to work 3 jobs to put food on the table for their families. That's why we eliminated over $1 billion in medical debt and lowered the cost of prescription drug prices so families don't have to choose between getting the care they need and making rent. And that's why we made record investments in early childhood education, because your zip code should not determine your future.
We roast them out. These people don't get
we did all of
this
because we believed in something simple.
They also snatch it away.
That people deserve a fair shot. And it's why I'm running for Senate now, to bring that Illinois blueprint to Washington, D.C.
Exactly. And it's literally paid for by the governor.
I know that it's possible because of what we've accomplished in Illinois.
And
I want to see that same progress.
And at the same time, Elizabeth Warren is like walking out being like, blah, blah, blah. We're fucking here to fight the system, guys. And at the top of the thing, they had a lady that said no more super PACs. It's just like fucking all
across
bullshit.
The country. Workers' rights, common sense gun safety laws, the freedom to love who you love and be who you are, good paying union jobs, expanded voting rights. And how
just imagine, guys, this is the lady that's going to say fuck Donald Trump every single week next. She's going to be like the new The new face of being a retard.
For all. You know, we did all of that because that is what we were elected to do. To show that government
There
can
are
be a partner to the people,
everywhere.
not a roadblock.
She looks like Obama's
we don't
husband.
have to choose between affordable health care and food assistance, between wages and dignity, between safety and freedom. We do not have to choose, but we have to be willing to fight for it. We can fight for universal health care coverage. We can keep the dream of home ownership alive for young families. We can stop letting corporations give us the bare minimum while CEOs line their pockets.
Fuck Trump. Okay.
That is the future that's possible. If we stop telling ourselves that it's too good to be true. Because this moment,
Michael Obama, come on,
as heavy as it feels, is also full of possibility. You know, all across the country, I'm seeing a sea change.
If I'm elected class
new
president,
voices
your vote
stepping
will count for
forward,
1.5
new
times.
leaders
Exactly.
taking risks and
Total
raising their hands to lead. Young people who
they have all these Timus, bro. The Timu spawns for the Democrats are fucking crazy. They got that fucking transgender preacher Timu spawn.
Understand that
and now they got this fucking black lady Obama spawn.
Engagement is power. Who are not all right, young people.
The police academy chief spawn, bro. Why do they keep just fucking spawning out all these fucking? This is crazy. It's full of something, all right, and it's not possible.
I see you. Who are not afraid to challenge systems that no longer work and fight for something better. Our democracy is at a crossroads, and we face a choice. Do we take the path of least resistance,
Timu Obama,
or do we demand better and build the world that we want to see? Now, I know my choice, and democracy is built from the bottom up, and here we are building it. There is a lot riding on this election on March 17th, and that's why I'm asking every one of you to stay engaged and fired up. We are just 4 days from Election Day. 4 days away from a critical primary that will determine the kind of leader that we send to represent our needs in Washington.
You jumped up
4
and down,
days from deciding whether special interests or working people will dictate
but they're gonna
our
elect her.
politics.
This is the thing, is this is a lock. This is an absolute lock. This is how fucking Illinois works, bro. Like, they've decided who this is. Like, she is the next senator.
And 4 days from deciding what kind of future we get to inherit. Some may say that it's not a lot of time, but I see it differently. See, I see 4 days to knock on doors.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Like, you don't know you already got the fucking election.
And 4 days to underscore exactly what's at stake in this election. And we cannot let up. Now is the time to double down. And if you are
Though she might be scared of something if she had Pocahontas
here
show up.
tonight and you have already
That's
voted.
That's kind of wild.
Thank you. And if you haven't, make a plan and make sure that your friends and family make a plan as well, because this will be a tight race. But new polling today shows that we are winning.
Guys, no. It's so much.
You know, that's right.
You keep doing it.
It's what the polls say. It's not me, it's the polls. That's what the polls say. You know, as I've always said, I can win this race, and I plan to win this race. And I want to do it with your help. Every last vote will help us determine the kind of leader we send to the United States Senate. Will we choose to promote a status quo D.C. politician who has spent 10 years getting nothing done while catering to his special interest allies?
Republican running against him?
Or Will we send
it's a
fighter
primary.
who wants to put real people over corporate special interests?
She's trying to
Someone
primary the
who will
Democrat
go to
right
the
now.
mat fighting for you, for your family, and your future. As I look around this room, I think I know the answer. Illinois is ready for a change. We are ready for bold leadership. We are ready to elect fighters who will go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump and refuse to give an inch.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
And I'm proud to look each and every one of you in the eye and tell you,
you'll be put in timeout.
I am that fighter.
You get a 5-minute timeout. No references to KKK ever. Okay? I'm white. This stream is predominantly white. We're not going to start talking about the KKK. All right? That's the one. Let's not do it unless it's historically referencing it. Let's just not do it.
So now let's go get it over the finish line, everybody. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, guys, is this it? Is this all that we have? Should we do the news conferences? We have. Okay, let's do this FBI director. Because there's too many of you for me to go. I can't let this go. We got to keep going. All right, FBI director from today. Former FBI director. Former CIA director. Former CIA director discusses global geopolitical landscape and how the United States has responded to emerging threats over the last few months. At a global summit. Let's check in. Let's see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the annual grilling by Jim Shinto. He agreed no enhanced interrogation techniques. Nothing that would not be used on CNN will be used here. He's someone for whom I have enormous respect. He's one of those reporters who, instead of running away from trouble and guns, tends to run toward it. And that makes his reporting extraordinarily special.
That's very kind of you. Those words mean a lot. It's a true honor to sit across from you whenever I interview on TV, but particularly here. This is a special city. It's a special university, a special event. We had the opportunity to chat a couple years ago here, and I'm very happy to be back. And we appreciate you taking time out of what is a beautiful day to listen to us talk about the happy, happy state of the world that we live in.
And of course, I can say, buy his book. He'll be signing right after this.
See, and I don't even give him a cut. So there is no shortage of news, as you know, and we're going to begin with the obvious and very present topic of the current and expanding war
you, dirty laundry.
In the Middle East, in Iran.
Keep it up, guys. Hit that subscribe
I might start first with your assessment as a former commander and former CIA director of the state of the war today.
Let me actually start, if I could, and give what I think is the reason why the war started when it did. Because there's a lot of questions about that. The first, there's really three, I think. And you get to grade my work, obviously, because you've been out in these countries. First is, we knew that Israel was going to go after Iran again because of their concern about the reconstitution of the missile program, which was so problematic for them. Even though they shot down the vast majority of the missiles that came at Israel, 5 to 7% got through. And when I was in Tel Aviv just about 5 weeks ago and talked to individuals in their Pentagon, it was very clear to me that they're going to do this, whether we are with them or not. That was seen in their national security interests. And we should understand that Israel's basic national security outlook has changed, has been transformed by the horrible events of 10/7, where they will no longer allow a threat to materialize, even to develop, not just on their borders, as in southern Lebanon with Hezbollah or with Hamas, now much degraded, and we can talk about that later, but with respect to Iran as well. And they were very worried about this. I should note, by the way, we helped enormously during the 12-day war. One of our terminal high-altitude area defense batteries alone, with American soldiers deployed on Israel soil, shot 1.2 or 1.3 billion dollars worth of interceptors, and we'll talk a bit about missile math. Missile math is essentially how many launchers and missiles do they have left, and how many
Yo, if you're just joining us, make sure you double tap that like button. You hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Watch this with us. We are dropping in on the ex-CIA director explaining exactly how and why the war happened and when it did.
interceptors do we have left? And I think one of the reasons that war lasted 12 days is there was a little bit of discomfort toward
I'll be
the
back
end
in a
of
second,
it
guys. But
about
remember to hit
whether
that like
we have
button.
enough
Hit
to
that
take
like
down
button, guys.
what they
Holy
might be able
crap,
to put
we're
in the sky.
139
So they were going to
of
go
you.
after
Let's
that,
keep
and that was
pushing. Let's
very
keep
clear, I
pushing.
think, to anybody
Oh my God,
who was
guys.
close
This
to this
is the
issue.
big night, guys. The big night for us.
Second issue is that President Trump was increasingly frustrated with the progress of the nuclear talks. Notwithstanding the announcement by a third country foreign minister who was facilitating the talks that there was big progress, that was apparently not the case, certainly not in the perception of the policymakers and the president in the United States. And then third, all of a sudden, you have this exquisite intelligence. In the manhunt business, and I was in that when I was commander in Iraq or Afghanistan or Central Command, which is the command's responsible for all of this area, and CIA, frankly. When you have pattern of life that is perfect, but is likely fleeting, that can lead you to, if you will, take the shot. And in this case, 40 liters in 40 seconds to begin that war. Not just the supreme leader and a number of others. It wounded his son, by the way, as well, who now is the new supreme leader. By the way, the son's mother and wife killed, but also the Minister of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, the Regime Protection Force, and many, many others very, very quickly early on. And so I think that's what led to the decision to do it at that moment. And then we can go on and then I guess the other question I often get is, do you see the military objectives as being clear? And I actually do. Now you have to recognize there has been some clarification, if you will, because the president in his very first remarks about the initiation of hostilities did imply that regime change was a goal of the operation. And then he very quickly clarified correctly.
You know what we can drop in on? Let's drop in on our favorite little anti-war hero, Mr. Nick Fuentes. He was live tonight, wasn't he? Yeah, it's Friday night. Let's check in on him. Holy crap, I can't believe we're still at like around 100 viewers, guys. This is crazy. What a crazy night. Staying with us. I will stay live. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit that like button. Helps us out. If I get up to 200 likes, we can finally end this stream. It has been 4 a.m., but I don't think I'm going to get to it. I think we are going to end it pretty soon here. But let's check out a little bit of Mr. Nick Fuentes tonight. Oh, wait, we got something. What is this? Charlie Kirk. Footage from behind finally released. Oh, I don't know if I can't show that. That's not TOS, but you guys should go look at that up. MJ Truth on Twitter or on Rumble. You will see.
Of what they is that. Honestly, it's just like a low IQ thing. I saw that post today. I don't know if you saw it on Twitter. I think Asika Groiper tweeted it and some other people tweeted it. And lately people go, oh my gosh, he said this and then he said that. And I guess people are just not capable of entertaining two ideas in their head at once. No capability to understand nuance. You know, my job is to be thought-provoking and to explore ideas and refine them. It's extraordinary.
You know what? Like him saying that is exactly kind of how I feel about like how it's been the last 2 weeks. Because everybody is kind of shitting on me and Asmongold and other people like at the top of this, and then it like you kind of you have to run with your own thoughts. And so if he's running with his own thoughts, then he's gonna have different thoughts now. We might reconverge. We might reconverge with Mr. Nick Fuentes at some point.
Here. Consistency. I don't think there's anybody that's more consistent. My take on Venezuela, my take on Iran, Catholicism, religion, Trump, immigration, like all this stuff is, not voting. I've been doing that for 5 years. I told people, don't vote in the Senate runoff in January 21. I told people, don't vote for Joe Kent in 22. I told people, don't.
He's so cool because he told people not to vote. Isn't it really cool to bitch about politics all day and then tell people not to vote, because then you don't have to actually pick a winner or a loser?
Don't vote for Trump in 24. In 26, cool? I'm saying vote. I'm the most consistent person alive.
Yeah, because you never vote. You never pick a choice. You got to pick a fucking choice, bro.
But people just can't handle if you have a complex take. They want, I don't know, something more simple. They want to have
No, it's just that when it comes to politics, you got to choose a side. Are you going to support a candidate in Iowa in 2028? Or are you going to just keep fucking moseying about with your bullshit?
Suite of all the same opinions. You're supposed to be a trad conservative, pro-Trump, whatever.
You don't need to be that, because at this point, everybody's broken up into whatever. But you're going to have to figure out your grifting tool.
And I don't know. To me, that's just stupid and boring. But anyway, so you could go back into the archive. You can find all this stuff. If you subscribe for $100 a month, you could get access to the $100 a month club. The editor-in-chief of one of the big 3 networks in the United States of America. That's what they do. That's how they do it. She was trained. Brad Stevens was put in place. Okay, Lonsdale. We're all involved in this struggle. United as one, pointed in one direction, total American victory, total Aryan victory. And then you wake up one morning and they're working for the fucking enemy. It's...
Wow, okay. Tell us how it is, Nick. Yeah, okay, bro.
They, at the same time, went into the West Bank and conducted huge raids and airstrikes, shutting down pro-Hamas or Palestinian radical forces over there. Then, after they conducted their operations in Hamas in the West Bank, they went into Lebanon. They did their pager and radio attack. Then they conducted thousands of airstrikes in Lebanon.
Those are great.
Nathan 15688 $20. I am not trying to gate up, but it's wizards. That's your quote from last stream. What a good guy you are. Okay. Andrew Ness said $25. Nick, you're looking very lean and handsome. Would you ever take retired, uptight suppressant fat burner?
No.
Andrew Ness said $25. Nick, you're looking very lean and handsome. Indiana Grow I% $20. Black AF hat came in this amazing quality.
Having a great time.
Trump endorsing Jake Paul? Right? Really? New level of a joke. Clown face emoji.
It's swap. Who gives a fuck?
Noisy 95 cent $20. Holy moly, we really could be so much closer to paradise if the Jews had have just accepted Jesus Christ and chilled out. Rep sent $25. Did you see Tucker Carlson's brutal response to Loomer on X for accusing him of instigating violence against American Jews?
Yeah, W. Tucker,
Jesus first sent $23. What would you say to people like Jimmy Dore who have been sexually...
Oof. Wow, guys. That one's tough, huh? All right. Let's take a look at some of these clips real quick here. What do we got? So...
Drinking warm water with cinnamon before bed.
Weird ads on Rumble, by the way.
Parasite from the pancreas and resets blood sugar levels. And
we need a fast track process to denaturalize these individuals. Do we need Congress to step in at this point? Is that the only way to get it done?
I really truly feel like Asmongold doesn't give a fuck, because Asmongold comes from the perspective of growing up poor. If you look at the perspective of Sneeko or Nick Fuentes or any of these other kids, they literally come from a middle class upbringing, and then you get instilled in you from the start, like, if you have something going, if you have money going for you, don't let a good thing fall by the wayside. Don't give it up. But if you're poor, you're like, my voice is the only thing I have. I will not give it up. It is my soul. I will fight for it. And so you just inherently just say your own thought, and you don't really care what really happens. So even when it comes to cancel culture people, they can be, corrupted. And now
Congress could do some things here to make the process much more expeditious and responsive to kind of immediate and emerging concerns. So if you have somebody who was been here a while, and so we're looking at a decade or 2 decades prior naturalized and now is committing terror attacks, you could need some new legislation to be able to enable the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security to denaturalize individuals fitting that profile. But there is much that we can do with the existing tools that Congress provided.
Tell us, what can we do today to try to get at this problem? Because a number of these individuals in recent years who've gone on to commit horrific attacks on American soil, that's like 10 years earlier they were naturalized. It's not within that 5-year window.
Right. So if you have been familiar with the immigration system as an American and you've watched someone go through it, you realize that up until recently, so much of it was paper-based.
No, it's also that too. Like, well, Nick has that same task force, though. That's the thing. Is Nick has been doing it the same as Asmongold. If you're doing something artistically for a long time and you're creating a certain type of art and communication form for a long time, you become good at it. That's why I still want to check in with Nick Fuentes, like on the comments and stuff. Now I'm checking in on him because I feel like he's the best person commenting the opposite perspective of what I think. But, for a while I thought he was one of the few that was commenting towards what I thought. Asmongold, I feel like, is very, very relatable and has been almost this whole 2025 and now into 2026, really, because he comes with that poor mindset of like, I'm not going to grift for my audience. I'm not going to try to just keep my audience.
And it was paper-based, I think, maybe for some malicious reasons, but also maybe for some just lazy reasons. But the paper-based application process,
if you're just joining us, make sure you double
tap to conceal information that nobody ever followed through and checked up on. Donald Trump is the first president in the United States who actually took very seriously the immigration laws that are present in the Immigration and Nationality Act. And, of course, on the front end has imposed travel restrictions to ensure that these people are not coming into the United States on the front end. So we're stopping that. On the back end, there's much that can be done to go through all of these old applications, all of these old records, all of these old things that have pieces of paper. Of course. Yeah, exactly. Fraud and concealing terror ties and other things.
Son. Don't say I quit, son. It's that kind of mentality. And you only get that if you grew up with stable parents. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying it is reality. Security guard fatally shot by Dallas SWAT in an armed standoff. Whoa, that's crazy. Well, we're not going to watch that because it's probably TOS. Here we go.
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
Adulthood is pretending you have a shit together is a lot of ways.
She said that there were people complaining about certain things that I was posting. And then this was the worst. She said, you posted Pope Leo, what he said, and you wrote in the caption, that there's suffering in Gaza and there's a genocide. You really you shouldn't use that language. That's when I knew this is a war. We are in an absolute war. I said, I'm a Catholic. You're telling me that I have to censor?
I had the same exact experience when I was at Netflix with BLM, actually. I had already been done with the show. They pulled me back during COVID to have an interview in case I ever did another show with them. And they had to talk to me about how my uncle was talking about George Soros and how I was going to BLM rallies and that wasn't really a good look for them at Netflix. And that was when I was like, I'm that side of it. The only reason I stopped doing that side of it is because they started saying trans Black Lives Matter during the rally like 2 weeks in.
My posts of Pope Leo, the Holy Father, I can't post what he's saying, talking about the grave suffering of the Palestinians in Gaza. And she said, you also...
I wasn't even working for Netflix anymore, and they were telling me I needed to sit down with HR and have a meeting and discuss it. My uncle's comments on Facebook. Not even my comments on Facebook. My uncle's
cannot talk about Zionism. So Zionism, this is her words, is their right to exist. And so when you're posting about Zionism, Carrie, you're saying that the Jews don't have a right to exist.
Huh?
Mary Margaret Bush is
Mary
her name?
Margaret Bush is her name. She's a young woman. And I said, well, this wouldn't jeopardize my position on the commission, would it? Like, the president doesn't know about this, right? Because imagine me. I'm like, I just got appointed. I'm super excited. I'm passionate. This is like my dream job to protect religious freedom. And now I'm being told I don't have my own. And she goes, oh, no. The president, no, don't worry about this, Carrie. This wouldn't jeopardize. So I just kept posting. Well, then I got a call from the PPO office at the White House.
May I just ask you to pause for 1 sec? Did Mary Margaret Bush tell you who had called you an anti-Semite? That's a serious slander.
Oh, yeah.
Did she name the people?
She said, I have no idea who it is.
Oh, it's just people are saying.
I think the people was Paula White. Let's just be honest. It was Paula White, I think. My personal opinion.
Okay, so now, I'm sorry to keep interrupting this amazing narrative, but for people who don't follow this.
I don't even know who this chick is, so yeah, I probably don't.
Who is Paula White?
Paula White is Trump's pastor.
I'm not trying to discover who this chick is. What's upsetting is that she was supposed to be leading religion for the Trump administration and then was shut completely out. And again, cancel culture. That's why I'm interested. Again, cancel culture is the terminal illness on the right and the left taking over both sides that needs to be ended. That's my number one goal of anything that I do, is to maybe potentially expose and help somebody cancel culture-wise. If you're just joining us in the chat, make sure that you double tap, hit that like button. Oh my God, we're going live for a long time now tonight. 164 of you live in the chat. That's the largest we've been tonight. Why are you guys still here? We got about half an hour left of the news now. You guys are making me do extended hour after extended hour. This feels like Clintathon all over again. It's Clintathon all over again with her. We're right here again.
Okay.
That's who he picked as his
And
pastor.
she's a pastor? That's her official position? She's a pastor?
I don't believe women can be pastors, but who am I? I'm just a dumb mom in California.
So is she a Christian pastor, Paula?
She's a Christian Zionist evangelical heretic.
Yeah, so she said something about Pope Leo that was anti-Jewish or anti-Zionist, so then she wasn't able to work for the White House on religion.
In my opinion.
Okay.
But yeah, she's Trump's, she runs the White House, the faith office, White House position. And she's on the Religious Liberty Commission with me and very involved in all things Bibi Netanyahu. And so I got a call from...
How would you rate her authority as a Christian leader?
Oh, I don't take her serious at all. I don't think she's a Christian leader. I think she's a crazy person, honestly. Yeah. I think she's a heretic.
I think for people who think you're throwing those terms around lightly or slandering her, I think it'd be worth going online and reading about her and watching videos of her demanding money from her congregation on film with some other Christian pastor in a foreign country. Clearly, she's got a complicated personal life and saying things that bear no resemblance at all to Christian doctrine. That I think it's fair what you're saying, I guess is my point.
Okay. Let's see what else we got here. Too crazy.
Trisha
Pastor
Heaton looks
Paula
great
White
at
is
67.
batshit crazy.
Here is her number one
Pastor
secret. Regular
Paula
milk or
White.
oat milk?
Oh, regular.
Strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike and strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God.
Guys.
I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
Angels being released. Hit that like
For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Fika hata anda ata. Ora bata rata anda eke manda rasata. For I hear the sound of victory. 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 I hear the sound of victory.
Oh shit, the building is on fire. If we don't let the motherfucker burn. Motherfucker burn. That was wild.
Chuck Norris, the best commercial of the year.
This is Kathy. Kathy is 62 years old and used to.
And here I am, this little mom that I'm not owned by anybody. They can't take anything from me. And that's why I'm free. And that's why I said what I said that day.
So what were the meetings like?
Prior to the anti-Semitism hearing, they were incredible. I was crying as I would listen to these people who are facing religious persecution. And the end of this, the main part of this commission is the end of the 1-year appointment was we were going to sit down with the president and say, okay, here's our report. Here's what we recommend that you know, maybe executive orders that you can put in, maybe legislative things that you can push to protect religious freedom. And so I took this position very serious. Very serious.
Around in LA pretty much felt that way, right?
It makes me sad. You know, I was a champion for mothers who didn't want to vaccinate their kids to go to school. I listened to people that are suffering in Gaza that simply just were protesting at their college campus. They're using their First Amendment rights. It's crazy where we're at.
Did you have any sense from talking to the other members between April when you got it and was it January, I think, when this contretemps happened? Did you have any sense that the other members of the commission were trying to steer you in a certain direction, disagreed with you, had an agenda that was not stated?
Tap that like button.
I realized in August. So I got appointed in April.
Oh my God, how long has our poll been running, guys? How long has our poll been running? 35%. We're not going to let this poll go to the end of the night. 347 votes right now, guys. 21% of you say give $1 million. 23% of you say give $75 million. 35% of you say give $13.12 and not a damn more, and not a dime more. And 21% of you are saying whatever Lindsay or Palantir wants. We can't decide how much money we want to give Iran. My poll is pathetic, guys. It has kind of given way to the American system. We're just going to keep endorsing and giving money to Iran. So we just can't decide how much money we're giving to Iran.
Or May 1st, National Day of Prayer. We went to the White House. The president signed the executive order. We're all standing there. And then we took the summer break. So we had a couple months off. And then our first hearing was going to be, I believe it was end of August or early September. Well, end of August, I got a call from the White House, the PPO, or I guess it was the designated federal officer who's in charge of the commission. So the head of Dan, he's the chairman and then his boss. And she's like,
again, like, to be dealing with this woke HR bullshit being canceled and the person canceling you is Donald Trump at the White House. Can you imagine? Hi, Dixon. LA is nuts, but SoCal will always be home.
Hey, Carrie, I noticed that you've been posting some things online and...
like, imagine, it's Donald Trump in the White House saying this to her.
There's been some chatter in the White House that you're an anti-Semite.
You're an anti-Semite?
And I literally was like, what are you talking?
They're doing cancel culture. They're doing cancel culture at the White House.
Who was this person?
Her name's Mary Margaret Bush. And she said, I don't know who it is, but it's probably some low person that is just trying to cause problems. I would ignore it, but I just wanted to make sure that you're mindful of what you're posting. And that was the first time where I was like, okay, like I am not, this is not a paid position. I'm a volunteer. They pay for my flight. They pay for my hotel, but that's it. I'm not paid to do this job. I'm volunteering this job. And so I said, wait a sec. I pushed back and I said, you're telling me that as a religious liberty commissioner to protect religious liberty, I don't have my religious liberty to post about things that affect my religion and my religious beliefs? So I pushed back and I said, what are the things that I've been posting? Well, you posted Tucker Carlson's or you posted the Green Beret that you.
This is the same shit that they did to me at Netflix. This is ridiculous. It's not even your own comments. It's you posting other people's comments. And for them, the party of Gina Carano, the party of anti-cancel culture, of the Daily Wire, of the funding, to be doing this at the White House for a fucking unpaid position. Crazy. Crazy, guys. 160 in the chat. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button. Send people in for our fucking poll. Spawn them in,
you
guys.
Interviewed
Here we go.
Anthony Aguilar. I said, yeah, I did. I did post that. That's sad. That's heartbreaking to me.
Shooting people in food lines? Yeah, which they have.
Yeah, I said, I'm a pro-life Christian. I have a duty to speak out. And it would be a betrayal of my conscience not to.
Wow. That's fucking
if you
crazy
see
that they're
iFloaters,
doing
you
this
need
to people. They're just doing this to people, man. It's so crazy. We saw her already. We watched that in full. We don't watch clips of the actual news. 2014, if you don't stand with Israel, I won't stand with you, Ted Cruz. Now remember that Nick Fuentes was supporting this man in 2014 and in 2016.
Who hate Israel, hate America.
Okay, watch this. This is going to be crazy, guys. I'm going to show you this, and then I'm going to show you Nick Fuentes endorsing this man.
Those who hate Israel, hate America. My heart weeps that the men and women here will not stand in solidarity with Jews and Christians alike who are persecuted by radicals.
Please respect for dialogue. Respect, please. Okay. We're in America.
If you will not stand with Israel and the Jews, then I will not stand with you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, so that's what Ted Cruz was saying in 2014, right? Now watch this. Google. Nick Fuentes, first episode endorse Ted Cruz. Where's the video at? Oh, they removed it. But even in the quote, we don't need borderline racism, Donald. He says that he likes Ted Cruz. And that's the fucking point that I was trying to make there, which is like, literally Ted Cruz in 2014 was endorsing Israel and standing with it. And you had Nick Fuentes, which is this guy that's saying that he's like the whole like, oh, you got to stop this all. And he was literally endorsing that guy over Donald Trump in 2016. Cuba?
Drinking warm water with cinnamon before bed eliminates this parasite from the pancreas and resets blood sugar levels and reverses type 2. This is the last time I'm sharing this here. Just a 15-second...
Que en correspondencia con la política consistente que siempre ha
Okay, I don't need to watch that. This is a different language. Okay, this
the hypothesis that the president is not in control is one of two. The alternative hypothesis, as far as I can see it, is that he is being shown a very compelling false rendition of the world that has led him to act in a way that would be politically advantageous and would be in the interests of the nation if what he was seeing was true, but that it isn't. Now, that's also a very unsettling possibility, that he is surrounded by people who are wittingly or not showing him a picture that is unrealistic so that he would in fact put our military in harm's way and destabilize Iran, not understanding what the likely consequences were.
Well, I don't think there's any question about that. And the people who are calling to influence him, are unwise but also ignorant and have a track record of bad calls and but possess maximum aggression. So there's no question that his fact picture was totally distorted, and it still is. I mean, the overwhelming majority of Iranian signal information, signal intelligence that we receive has been translated by Israel. So, okay, it's been filtered, and maybe honestly, maybe not, but yeah, he's not seeing the whole picture. Of course, no president does. But he's also, as you just suggested at the outset, which is the most interesting thing, he overrode his own instincts. He has amazing political instincts. People zig, he zags, he turns out to be right. He attacked the Iraq War when that was totally verboten in the Republican Party in the primaries in 2016, and it turned out to be the most resonant thing. Yes, finally someone's saying it. Only he knew that. Only he understood that. So his instincts are like at the highest level, and he ignored them. So why?
Good, you're okay. You made it out in the better place. Yo, why are you death to America? You need to chill out. Let's not do death to anybody, bro. Let's not do death to anybody. Let's give you a 10-minute timeout. Let's hope that you can learn to not be a dildo. All right, what's this here?
Tired of your devices spying on you? Discover privacy-focused technology.
Thank you guys for staying
Serious now
here.
than you did 10 years ago when you first started watching, when we all first started watching.
Well, I understand him a lot better than I did because, of course, I now have so much evidence of how he behaves under different circumstances, for both better and worse. But in thinking about this move, it seems like such an obvious mistake, both from the point of view of the nation and the danger of a quagmire, which I think is substantial, and the danger of a terrible outcome, which I think will likely be avoided, but I do worry about the role that nuclear weapons could play here. But the thing that really causes me to think there's something I can't see is that the mistake that Trump has made here is a political mistake. If you picked one realm where I would expect Trump not to make an obvious mistake, it would be the political. I literally think we are dealing with a political genius, right? If nothing else, this person has understood the way he is viewed, the American electorate, such that he could be relied upon not to make a blunder of this scale, especially as his presidency hangs in the balance, which it clearly does, because if the Democrats take the Senate in addition to the House, then not only will he be impeached, which I think is highly likely with the House alone, but he will be convicted, and that will be the end of his presidency. It will also be his legacy. So, why would a man who understands politics better than any of us, a guy who did what I would have told you was impossible, he beat the duopoly, both sides of it, took over the Republican Party, defeated the Democratic Party soundly. That is a person with insight, making a move that seems like a childish blunder.
It was just like,
and it leaves me with a very unsettling hypothesis. I don't have high confidence in it.
I just don't think that he thought that Iran would try to stay in power. Epstein files, God chased Trump. This guy was $1 million coax.
But my concern is that this is evidence that he is not in control.
Trump will never be
He is not in control as commander-in-chief of his own armed forces, and that he is in fact having to rationalize decisions that he would not have made and promised not to make on the campaign trail. And I don't quite know what to do with that. It's a very unsettling thought, but I don't see the win here, and I don't see a win in a short enough time period that this could put him ahead in the midterms. Very hard for me to imagine that.
Okay. All right. What else do we got here? Solve that raw. Okay.
Chuck Norris.
Got a few clips from Donald Trump's.
Is Kathy. Kathy is 62 years old and used to have something called an apron belly. Those extra pounds of pesky fat right in the stomach area. Kathy tried all the diets, all the workouts, and nothing.
America, but made in the USA. And I know you want to bring more jobs. And I think my generation, I think, is in a weird place with like going to school, getting jobs. AI is coming. Give any advice to my generation of people of where to go, where to look, what jobs, manufacturing, how can they get more?
Do you have any advice to my people, to the youth, to get jobs, like where to look to get jobs? No, there are no jobs. 90,000 jobs lost in February. He's been lying about jobs since he moved in. There are no jobs. That is the one thing. Yeah, there's no jobs, and there's also a bad economy. Yeah, we're at war. We're trying to fix that. God damn it. Fucking stupid Rumble wallet. Stop it, Rumble, with your fucking wallet.
Get more opportunities in front of them.
So you know this better than anybody. Because I get this question a lot. What do you do?
Yeah.
You always have to find something you love doing. Yeah. Like, I tell people their father wants them to go into business and he hates the business, and, you know, the father's successful, they're pushing the son.
Random.
Something you like, or you're just not going to be successful at it if you don't. With that being said, try and like something that's where there's a future. Like the hot thing right now is AI.
Yeah.
If you know the AI thing, you're going to get an unbelievable, crazy job at ridiculous.
What are you fucking talking about? What is this AI job that we're getting? I'm 35, unemployed. I barely get freelance works. What are you talking about, bro?
Never thought of. That could
I'm a highly skilled labor producer.
Right now.
Multiple
if
fucking
you like
films.
Computers and all of that, it's not a bad thing. Go into an industry. There are some.
Oh, there's plenty of jobs. They're just shit pay corporate provided low level jobs. Yeah, and they also don't even allow anybody to take those jobs because they say that they're overqualified or that they're not going to retain the job long enough or whatever else. When people say jobs, they mean an actual job that pays a living wage. Dude is washed AF. True, bad economy, highest credit card debt ever. Yeah, exactly. Well, also you got to realize, guys, that they literally just fixed the job numbers. They were fucking lost 90,000 jobs in February. And if you look at the job numbers since Trump moved in, we had a dip in negative numbers every other month since he moved in.
Some industries, retailing's always.
There are no jobs.
There
We're
are some
eliminating jobs
industries
left
that
and
are
right
tough.
everywhere.
If you love it, do it.
If that's a good thing
But
or
if
bad
you
thing,
love
we
something
really don't know.
where it's got a lot of
totally.
potential, you're much better off doing that.
But
I have friends that are really.
He sure
smart,
fuck don't got an
businesses
answer because he's just telling you to look
that
into
are
doing
very, very
computers
tough.
if you're a young kid.
And
Okay.
they lost. I mean, they
Higher
just.
paying jobs,
they
no
work-
thanks. Lower
They're smarter
cost
than
of
other
living,
people
please.
I know, but they're in the wrong industry.
Yeah.
I know. I would rather be able to sell tacos at a really, really cheap fucking taco stand and live in a tiny fucking shack and be able to afford it and be able to just go out and live and have a great life than anything else in the fucking
If
world.
they were in the right industry, they'd do much better. So try picking something that's got
Is
potential.
unemployment ran
and
out
you
on
have to
those
look.
people? No, it's not about unemployment running out on those people, my friend. This is about job growth. There was a negative 90,000 jobs and negative growth. Look what was added in January jobs. Exactly. That's the problem. That there's negative and then there's positive. It shows that there's an auto correction every other month since Trump moved in. Look at every other year in existence since 1990. None of them had a negative dip in jobs. Donald Trump has had negative dips in jobs every other month. You got to be logical about some of these shit, man. It's real.
What would you do?
Yeah. That's what I've always told people is like turn your hobby into your job. I mean,
It's just a fucking bunch of bullshit from billionaires. Like, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself on all this shit. I'm sorry. Fuck off. work
The
my
Fed
ass
just
off
installed
for
a kill
fucking
switch in
dimes
your
on
if you
the
have
dollar.
over $100,000 sitting in a
working for a global pay market because, like, you know, Meta and YouTube, etc. They're not going to pay me based on my actual income from what I would owe for my rent here. They're going to pay me whatever anyone in the entire globe will accept for the fucking pay rate of the ad. Yeah, I'm brain dead. Yeah, okay.
And that's what I wanted to ask. So you went from boxing promotion, Apprentice, TV shows, and then
God, dude,
eventually,
it's just crazy how you say
obviously real
anything
estate,
different
and
and
then
people
eventually was like, okay,
immediately
I'm gonna
flip.
go into politics. How did that transition happen? Because like
thousands of
I see
people that have
myself
been
wanting to
arrested
get
by ICE.
more into
There's a
this
lot of
world. I
jobs
believe
that
it's the
need
biggest way to
employees.
create impact. And
yeah, okay, well, name the fucking jobs, please, because again, this is all downsizing. This is reality. There are no jobs. You guys are fucking retarded. Get shitty jobs and put yourself through trade school, plumber, electrician. They're easy money and it's not hard work. Oh yeah, okay. And you can go suck a fucking dick. I'm a highly skilled worker that has paid $70,000 for my trade of being a videographer and producer, which is a highly skilled media trade, which according to Indeed and LinkedIn and American fucking Finance and even our own labor statistics and department says that, you know, it has a 3% unemployment rate and that I'm a highly sought after, highly skilled laborer individual. But again, you'll say, I'm a Fox News guy and it's not a plumber and you're not eating a giant turd out of a toilet. So that's not a real job. But in reality, yeah, it's a real job and I've been running it myself as a freelancer for 15 fucking years. And it is mind-boggling. This is not good. This is not good. There are no benefits for anybody. There are no jobs for anybody to pick up. There is no money for anybody to fucking be at. And your fucking reality that there's a ton of jobs and we're all just sitting on them and you can just walk around anywhere and just grab a fucking job is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Seriously, Alex, what about all the jobs that opened up? Because go, point them out, please. Like, I would fucking love you to point them the fuck out, you fucking retard. What jobs?
Would you ever run
What jobs?
I think so. That's
Name the
what
jobs.
I'm asking for some advice.
Name the
like,
jobs.
How did you make that
Point them
transition?
out. Send a link.
Was it?
Tell me where to search for them, please. Where are all these fucking... A meat packing plant. Okay, so we're making up fake fucking scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so 162 million persons. The labor market shows signs of a slowdown with gains of 300,000. Okay, so again, that's ChatGPT stuff, guys. But again, let's just do this for our own sanity on the fucking show. Job growth chart per month last 10 years. Where the fuck is his numbers at? Because it's not even showing the new ones now. This is so crazy, you fucking stupid liberal retards. This is the Bureau of Labor. Ugh, God damn it. I'm not gonna find it right now. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Y'all can fucking suck a dick.
I had to do it.
You're wrong. You're wrong, and you're dead wrong.
You had to do it, and I had one shot left.
Alex lives in the next India. Yeah, no. You guys want to clap back on Donald Trump? You want to like suck his fucking dildo breath, bro? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that.
Get to a certain age, you have a few years.
Nope. There is no fucking jobs. You're not fucking seeing a Hope Wanted sign in the window everywhere. And when you are, it's for a $14 an hour job. And then people will not even give you that job because they'll either say that you're overqualified or they won't allow somebody to take that job unless they're a child because they know that nobody's going to take it for more than 2 weeks and they want to try to put somebody in there for 3 months. I literally just grabbed the freelance gig. What was it? Like last week? that is doing pretty well for me if it stays working full time. But before that, I was out for a good 45 days, and that was the longest. I've worked in Manhattan. I've worked in Chicago. I've worked since 2015 directly, always, everywhere. 20 or 45 days this time. 45 days this time. And the only offer that was ever on the table was pizza delivery for Domino's, guys. Go fuck yourself on your open job market. We can all walk into a plant and make $35. Go suck a fucking dick, you oldie hags. You're fucking wrong.
Years left. You got about 40 years to make the decision. But I had one shot. You know, the timing was good. But if I waited longer, it wouldn't have been good because of the clock. You know, the famous clock.
Yeah.
Father time.
Yeah.
And so.
It also can mean that you're not. They don't like you in the interview for overqualified, but when you're overqualified, you actually are overqualified for certain positionings. And what it's essentially saying is, no, like if I run a pizza joint, I'm not taking the person that has 40 years of assistant experience because that person isn't going to stay at the pizza joint. Yes, they have the most amount of experience. Yes, they should get the job, but they are overqualified. I would rather have the teenager that has no work experience. Wow, this seems to be a hard concept for the people that apparently think there's jobs that fall through fucking earth. And the freelance person that's been working 17 years isn't like literally telling you the deepest gap I've ever had in 17 years of work, including through all of COVID as a videographer, happened in the last month and a half for 45 days. Fuck off. You guys are retarded. I've never been out of work for more than 7 days. 45 days this time around.
I had to make a decision, do I do it? And I made it, but I was thinking about it for years. I used to talk about it because I was well known. I was very well known. I was successful, did well, loved real estate. Then we had The Apprentice. Mark Burnett was great. And we did, you know, I did lots of #1 bestsellers. My books were all bestsellers. And I see we have magazines. I was on.
It must be so much better, right, for us to just listen to Jake Paul and Donald Trump tell us that we can all get AI jobs and that they're bestsellers. This is a much better solution, right?
This magazine so much. I'm looking at that picture. What are you doing to me? Show me that picture.
Tired of your devices spying on you?
Fight?
Discover privacy-focused technology.
What, bro?
I've had a lot of fights. I've had Mike Tyson and a lot of them. That was great.
Have you ever been in a fight? I heard a rumor about you like helping Kobe one time at a game. Is that a true story?
Time ago, right? That was
Is this a true story?
Well, it wasn't a fight. I was breaking up a fight.
Okay.
Which sometimes is more dangerous than being in a fight, right? But no, I like Kobe. Kobe was having a hard time with somebody, and it worked out fine. But yeah, I broke it up. Probably not a smart thing to do. Historically, it's never good to break up fights.
Yeah, I try to de-escalate situations a lot.
Yeah, Jake Paul and Donald Trump, just two peas in a pod, fucking defending peace wherever it is. Right, guys? Right, guys? Defending peace wherever it is.
The U.S. Treasury's new digital payout mandate is a direct threat to the autonomy of Social Security recipients.
Shut up.
Just shy of 2 weeks in.
Fraud me.
How do you characterize it?
Well, we're succeeding.
I've never not had a job, maybe because I work and I'm not an asshole. I was trying to explain this to my grandmother because, like, right now I just picked up a new gig and I negotiated the rate of $25 and then he didn't pay me this week, and he said that he'll pay me next week, and he was like, hey, you need to get your payment info and whatever, and can you send me an invoice? And she was like, I would never take a job where all of this isn't already laid out beforehand. And I'm like, well, I live a life where I have freelance positions, and there are two types of jobs in America. One is a W-2, where essentially you get babysat like you're at school all day, and then you get paid half the check from the government, half from your employer, all subsidized, so that you feel important. And then there's 1099 employees, which are people that are actually going out, hustling and doing fundamental work and skilled labors to get shit done. In my case, I do video and I produce, and I also do AD work, and I do scheduling, and I do organizational work for businesses, like reorganizing their offices, things like that. And so there are all kinds of different avenues for getting those clients or having those things happen. But sometimes they all wash up all at the same time. And usually that's an economic term. It's not usually my fault. Whenever I see, for 7 days, nobody's calling me back, and I've got all the contacts, and I've done I've worked with all these people. Your perspective that somehow me losing a job, which is me finishing a film, is somehow a bad thing for me and the client, and for me getting future work with the client again, is an illusion. You don't understand the process of what I do or what thousands of other people do. A tree trimmer does, what a fucking goddamn carpenter for a couch, anything.
Quite well in terms of achieving our military objectives.
Making music.
And so is the IDF. And here, war is always fundamentally a test of wills. And you can see that being played out right before our eyes.
Once it do pay ass now, absolutely.
The Iranians are determined to survive. That is their objective. They believe that they can survive, then they eventually will be able to recover and then restart everything that they hold dear to them. Their weapons programs, nuclear, etc., support to the proxies. So that is where they're coming from. Their means to do that is, one, inflict casualties on the United States and create opposition to the war by doing that. That has not happened. The casualties are light. Not that we take lightly the 7 losses that we have taken, and now 4 more crew members killed in a...
It's also that, like, everything for millennials and younger generations is built around tech, and we're realizing, like, it's getting in the way. It's not helping us. It's not helping us with resumes. It's not helping us with dating. It's not helping us with negotiations with things. And slowly we'll break away from that, and then that will help the job market. That'll help the birth rate. That'll help a lot of fucking things, because tech is kind of putting everybody in a goddamn call center and making everything bad.
Certainly we honor all of those service people who have given their lives here for this cause. But the reality is the casualties are light.
Oh, you have to go through a lawyer and you legally contract it out whenever you hire your own services? Wow, you don't know how the world operates. I'm glad you live in a fantasy land where you think that lawyers are always involved in every interaction between anybody getting paid in America. Not reality.
Okay, watch this. Same phone, same distance. 2 completely different zoom results. On the left, your phone is doing that fake digital zoom.
I want to ask about...
It's the not being able to save while also not really having very many expenses, and then being told that I can just go grab jobs that live on trees, but they're not going to allow me any growth for savings, and then I'll be told that the growth in savings is because I did something wrong. Okay. Sure, uncle. Sure,
the environmental damage you might be concerned about, because overnight we saw thick black smoke over parts of the Middle East. They are targeting installations. Are you concerned about that?
Well, needless to say, in any war, the environment is probably the last thing that anybody thinks about. And clearly there are huge costs that occur as a result
How are there
of
so many of you in here right now?
that are man-made because they were hit by a missile or hit by an artillery shell, and that's all part and parcel of what needs to be addressed in the context of getting an off-ramp.
This is crazy. You completely fucked me. I have to get up in the morning for work on Monday. Now my whole weekend is going to be all about resetting my fucking body.
I shouldn't even be saying this out loud,
But Adult Swim just aired an episode going after 800.
This is something Tucker and others are pushing. And this is, look, I think this is a heresy. It is a notion that the promises in the Bible that God makes
soldiers are
no
giving their lives
valid.
so that the rich can get richer.
The Jews are no longer God's chosen people.
I'm too tired to argue.
And instead, replacement theology argues that the Christian church
it's mostly drones.
Has replaced Israel and the Jews as God's chosen people, and all of the promises in the Old Testament are now invalid.
So God breaks his promises, apparently.
Yeah, and that, I think that is absolutely wrong. If God breaks his promises to the people of Israel, that suggests that God could break his promises to Christians as well. And I don't believe God breaks his promises.
If y'all work 7 days a week. I'm working 7 days a week too. I do this. I live stream all the time, and then I also am plugging away at all the shorts, and then I edit all of my 17 feature films, and I manage them with my agents, and I manage contracts with commercials, and then also like right now I'm working like 40 hours a week for this real estate guy. So yeah, I work 7 days a fucking week plus every other fucking hour of every other fucking day and never stop thinking about it ever. But yeah, sure. You can brag about going to work 7 days a week. Congratulations. Woo!
If you see eye floaters, you need astaxanthin. If you're always reaching for sugary snacks, you need NM.
Write up your own business contracts. You don't need to write up your own business contract. You just send them an invoice. You negotiate word of mouth. You have to have trust in people. That's just how fucking shit works.
Very dangerous. I hope that diplomacy will re-enter in a very forceful way in the next days. I think it's incredibly important for the world that folks find an off-ramp.
Well, buddy, anything I do, I get paid $75 a pop. Well, what the fuck do you do that you're getting paid $75 a pop? Sounds like a pretty low rate for whatever the fuck you're doing. So, I don't do anal. So, not interested in $75 a pop. Okay, Brad.
Up here and begin a very legitimate and important dialogue about the road ahead. But this is underscoring to everybody in the world the importance of energy independence, of not being held hostage.
It really is, but it's also fluctuating. So, like, video, for instance, has gotten so deteriorated into UGI and like universal content creation and stuff, and you're getting to the point where you're like $50 and you make just McDonald's videos and you make 50 of them a day for $50. But on the other hand, you can say I do AI video creation, make a 30-second spot ad for AI, and all of a sudden that's worth $1,000, which is what a commercial ad spot was worth independently 3 years ago, like for a Dorito contest. So it's like everything switches, but the skill set doesn't necessarily switch.
The people's choices. And as it did in 1973, when we had the oil crisis, I think this will remind people and perhaps speed up some of the transition in energy.
$80 takes an hour. I mean, that is good skilled labor. I like projects.
Here's how I cleared years of tar in 7 days.
Favorite.
Morning coughing fits, trouble sleeping. Quitting was supposed
when
to...
somebody says, I want this video and I'll give you this amount of money, because a lot of the time they don't understand the skill of the labor and they'll overpay for it. So I love that part. Shut up, stop interrupting your shit. Content to argue with your viewers, you numbnuts. No, I'd like to argue with my viewers. I'd like to argue with you. I think you're a little bitch. I think it's 5 a.m. and it's about time to get in a fight with you. I'm going to get in a fist fight with you. In particular, Thorn. Thorn Hot FC. It's time to fight. Alex, you have a good day. I got better things to do, like make my husband breakfast. And oh, you're a woman? Goodbye. Goodbye. That makes sense now. Women be in the chat, y'all.
Look, Christ is king. And to be honest, that was not a phrase I grew up with in church. And I was thinking about it the other day. We would say things like Jesus loves you, Jesus saves. That tended to be more. Christ is king is a phrase that seems to have originated online, and it's some of kind of the Groyper folks that it almost sort of in
Dallas, Texas, come get knocked up,
evokes
fanboy.
Images of the crucifixion.
Knocked up? Are you another woman? Is this like full of crazy women that are into politics? Because you have to be insane women to be in politics. I'm sorry. Well, you just watching Ted Cruz videos at 5 a.m. Come on now. You just watching my live stream 5 a.m. Oh man, my favorite two people are women. Hey, I'm not saying all women. But Josie over here, Josie's having a fucking field day. Yeah, your plan's working really well. So why don't you just keep sitting there and being sneevy and whiny? Yeah, why don't you keep cutting fucking breakfast for your husband while watching this video at 5 a.m., you lunatic.
Say that in the name of Jesus,
what a crazy person.
Conquer everyone else in a way that I don't think.
Bro, everybody is ready to fight at 5 a.m. and I am exhausted. It has been a 9-hour stream. I'm only on this because there's almost 100 of you fucking motherfuckers being thrown into my algorithm, and you're trying to fight me. You're trying to fight me right now. He said, knocked out, bro, and misogyny isn't a good look for anyone. Please chill. Okay, whatever, bro. I don't know, like, I'm not even gonna. It's 5 a.m. I'm not. Josie deserved the misogyny that she got. Okay,
think is right or biblical.
Which pitchfork in hand and all of that.
Yes.
Yes. Last question.
And then here she comes again. I got news for you, Twinkle Toes. I serve papers. Very easy if you have intelligence. What the fuck is she even talking? All right, go serve your papers. Good night.
Wait, if that's okay.
This is the end of my night. I don't have a life. So you're ridiculing the wrong person. You're like, look at this ugly rat on the floor. I'm like, yes, I know. And your point being? Your point is?
Hey, real quick, see this cash? That's 2 days of doing nothing. No apps, no surveys, just 13
You have to go to work in another 5 hours? What do you do?
Good morning, Todd Carly, and thank you so much for having me and giving me this platform to speak on behalf of those that do not have a platform and do not have a voice. You know what's going on? It's ridiculous. History will judge these people. The Iranian people in the streets are celebrating President Trump's actions. In fact, a lot of us in Europe and in America and in Iran were blaming him for not taking action sooner. So the fact that a lot of people are coming out and saying these, it just absolutely, it's dumbfounding to us. You have no idea. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has been putting the people through a crucible of torture, rape, murder. And now that somebody, we finally have a president that has done something, the left is coming out and playing.
Love yourself is the first level to success. Absolutely. Great 5 a.m. advice after a good long 9-hour stream. Let me tell you how long the fucking stream has been. This is crazy. This is ridiculous. You guys are forcing me on here with over 100 people. 8.5 hours have been on here. I was not it's 5 a.m. y'all. I was gonna go on for 3 hours. Then it just started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Now there's over 100 of you constantly in here. How can I ever shut this off? Am I going to just become Mr. Beast and just go to sleep with it on? No, I'm literally going to have to cut it. I hope that the algorithm works later. Warehouse logistics and processing. I mainly make money through bonuses in the Italian restaurant. Oh, awesome, man. Fuck. What else we got here? Anything? Got a few more Ted Cruz clips.
You guys were right. I went to the ATM to try it for myself, and it totally worked for me.
I can't believe people still go to work every day and grind.
for attacking Jews. Look, Jesus was a Jew. And by the way, the twisted...
This is hilarious, though. Keep it up. This is what we're talking about. This is how you make it. Yeah, exactly.
Theology that said...
Just keep the fucking stream on for 80 hours. Just appreciate you, Alexandra. I appreciate you staying in here even with my misogyny, my dirty misogyny joke at Josie. But Josie deserved it.
As Jews.
Josie, why are you still here? I thought you were doing breakfast. And you over here, no, you're watching the Ted Cruz videos personally. I'm sick of all of the nabas. I don't know, Josie. You're mean to me, though. And it's 5 a.m. You should just make your husband breakfast.
Jews are Christ killers, and that's been used to justify anti-Semitism, to justify persecution and murder. Look, as I read the Gospels...
Oh, you're hurting my feelings, big boy, and I don't do that.
Went to the cross willingly. He made the...
Hey, listen to Ted Cruz. Jesus went to the cross willingly. Remember that on the Sabbath. The day is today. The Sabbath. 5 a.m. today. I'm a dude, though. Ha ha ha. Damn it. I thought you weren't a dude, Alexandra. I thought you weren't a dude. It was, we did still get Sarah earlier today. Sarah was being legit. Sarah gave a $3 super chat and got fucking admin access. Got a woman in the admins. That was pretty awesome. Josie, buckle up, Buttercup. Oh, shit. Josie ain't going nowhere. Josie fucking staying here. Pull up 72-hour stream. Fucking no way, man. There's no way. I gotta cut this. I'm gonna cut this because Mr. Beast told us that the algorithm works, which means that if I just... Because you know what I did for my thumbnail and my title today? I just made it myself. I just was like, let me be wacky and stupid. And I was like, well, there's the whole Russian thing with the oil. And I was like, I don't even remember what I said. I think it was like, we're winning the war now. We let Russia take Iran or something for the hockey gold or something. And then I did the Putin thumbnail or whatever. I don't know. But it worked. It worked. So, and it worked at the end of the stream. So I'm also thinking that it might be that throughout the night we became more and more engaging, because this is the first time ever that we didn't go peak up and then crash back down to a solid level. Instead, throughout the entire 9-hour stream, we just slowly climbed up, and then we stayed like above 100 people for like a good hour now, like over a good hour pretty much on this. French version of Alexander, all good though. I'm sorry, man, it's all good. I'm not really ridiculing you, though. Some shit my way, and I just threw it right back at. That's all. I'm just messing with you as well, Mr. Beats, Mr. Breets. God damn it! Stop.
To the cross, and it was not the Jews who killed Jesus.
What are we doing? I do have to go to bed at some point, guys. This
is
crazy.
Jesus died for our sins.
Too much of 5
because
a.m.
man is fallen, and the wages of sin is death. And Jesus took on the punishment that you deserve and I deserve, so that we could be covered in his blood and receive salvation, not through works, not through what we do, but through the gift of God. And so the idea of blaming the Jews, and look, to be clear, the precise people who drove the nails in Jesus's wrists and feet were the Romans. I don't see anyone being angry at the Italians.
He's trying to blame it on the Italians? I need Ted Cruz to talk about it. Fucking wild. Okay. All right. We're not there yet. We're almost there.
Mel K here, and I want to talk to you about something very important to me. Our children.
Just this last Sunday, a week ago, we were talking about exactly what you just asked. And I said, I'm really troubled by how the phrase Christ is King is being used. Look, I agree with the statement, Christ is King. Although it is being used online in a way that is meant to say, screw you, Jew. It is.
What? How you getting that, bro?
Is being used in a context very directly to say, I hate Jews, and that's almost an online code word. Christ is king is, I hate the Jews.
Is that your view, or you?
He's literally like making it. He's like, I just want to let everybody know. And you say Christ is king, you're saying I hate Jews. What?
Why do you say that?
Because you see the people who are saying it, and they're saying it in that context. They're saying Jews are horrible, good, like they're attacking Jews, and they end with Christ is king to make it.
I was raised by a Navy SEAL, and you don't bother me. You couldn't bother me if you tried. I appreciate you, Josie. Yeah, he's been a king. They gave him all the cool crown. Some you can multitask. What's your problem with that?
Sound like somehow there's a biblical basis for attacking Jews.
It sounds like a basis for attacking Jews by saying Christ is king. Christ is the king of the world. What we got here? Oh, healthcare fraud in California.
For those who can't stop discovering.
How is there 150 of
I'm
you
looking
in the
for
chat? We
Dr.
need to chill
Faustina.
out.
This is his
ridiculous.
address of record with the medical board.
HUD, are you coming back? Ted Cruz is born in Canada. Did you go to bed and you came back into the live chat? This is scary now. If we're getting second life people, this is too much.
He doesn't work here. He doesn't work here. He is your medical
Is there
director,
proof of
however.
anything
Isn't
real?
that correct? He's not. Since when?
I don't know.
In December, New York Congresswoman Claudia Tenney asked the Trump administration to investigate health care fraud in L.A.
The money's being sucked out of the system by these fraudsters.
Specifically, she asked how a single physician living out of state helped providers bill taxpayers
Everyone's a victim. Everyone's a
$600
victim.
million.
HUD did. We got second lifers here now. We got second lifers. This person was here at the beginning of my stream, left, went to bed, came back to our live stream, still same live stream. And now, as you can see, there's over 100 people in here. I'm waiting for it to like dip to 50. Can you guys just like all of a sudden get all bored of me and not watch?
You are responsible for 29,000 patients.
Because then I'll be able to just go to bed at ease.
Information. That physician, 87-year-old Gilbert Faustina. These home health care agencies, but they're using your number.
I don't know them.
Faustina lives in Los
I
Angeles.
don't know
We met
them.
him at this apartment in Los Angeles.
I'm not seeing anybody now. Last month I saw about 10 or 15 charts when I would visit, but that's one day a week.
Yet records suggest he filed 76,000 claims.
I don't do the billing. I've never billed Medicare for any of these patients.
How many charts and so forth can you go through to approve their care?
Oh, 15 or 20.
But these documents suggest that you're seeing thousands of...
Well, the document is wrong.
Federal documents show 355 providers billed Medicare $600 million over 5 years using Faustina's physician number.
Like the two
Yet
that
he
blow
claims
the
only to
party.
have contracted with 3 companies
For all the
in this
victims
building.
of something,
At this
the
address,
issue
I
is
have
the
millions of
linking
dollars
identities,
of
these
health
are the
care
fucking
provided at this
identity trait,
location at both Highlight and Aries. And on call, there's more than 900 patients, and $17 million has been billed out of this location.
It certainly sounds unseemly to me.
Dr. Ira Byock is a national expert.
They're all only serving a few patients, which keeps them at a level under the radar. This isn't a mistake. This is a strategy.
Records
shit,
also link
guys. This is
Faustina
crazy.
to 18 hospice providers
I am not associated with any hospice.
and 3,000 claims.
I'm not associated with the claim at all. I've never seen the claim.
I didn't do it at all.
Hospice in Suite 204.
We visited several hospices billing under Faustina's Medicare number. Many look more like mail drops than medical offices.
My name's William Lajeunesse, and I'm with Fox News.
We also spoke to one company that provides doctors and nurses to home health care agencies.
He used to be employed with us as one of our supervising doctors.
Days after receiving the Tenney letter,
Guys, we're about to reach 50,000, which will make this our third highest YouTube stream, right behind Clintathon, and then our first day of the Iran
Medicare
war
ended
coverage.
Faustina's ability to seek reimbursement, and this company cut ties.
We are not sure what happened as well.
You're not sure?
Clueless what happened.
If there is
Having a
fraud,
soul's
Faustina
expensive,
says
exactly.
he's not
Oh
getting
shit! Sorry, guys. Did not
cut.
mean to
So
do
you
that.
think somebody's probably committing fraud on your behalf?
Absolutely. Not on my behalf, on their behalf.
Here's the jackass of Texas. Am I? I'm the jackass of Texas? Or are you talking about this guy? This guy's in California.
Watch what honey does to clogged lungs.
Ever wonder why that thick mucus keeps building up in your lungs no matter what you do?
So the Section 3 program, these are the types of investigations that USTR, my agency, has done in the past. They're very process-driven, they're transparent, there's an opportunity for hearing, for public comment, and then we typically produce some findings. It could be in the form of a report or...
Wagner, I'll give you this. I haven't seen you take one sip of any fluid. That's impressive. Bro, okay, since like I ate these gummies and then I've been thinking about getting water and I just keep getting distracted because there's so many people in the live and I don't want to walk away when there's over 100 people in the live. But now, and also I don't have enough time to get back from the clip.
Or otherwise, and so if we...
I gotta find a clip that's like more than a minute long so that I can go and get water.
Find that countries have been involved in
when we're earlier in the night and we're watching those long ass 40-minute speeches, it's real easy to walk away. It's real hard at 5 a.m. when you're sifting through news clips to keep the stream going because there's over 100 people.
But
we just hit 50,000 streams, guys. This is the third largest stream we've ever done. Our first day war coverage in Iran, the Clinton-a-thon, which was the Epstein file Clinton, day 3 of Iran war, and now tonight, 2 weeks later, coming back at you. We climbed all the way up the top. The other ones we started big, and then we fell down. And we had like very few people at the end of the night actually still watching Bill Clinton and us. This is crazy because it's like the longer we go, for some reason, the more people that show up like in the middle of the night.
Practices like subsidies, excess capacity, allowing goods made with forced labor into their countries, we can quantify that harm to U.S. commerce and then try to resolve that issue with the country. If they can't resolve it or don't resolve it sufficiently, you can impose a tariff or fee or something like that. We're trying to move very quickly to your question. We're trying to move in a matter of months. And with that, we can try to resolve some of these issues that have been plaguing the global trading system for many years, and we're finally trying to solve.
God. Guys, I'm just throwing shit at us at this point. We don't got very much left here. We're going to say goodbye pretty soon.
If you see eye floaters, you need astaxanthin. If you're always reaching for sugary snacks, you need NMN. If you rely on caffeine to keep you functioning, you need trimethylglycine. If you're...
Does it feel to you that like some...
You know what I can do, guys? I can C-SPAN, and I think we had one form left that we didn't watch yet. And if there is a form on here, I can send the form out while we do this. Let's see here. Erica Larson, Sarah, discuss storytelling and narratives. No. That's nonfiction. Ukrainian officials discuss. There it is. Yes. Oh, wait, what's influence? Influence? Influence and innovation? Power? No, Ukrainian. We want the Ukrainian one. The Ukrainian one's going to be more interesting. This is going to give me the time to actually go and get water, guys. Thank you. I appreciate you. Whatever you're going to watch here, I don't know yet. You're going to have to tell me. Thank you for letting me hang out. Nice change of all of the war correspondence. Take it easy, everybody. I'll catch you on the flip side. Absolutely. We're back here every night live. On Sunday night, we're going to do an anti-woke, celebrating sinners Oscar party. We're going to be Team Sinners all night, trying to defeat that woke mind virus that is the ICE movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh my God, this is only 3 minutes long, guys. Oh my God, I'm gonna try to get water here real quick.
Where Ukrainian officials are discussing ways to build national security and durable peace in Ukraine.
Ukrainian resolve and morale. Ukraine has many advantages, not only in their remarkable drones and defense technologies we're also seeing in the news today, including those helping defend America and our allies against Iranian attacks, but also in its most strategic asset, and that's its people. So leveraging this human capital will be essential to building a strong economy and a resilient democracy for Ukraine's future. So that's what we're going to discuss today. And it's now my privilege to introduce our panelists. Online, we've got the Deputy Minister of Veterans Affairs, Oleg Shimensky. We've got Lana Zerkal, former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine for European Integration and a member of the Ukraine Facility Platform Coordination Committee. And in person, we have Oksana Nechaprenko, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center, and Daria Zarivna, Pritzker Fellow at the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics, and a former advisor on communications to the head of the Office of the President of Ukraine. Thank you all for joining us. So we'll turn to our panelists for a moderated discussion and then get to audience Q&A. Those of you in person will have some microphones. Please get your questions ready, especially hard ones. And online, you can submit your questions at askac.org. All right. Deputy Minister, we'll start with you. And thank you for joining us, because when we're talking about Ukraine's people and recovery, it's critical that we're including veterans in this conversation. So my question is, Ukraine's veteran population has increased significantly since Russia launched its full-scale invasion. How is your ministry handling the influx of veterans needing support for themselves, as well as their families and children, as well as preparing for the long-term needs of veterans as a key component of Ukraine's recovery?
Thank you very much, first of all, for taking on this issue. As you have said, it is becoming a bigger and bigger matter in Ukraine. And I'd like to start with fresh stats from 2025 that over 64% of Ukrainians have veterans within their family members and friends. And 80% of the adult population have veterans among their acquaintances. So really, we are now moving into the society of veterans. And I think this needs to be accounted for. This needs to be considered. And
late stream win for sure.
We must react to this, and we must develop policies to reintegrate veterans back in the society. Now, to your question, in fact, Ukraine considers that.
I can see the fall off starting to happen, and I think it's because we're literally running out of news from today, guys. I don't think there's much more to even be able to show you.
Veterans as those who have been in active combat.
That's what we did today.
A very important distinction between Ukraine and some of the other NATO countries, for example, where pure service is would lead to the status of a veteran. So we have over 1 million of those who have been in active combat.
Having a technical problem with the video.
Innovation, power, and influence. Did this actually happen? Let's take a look at this real quick. 93 of you still in the chat. Jesus Christ. People in the chat ran out of things to fight about, too. Exactly. Oh, this is wild. This is insane right now. We did have a few interesting clips still left, so before I go to that, let's get the rest of the news.
Something has changed in these last couple of weeks. Like, you can feel it. What is it?
It does. I believe we are in a heightened threat environment, most likely because of events in the Middle East. Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism. We can decapitate the leadership there, but that does not decapitate the ability to be a state sponsor of terrorism. It does not decapitate the ability to inspire acts of terrorism, including acts of terrorism here in the homeland.
That we are.
And so, bottom line to all of this.
Who would have thought that the thumbnail of Putin sweating oil would be the live stream?
We need to fund. Congress needs to fund
it's 6
the department that exists to ensure homeland security.
There has to be news starting up. Jesus Christ, guys, don't make me do that. It's Saturday already. Oh man, there we are. Ooh, we got an AOC clip here.
Mel K here, and I want to talk to you about something very important to me.
I think that Kash Patel has dismissed all of our, our main counterterrorism.
Jesus Christ, guys, over 100 people still?
Particularly
There's
as
no
it
way I
relates
can end
to
the stream.
Iranian counterterrorism actions.
There's no way I can
and that's FBI. he has fired and decimated our counterterrorism.
Watch the view, Jesus Christ.
Infrastructure here in the United States, and I think a DHS vote will do little to address the devastation that the Trump administration and Kash Patel has done in gutting our counterterrorism.
Oh my God, guys, this is crazy. Saw that.
This is a great place to work with great American brands.
I put 4 kids through college working here.
To be able to open up FEMA, to have the FEMA grant process is supposed to open up actually in February. And then, our TSA workers, all these other folks that shouldn't get...
Don't call me a retard. Come on, I've been here for a long time.
I think it's important to understand U.S. Coast Guard...
Time out? Somebody got time out? What did they get time out for?
I think it was important to fund it no matter what.
People being cranky. It's late night. We put people in time out. We get cranky. 100 people in the live chat still. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. If we somehow get 53 more likes, this will be the second ever video to hit 200 likes. We are already over 50,000 views. Somehow we just keep climbing, so I have to keep finding news for everybody to watch.
You think Putin is helping him?
I think he might be helping him a little bit, yeah, I guess. And he probably thinks we're helping Ukraine, right?
And you are, right?
Yeah, we're helping him also. And so he says that. And China would say the same thing, It's like, hey, they do it and we do it, in all fairness. They do it and we do it.
Same person? Okay. All right.
I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 22. That was in 2002, so I've had this disease for 8
later date. So there's some unfinished business in Iran, uranium, Strait, Ayatollah Jr., and more military targets. The commander-in-chief seems patient and resolute, sensitive to the markets, and ready to see the mission through. The United States cannot let a Chinese terror proxy control oil flow. If we win this war in Iran, we win the war against China. It's that simple.
That's crazy. Still going.
Democrats to finally fund DHS, then what will?
Oh, that's a great question, Todd, and it is a really scary time in our country. A lot of Americans are nervous right now, and they should be, and those nerves rest squarely on the shoulders of the Democrats. Let's go over what they've actually done to our country. For 4 years, we had wide open borders. They allowed and seemed to invite almost any and everyone to come to our country from all around the world illegally. And we know who came: rapists, murderers, drug cartels, gang members, child traffickers, and yes, of course, people on the terror watch list who are probably still here in the interior right now. Now, you couple that with the anti-Semitism that we've seen bubble up all around the country, especially in Democrat-run cities, and you have members, sitting legislators of the Democrat Party who are openly anti-Israel, seem to be openly anti-Semitic, and it is a recipe for disaster. So you would think at a time like this, when tensions are heightened, where we are concerned right here at home that we could have attacks, and we have seen attacks, you may fund our agencies fully so that we have the full scope of the federal government able to protect American citizens. But Democrats aren't doing that. There's one, John Fetterman, who has actually voted to fund.
I know that these people want to see what happens at the end of this episode. We're almost done. We will end our poll when we really stop surging here. But what the fuck? 135? What, we're just going to come into the AM and what? Just become the gods of YouTube? What is happening here?
The Department of Homeland Security. The rest are voting against
Stabilization above 100 is crazy. If we end up with this whole stream being above 100 average, that's insane. But we've been above 100 for almost over an hour now.
The fact that they're voting against it simply...
Imagine a scientist as president, not here. Not on this timeline, nope.
To keep our elections fraudulent, I think is a really terrifying prospect. It is shameful, and it is very, very dangerous. And a lot of Americans are nervous right now. Shame on the Democrats.
Yeah, when it comes
something though. Oh shit! Almost messed it up.
Yes, good morning.
No. We've already seen
calling
that.
Thank you so much for
that. We've already seen you. We've already seen you. Whoa, chill out. U.S. Central Command posted this badass video. Pause 17.
Watch what eggs do to your brain.
Almost no one knows this, but Alzheimer's and dementia.
Damn, son. Apparently CNN was covering just Iranian state media.
Ready to show off your live gameplay?
And so
start streaming with Rumble.
The Republicans got upset.
Easy, it's
Mujtaba Khamenei, the leader of the Islamic Republic, in their first public speech addressing the great nation of Iran and the brave fighters of Iran, the fatalities.
Right. That's stupid. Hegseth, we already saw that. Posted this video from the White House. Oh God, guys. Oh God. Stop it. Guys.
Holy what? 10. It's out. Slam dunk!
The White House. Okay. All right. From the White House, guys. That was from the White House.
I don't want to live without it. It does so many good things for you.
I blame a lot of this on them.
I completely agree with you. And what's ironic is while they were sending over those pallets of cash, they were actually claiming here on American soil that they would have the courage to strike Iran if necessary, always to plenty of applause, but then without being able to back that up. So ironically, they have put us in this situation and have promised that they would be first in line to do exactly what President Trump did 10 days ago. And what's unfortunate here is what this means for our country, right? You hit on it quite a bit in your last segment when it came to the media, but I think we can all agree we have never seen a hatred for a man, for a political figure in our country like we see for Donald Trump. But even worse than that, we've never seen a hatred for his supporters like we see for Donald Trump's supporters and his voters. And that means we find folks in the media as well as Democrat elected officials really just cheering against the United States of America, against their fellow Americans, and for our enemies, because they will do anything if it means watching Donald Trump lose. And unfortunately, they have found themselves really looking like hypocrites here while America is looking like victorious on the world stage.
The fuck is going on, guys? How are we still at over 100 people? It's fucking retarded. $150 of you? What is going on?
We can't stop.
Hit
it's
the
the
like
Allure commercial.
I don't know
the excellent
what the
one.
fuck is
A mild
happening.
to moderate eczema cream
I
to
guess
help
I
clear
have to
skin
be
and
live
kick
forever
the
now.
itch.
I like to kick. I see people kicking everywhere. It's crazy.
Opsilora. Kick the itch.
Kick the itch. Clear skin and kick the itch.
Do not start Opsilor if you have an infection, as it may lower your ability to fight it. Tell your doctor if you have or had an infection, TB, hepatitis B or C, blood clots in legs or lungs, heart attack, stroke, cancer, high cholesterol, smoke, or are pregnant. May cause serious lung infections, certain cancers, immune system problems, blood clots, and low blood cell counts. Major cardiovascular events or death occurred in those 50 plus taking oral JAK inhibitors.
Kick that eczema itch.
Ask your healthcare provider if Opsilura is right for you. Now approved for steroid-free skin clearance in kids 2+.
Yep.
Threatening to sell weaponry to Iran that could threaten ships, etc. What do we make of this?
Yeah, the important fact here is that Iran has a nuclear weapons program because of China. It's actually a Chinese program that has been transplanted to Iranian soil because there have been direct transfers of materials and technology from China to Iran, but also through the AQCon network of Pakistan that merchandise Chinese technology to Iran. So they're the instigator of this problem, and the United States needs to say that because we've been very, very reluctant to call China out for its proliferation.
Classic China. Classic China. Classic Chinese.
Mel K here, and I want to talk to you about something very important to me.
How are we at over 100?
We
Are you
will
guys
prevent
real?
Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon by whatever means we need, period.
I will not hesitate to use force when it is necessary to defend the United States and its interests.
Should Iran ever contemplate using nuclear weapons against Israel, they must understand what the consequences will be to them.
I call it resistant. Joke. I'm starting to lose my mind, guys, and it's like we're getting all these viewers too. It's crazy. But we're not at 24 hours, so here's.
I'd rather meet in a
still new
third
news.
country.
Yeah, still new news.
I'm sorry, I don't trust him going to Beijing. I wish he wouldn't go to Beijing for this summit.
The reality, is that Beijing, China, is an enemy combatant. It is helping Iranians to kill Americans. And all the things that you mentioned, and plus a number of other things that China is doing. So, yeah, President Trump shouldn't be going to the Chinese capital at a time of war like this. I think that that's clear. We don't want to legitimize the Chinese regime, and we certainly don't want to have the Chinese regime crow about the American president making the trip to the Grand Celestial Court of China.
Bongino back on Fox News.
We all love to kick. We can't stop.
Bullshit?
It's that Opsilura commercial.
The eczema one.
A mild to moderate eczema cream.
Why are they doing this to me? They like keep putting me like with this
Awful
fucking
day.
ad
Could
that's
have been a lot
1,000
worse.
miles long.
Your reaction?
Well, thankfully we have a
Somebody
president right now who is
hit that
absolutely
like
clear-eyed
button.
on the immigration problem. When I say the immigration problem, I think you kind of hit on it in the beginning there. I'm not just talking about illegal immigration, which is an obvious problem. It's illegal. I'm talking about the legal immigration issue we've had as well. Laura, I understand the economics of immigration, demographics, funding, Social Security.
Can anybody make
Put
sense
that
of
aside
this?
for a second. Economics don't mean anything if you're dead. We have to see this clear-eyed, and this president does. Importing the entire world and having this permissive immigration system where we allow people in that maybe don't share our cultural values. It's national suicide to do that. Now, this is the important part of this I want to emphasize. I say that because this is critical now, given the advancements in communication technology and social media. In order to join a terror group, say 3-4
Oh
decades
yeah,
ago,
we should. You know what we should do? We should listen to the guy that quit the FBI.
You'd have to interact with someone. There'd have to be some face-to-face contact. There'd have to be some pamphlet you received. That's not the way.
It's very simple. All you have to say is, I gave up on Dan Bongino when he gave up on me.
This works anymore. We saw a dramatic uptick during my time at the FBI of teenagers.
Oh, your time?
Teenagers.
You shouldn't really mention that time. We don't really like you mentioning that time.
Being subjected to this online propaganda. And thankfully, a lot of it you don't hear about in the news. We intercepted it early. You're never going to be able to catch everyone, Laura. So you have these two buckets, right?
Well, it's really
this bucket
being
of, say, radicalized, self-radicalized people, like we've seen this just a couple cases just you indicated in the opener in the last few weeks. Then you have the possibility of terror cells.
All you got to do is remember that Nick Fuentes literally didn't support Donald Trump in 2016. He supported Ted Cruz, which was the fucking AIPAC candidate. He was 18 years old. He had no idea what the fuck he was talking about or doing, but that's what he did. That was his first choice. Was Donald Trump is a goofball, dangerous weirdo that's trying to destroy the system. We need somebody corporate like Ted Cruz that will help us out. And then Ted Cruz lost the primary, and then Nick Fuentes went
Cells
the other
are
way.
easier to interdict because there's usually some communication mechanism to some foreign FTO, foreign terror organization, and we have exquisite surveillance capabilities for non-USPers, non-U.S. persons outside of U.S. soil. Once you get here, and to just put a cherry on top of this, once you get here, even if you're not an USPer, a U.S. person or a U.S. cit, once you're on U.S. soil, the rules are different. We've got to keep these people out in the first place.
All right. Where are we at? Crazy. Keep hitting over 100. Keep hitting over 100. This is crazy. Dana White. UFC White House will be free tickets.
The way that the White House is laid out, you got the White House, you got the South Lawn, and then there's a road, and then the ellipse is a park that's right there. We're going to be ticketing 85,000 people in the ellipse, and the tickets are free. And we'll announce how we're going to be giving them away soon. But you should plan on going to Washington, D.C. for this event.
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if it's just a ploy to try to get people in or if it's a security measure or what they're doing, but fucking free tickets. Like, just let people walk in the lawn, weirdos. Weirdos. You're almost as weird as this guy, but he's the weirdest guy there is.
Where does the administration stand on the objective of regime collapse? And are they satisfied with the current quote-unquote leadership? Ayatollah Jr., I mean, we don't even really know if he's alive.
Well, it's important to understand that, again, the leadership class of this evil regime has been wiped out. Nobody has seen the Ayatollah Jr. Nobody has seen proof of life. He didn't show his face.
I love that. You know what? First ever Stephen Miller win for me. First ever Stephen Miller win. Junior Ayatollah.
On a TV camera, all we have is a statement that is purported to belong to him as a symbol and a signal of how degraded this regime is. And again, we are talking about how in a matter of days, a regime that has terrorized and menaced the world, that has used missiles to blackmail the world, has been degraded and has been set back to a degree that few thought possible. Ship after ship sunk, launcher after launcher destroyed, outpost after outpost, command center after command center taken off.
He's like, we blew up all their shit, and now we will build a wall around their country.
The map.
Why?
So this has been a huge success for America, but the president is continuing to move forward to further annihilate, obliterate, and destroy the regime's capacity to threaten American interests around the world.
Die for crude oil. I can't argue with you right now. That's what I like about this being a really long stream. At this point, I can't even fucking argue with you. 171, the longest, deepest super chat we've gotten so far. Fucking guys, here we are. Double click that fucking button. Like, subscribe, do all that crazy shit. We're starting to fall into the end of all ends. We're now digging deep. We're going into X. We're doing it. We gotta switch it up. Oh my god, guys. Accept permissions for playground. We're gonna go to X here. If I can go to X on this. Can I? Is he gonna log me in? Sign me in. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm getting signed in on my devices. We're almost there. We're almost ready. We're digging deep. Phone number. That's what it is. All right. 24. Sign in. And I am in. And now I gotta change this. Window capture. X. Done. Here we go. What do we got here?
I don't know if it's going to be today. I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow. But I'll tell you this. We are going to be going live on Rumble. Very soon. I have my account set up. I have everything set up. Now, I can't show the... This is going to sound stupid, right? But I can't... Let me see if I can pull this up. Just let y'all know pretty much where we're at. We have an account on Rumble now. I made it. Now, I can't link it in chat. I cannot link it in chat, but I just want to show you guys, like, I did this, and I got everything set up. And I'm moving to Rumble. I'm just multi-streaming there, and I'm going to be on Rumble on top of being on Twitch, right? And so just want to let y'all know, like, that's where things are going. And so I might be going live. I just checked it earlier, and it looks like I did a test stream today to make sure that I'm going live in the right way. So I am. And so, yeah, that's the plan. So we're going to hit it with the 3, right? We're going to have Twitch, Kick, and...
This is going to change everything. That's going to change everything politically. All of those fucking old boomers getting that fucking Asmongold up in their life.
Will be the first out trans woman to lead a city office in New York City history.
Wow, they did it, guys. They really did it.
The queer community, as well as intersecting communities and adjacent communities, are under extreme attack in this country from all angles, it seems, from the highest levels of government to society in general, and to even sometimes people that we consider friendly fire, unfortunately. And so now more than ever in this moment, it is so critical, I think, to have trans leadership, because we all know too well the queer community.
Be delusional, be delusional, be so crazy to where people can't understand what is going on in your head. I don't care what anybody thinks. Listen to me. I'm so obsessed with what I'm doing right now. I'm so obsessed with the clothes and the practicing and the time and the commitment of putting.
Bro was literally wearing a Supreme t-shirt. Chill out, bro. Chill out. All right, chill out. Let's see here if we can get anything good out of this. 911. Let's see if we get anything good real quick here. Oh my God, we're back up to over 100 again, guys. Come on.
Well, to me, it means very simply that
we already saw that. We already saw that.
Country that refuses to pay tribute.
Yep, we saw where the woke shit goes, exactly. It goes right here.
By their claws in order to try to silence us. Why? Because our numbers will never be defeated. And in this holy month of Ramadan, my brothers and sisters.
Wow. This is joint U.S.-Israel airstrike targeting Tehran 12 hours ago. Damn. That'd be crazy to hear. Holy fuck. CENTCOM B-2 stealth bomber takes off to conduct a mission during Operation Epic Fury. It's just leaving the airport, I guess. We already saw that trans thing. Video shows Iranian drones being launched towards Israel, Gulf nations, U.S. bases across the region. Saw that.
Rumor about you like helping Kobe one time at a.
Oh, we already got that one. We got that one too.
Now lasting almost a month, leading to a shortage of TSA workers at airports across the country.
Meanwhile,
more
at the
than
TSA,
300 have reportedly quit their jobs as of today. 50,000 TSA agents will miss their first full paycheck. Major airports now having to close security checkpoints, causing hours-long security lines and significant backups during the spring break travel season. It all comes as lawmakers remain locked in a stalemate over immigration enforcement.
Stuck at the airport on spring break forever.
All I say to my Republican colleagues, stop the speeches that you care about TSA. Don't talk the talk. Walk the walk. Let the legislation that we are proposing go forward without blocking it, and TSA will be back to work.
When our homeland is under attack, all warning lights are flashing red, and they want to peel apart, piece by piece, the Department of Homeland Security because they want to stand with illegal immigrant criminals.
Oh, you tell them. You tell them. Well, here's Daddy Trump 13 hours ago. He's getting his hat, getting his cowboy hat.
We'll put that in the museum. Is in the liner. That's amazing.
10-karat gold flag. And then,
Constitution in the lining.
I think it's your size.
Let me go check it. Okay. Let me see. The right way, yeah.
Oh yeah. There it is.
Think a Democrat lands at the Houston airport this morning. I saw that the Austin airport went crazy too. I guess it's like really crazy for all of fucking spring break. That's pretty sucks. That pretty sucks. Pretty much sucks.
The city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we already see an exodus of working and middle-class New Yorkers. So I don't have a hesitation in asking those who make the most amount of money in the city or the most profits in the city to pay a little bit more so that everyone can actually stay in this city. It's also something not just about justice or the ability for working class people to live here. It is also actually about ensuring that corporations can continue to attract the top talent to this city. Amidst being in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
I think he probably is. I think he's damaged, but I think he's probably alive in some form. Yeah.
What's your takeaway? I know he says that he's going to widen the war. He's going to continue to use the Strait of Hormuz as leverage against you to end this war. He's got underwater drones to stop any of the ships going in and out. What's your message back to the new supreme leader?
Yeah,
well, they've been doing a lot of talking, so he's going to have to put up. We'll have to see, because we are decimating them. We've knocked out most of their missiles. We've knocked out many of their drones. We knocked out a lot of the manufacturing areas where they manufacture the missiles and now the drones. We're hitting them harder than anybody's been hit since World War II.
Do you believe he's alive?
like it's bad. This is happening in England. Seen that. AI for young people. Freedom 250. What is he saying?
I will be. It's going to be amazing. At the White House. And Dana's a great guy. He's a good fan of yours. You know?
Oh, yeah, because
Yes.
remember
But Dana's...
But you're going to be at UFC 250?
I will be. It's going to be amazing. At the White House. And Dana's a great guy. He's a good fan of yours, you know?
Yes.
But Dana's a good guy. The best. I mean, there's nobody like him. And he had the idea of staging it right at the front door of the White House. We'll be right in the front door of the White House. And
what a crazy
he's got a tremendous card. I don't even know if it's filled out, but I just saw it, and it looks like it's going to be, you know, all top guys. They all want to fight at the White House, so it's going to be in honor of the 250th year. So it'll be great.
No, I'm excited.
He's like, yeah, that was a shit card. I can't believe that they did that to you, man. We're getting close, guys. This is getting towards the end. Let's see what we got here. What is this?
Looking into the gold
precious metals company Goldco.
The only. I don't care about this. They're just trying to expose each other. Calls off switch.
Is that I agree with Nick on most things. So why do I want? One of the main reasons is that I agree with Nick on most things. So why do I want to turn somebody that I agree with on most things into an adversary? I'm going to look at the people that I don't agree with on things, and I want to talk about them and criticize them. I haven't talked about or criticized Nick, barely even Sneeko, Myron saying things, anybody else. The reason why is because I view these guys as being mostly ideologically aligned with me. So why would I want to focus my efforts and my fixation around arguing with them whenever I can fight with somebody
for the
who
drama?
Is
for the fucking drama of
completely
the game,
oppositional to me, completely antithetical to me, that believe everything that is the opposite of what I believe.
That's why we're all here.
Why would I want to do that? It's stupid. One of the main reasons is that I agree with Nick on most things. So why do I want to turn somebody that I agree with on most things into an adversary? I'm going to look at the people that I don't agree with on things, and I want to talk about them and criticize them. I haven't talked about or why would I want to do that? It's stupid.
Let's see right here. Quick.
Heartbreaking.
Wait, is this from today?
MTG
Caitlin, today?
I'm a strong supporter of our military, and oh, it's absolutely heartbreaking, Caitlin. I'm a strong supporter of our military and the great men and women who serve. I think they're some of the greatest among us, and their families who are so concerned about them right now.
We're gonna walk through a few of these America First posts on Twitter, and then after that, it's the end of the stream, guys. We have officially fallen below 100. I will be back tomorrow at some point. I am going to just peace out, fucking get some rest, maybe even go and sneak in some McDonald's breakfast, old school 90s style. I fucking love you guys so much. This has been such an amazing stream. So many new super chatters, so many new subscribers. I'm so fucking exhausted. I'm going to play this.
These
How
are
long
13
have
lives
we been on
that,
this live?
that I
It's been
believe
crazy.
Should not have been lost. This war is not something that Americans voted for in 2024.
9 hours.
We voted for the opposite.
9 hours and 18 minutes. By the time we get off here, it'll be like fucking almost 10-hour stream, guys. And we're doing the raw shit. We're covering the fucking stuff. I know right now it's split screen, but for the most part, do you guys like the new format where I show the video on the bottom and I'm on the top? I kind of like the new format. I think it might be getting us better viewership, better engagement. Let me know what you guys think.
No more foreign wars, no more regime change. And we were told by many members in the administration throughout the campaign, JD Vance, Tulsi Gabbard, and others, that they believed that going to war with Iran would be a terrible idea. It was something that Charlie Kirk himself had said over and over again. And Donald Trump, President Trump, I voted for him 3 times, fought for him to become become president, and I still want him to be successful. But he told Americans for over 10 years and even longer that he thought foreign wars and regime change was really a bad direction for America to go in. And we trusted and believed him that we wouldn't be doing this. But, you know, this was an unprovoked war, and Israel pulled us into it, pulled America into it. And so those are 13 lives that should not have been lost.
Yeah. See? Is she not saying the 13 lives? The number that, remember, or if you've been with us during this long stream, but Pete Hegseth in our early stream comments at the fucking press release could not answer the question as to how many died. Here is Marjorie Taylor Greene saying the 13 died. Probably knows exactly where the three nations are, just like I do. It's pretty crazy to be in charge of the military and not have the answer to that question. And that just kind of proves it right there. This Democrat Party, Republican Party, which will win the Senate. Okay, I don't know. That's a little too early to be talking about that.
Army, Navy, Air Force all been destroyed. This is a good time to declare victory and get out. And that is clearly what the markets would like to see. You are seeing, however, a faction of people, I'd say largely, but not exclusively in the Republican Party, who want to escalate the war and who are calling for things like ground troops or regime change, or they simply want the pounding of Iran to just keep going on and on. I saw an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal to that effect, that we shouldn't try and find an off-ramp. We should just keep going with this. And I just want to lay out, I think, some of the risks of what an escalatory approach could entail. So first of all, we're all seeing that the Straits of Hormuz are closed right now. We don't want that to persist longer than it has to. But there are actually worse outcomes than that. So if the Iranians get hit, if their oil and gas infrastructure gets hit, they've already said they're going to engage in tit-for-tat retaliation against the Gulf states. And we saw there was recently, the Iranians blew up this giant oil depot in Oman. You saw some of those images. They could continue to target the oil and gas infrastructure across the Gulf states. And if that happens, it won't really matter if the straits get reopened, because you won't be able to restart oil and gas production in the Middle East. So that would be, I think, a much worse outcome that could result from escalation. Furthermore, there's an even worse, I think, scenario from there, which is the region is very dependent on desalination plants. I think something like 70% of Riyadh gets their water from desalination. I think it's something like 100 million people on the Arabian Peninsula that get their water from desal. I mean, it's basically a desert, right? And those desal plants are soft targets. You already saw there was one desal plant in Iran that got hit, and then it caused Iran, again, tit for tat, to hit a desal plant. I think it was in Kuwait. I could be off about that. But in any event, if you see that type of destruction continue, you could literally render the Gulf almost uninhabitable. I mean, you're just not going to have enough water for 100 million people, and human beings just cannot survive very long without water. So that would be a truly catastrophic scenario. I mean, we're talking about destroying the Gulf states economically and then also from a humanitarian perspective. So I think we have to take things like this into account when you hear people preaching for or advocating for escalation. You also have to, I think, consider the impacts on Israel. I mean, it's hard to know exactly how much damage Israel is taking right now. There's a social media blackout. But what you're starting to hear trickle out is that Israel is getting hit harder than they've ever been hit before in their history. And we're only 2 weeks into this. If this war continues for weeks or months, then Israel could just be destroyed, or very large parts of it. Now, I think Israel is a harder target than the Gulf states. Their infrastructure is more hardened. Also, they're further away. The Gulf states are vulnerable to drones and short-range
Israel will never be destroyed.
Missiles, whereas Israel is mainly vulnerable to long-range missiles. Nonetheless, at some point, their air defenses could become exhausted if it hasn't happened already.
Guys hypothesizing a fairy tale right before bed.
And Israel could get seriously destroyed. And then you have to worry about Israel escalating the war by contemplating using a nuclear weapon, which would truly be catastrophic. So there's a lot of scenarios here, a lot of really frightening scenarios about where escalation could lead. And even though the United States is a much more powerful country than Iran, they essentially have a dead man's switch over the economic fate of the Gulf states and even potentially beyond that, the habitability of some of these countries. So I do tend to think that this is a good time to declare victory. I think, Brad, you're right that the president has never said that democracy promotion is one of his objectives. Yes, JCal, obviously everyone would welcome if the people rose up and chose a new regime, but that's not something that we've said we have to accomplish. And this would be a really good time to take stock of where we are and try, I think, to seek an off-ramp. And look, if escalation doesn't lead anywhere good, then you have to think about, well, how do you de-escalate? And de-escalation, I think, involves reaching some sort of ceasefire agreement or some sort of negotiated settlement.
Would be okay, right? Catholic church bells would be okay, but a parade in honor of the Virgin Mary, carrying an image of the Virgin Mary down Main Street, no, right? So
what about the Eucharist? What about the Eucharist? What about a Eucharistic procession?
That's a new one. I would say probably not. It would depend on what was being done around it, how it was being conducted. But basically, public displays of idolatry, what the Protestant foundation of the law would consider to be idolatry, would not be allowed. So you wouldn't have a Hindu procession with a Hindu god. You wouldn't have a procession of the Virgin Mary.
Guys, what the fuck? Oh, we're down to 70 now. Come on, yeah. Lock me off. Lock me off. Let's do some lottery videos real quick. Let's get some fucking new ones in here. You go reach
La ilaha illallah! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! La ilaha illallah! You're crazy! You're crazy! Allahu Akbar! La ilaha illallah! Allahu Akbar!
Let in here. They shouldn't have been let in. Others are just bad. They go bad. Something wrong. There's something wrong there.
So
the genetics are not exactly. They're not exactly your genetic. It's one of those problems, Brian. It's a terrible thing, and it happens. And it happens too often.
What did he just say? He said something about somebody's genetics? Trump says a lot of immigrants shouldn't have been let into the U.S. because of their genetics and not exactly your genetics. Okay.
And this is the case with any of these other Iranian.
I think this is it.
Do you want to be my Juno horse? I don't know. Would you want to be my Juno horse? Yay or nay? Yay?
Yep, that just happened. That just happened. I think I'll just leave it at that, guys. That is. That's it. That's all we're doing tonight. That's all we're doing tonight, guys. It has been real. It has been amazing. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much for jumping in, especially these late night hours where you guys are pushing through with us. doing this whole thing. I'm gonna keep myself up in the top corner. We're gonna keep doing this show. Oh shit, we gotta do our poll. We gotta end our poll. Oh my god! And with 474 votes, I saw one vote come in right at the end there. We have how many more bombs will we fund in Iran? We got $12 or $13.12 and not a dime more for 34%. $1 million, 22%. $75 million, 22%. Whatever Lindsey Graham and Palantir want, 22%. With 474 votes, wouldn't you fucking think that? Who also don't even want English help by Iran because you can't trust the Brits. Poncho, yikes. Y'all fucking trying to finish your conversations. Hurry up, wrap up your fucking fight, because the conversation, the show is going to be over. We're going to end the stream, and your fight is going to just disappear into the wind. Poof, poof. You guys talking, and you're just talking and yelling at each other, and then it's just gonna go poof, and you're gonna have to swipe to something else and do something else the rest of your day. But I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna go get myself some fucking McDonald's breakfast. That's what I'm gonna do. And then I'm going to eat that Egg McMuffin. And then I'm going to fucking go to sleep. Crash all day long. Maybe come back tomorrow night for a few hours with y'all. But the big story, the big one, is Sunday night. The anti-woke commentary on the Oscars, the anti-woke party for the Oscar watch party. So if you're watching the Oscars, if you care about culture at all, American culture at all, watch our show. We will be supporting all of the anti-woke cancel culture first candidates, and not the fucking Daily Wire side of it. The real cancel culture, regardless of where they're getting canceled from. We are here every day, most of the days. I know Spanish. I'm from South. Blah blah blah. I guess you're fighting still. You're fighting. There's never you can't stop the fighting in the Middle East. 57,000 guys. I think we broke what we had for Clintathon. I think this is the second largest stream ever now, officially, guys. But we didn't get that 200 likes, so we didn't get what Clintathon had or what our Iranian war podcast had. But we did get 67,000, which is more than Clintathon. This is the second largest stream we've had, and I'm very excited about it. Loved it. It was fun. I'm finally seeing the drop off a little bit, so I can finally just let this go a little bit. And I hope to, stream with you tomorrow and also stream with you on Sunday. And I really, really hope that our Sunday stream is just as big, because if our Sunday stream is just as big, this is going to be fucking epic. Clinton was crazy, remember, in that stream. I'm telling you guys, you want to tune in on Sunday night, because we're going to do the Oscars, but then we're going to cover shit right after the Oscars. We're going to cover all the after parties. We're going to cover all the TMZ videos. We're going to cover all of the culture of it all. It is a big night in culture, whether you hate the Oscars or love the Oscars. You got to be fighting. Got to be fighting for that win for Sinners, because if one battle after another, essentially just like a Karen propaganda Minnesota movie wins Best Picture, it's over, people. It's over, people. And with that said, I'm a booty warrior for the win. It's Slang. Capriad, I can't believe you guys are still throwing chats at us. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. How fucking long is this? One last thing. Let's see how long this is. I just want one last look at how long we ended up going. We ended up going over 9.5 hours, y'all. Over 9.5 hours. I think that might be my longest actual stream with y'all. Stay blessed, Alex. See you then. Absolutely. We will stream a little bit tomorrow, but we're going to be heading for that big one Sunday. Sunday is going to be fucking the big one, guys. So hopefully you get some big numbers for that. That will be fun, because when we get bigger numbers, it's just a funner stream. It's a better conversation. Thank you all. I'm not going to let another fucking lick of this be sent to the algorithm to the wrong stream. We will see you back here tomorrow, and hopefully the streamers keep picking up for us. Appreciate y'all.